The House Committee on Elections will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Shaheen.
Here.
Vice Chair Busey.
Here.
Rep Isaac.
Here.
Rep Malashaw. Here. Rep Plesa.
She's coming.
Rep Raymond.
Here.
Rep Swanson.
Here.
Rep Toth. Rep Terry Wilson.
Yeah. A quorum is present. As a reminder, anyone present wishing to testify before the committee, please register at the kiosk located in the hallway behind the hearing rooms. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, that young man over there with the beard will be happy to help you. Normally during interim hearings, part of what we're doing is we're obviously going to look at the items that are that have been posted. One of our objectives is also to provide a report to the public on these different items. Lots of time during interim hearings, it'll be invited testimony only. We thought it was important to hear from the public, so we want to hear from anybody that wishes to testify. Given that, we have close to 60 people that have registered to testify. So due to that number of witnesses, we have registered and accommodate all who wish to testify. There will be a limit of 3 minutes per witness during public testimony. If you want to finish before 3 minutes, you are more than welcome to. Just want to add that point for you. Members, please remember to check out publicly available comments. These comments are left by the public on each agenda item. In our hearings, comments are open until the end of the hearing and are posted upon adjournment. And like I mentioned, this hearing will consist of public and invited testimony. Please note that for each agenda item addressed today, we will start with invited testimony first. Also note, because this is an interim hearing and no legislative action is being taken on a measure, all testimony will be registered as neutral. The items on our agenda will be monitoring, specifically discussion around SB 827, election timelines, election transparency and ballot privacy, citizenship and voting, and election administration's staffing needs. With that, we will start with citizenship and voting. This is looking at a study the integration of the voting procedures in Texas, including voter registration and voter roll maintenance, and make recommendations to ensure that only U.S. citizens are able to register and vote in Texas. Okay, with Secretary of State. Chair calls Christina Atkins with the Secretary of State's office.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
parliamentary inquiry,
Yes, state your inquiry.
kind of. So did you mean that only U.S. citizens could vote in Texas, or only U.S. citizens who live in Texas could vote in Texas?
Only U.S. citizens whose residence in Texas can
Thank you
vote.
for that clarification.
You bet. Feel free to ask any other questions that you might have. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. We show you registered as Ms. Christina Atkins. You're a Director of Elections for the Secretary of State's office. You will be testifying on the item. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Well, thank you. Thank you again for being here. You may proceed.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the House Elections Committee. Thank you for inviting us to be here to participate in the hearing and for giving us the opportunity to discuss some of these interim charges and help provide some context for our discussions that we're going to have. Under Texas law, only U.S. citizens that are eligible to vote and reside in Texas, that are eligible to vote and register to vote in Texas and reside here can participate in Texas elections. In recent years, there have been numerous legislative proposals at the state and federal level designed to require specific verification procedures to confirm a voter's citizenship. Most notably, the current draft version of the Federal SAVE Act and SB 16 from the 89th legislative session. SB 16 from the 89th legislative session was proposed but ultimately was not enacted. In addition to these verifications on the front end, this concept of verifying pre-registration or at the time of registration, in Texas law, we have been performing list maintenance with respect to identifying potential non-citizens for a number of years. Non-citizen list maintenance goes back quite a bit. It began about 30 years ago when we started using the jury summons process to identify potential non-citizens. So the Secretary of State's office will compare information that we receive from the clerks of the courts related to any kind of exemptions or disqualifications from jury service as it relates to non-citizens. That information is then provided, those matches, potential matches, are provided to our county voter registrars for investigation. And a county voter registrar has the ability to send out a notice of a notice of examination is what we refer to. It's an investigative process to make a determination as to whether or not this individual is a non-citizen. This notice process gives the voter or gives this individual in question the opportunity to respond to provide additional information before any determinations are made on that person's registration status. If an individual fails to respond to that notice, within 30 days, the voter registrar will cancel their registration. More recently, in 2021, about 5 years ago, we created another non-citizen process. This was actually codified as part of Senate Bill 1 in 2021 that requires DPS, our Department of Public Safety, to send us on a weekly basis information regarding any individuals who presented evidence that they were not a U.S. citizen at their last DPS visit in which they were issued a new or renewal driver's license or personal identification card. We get this information on a weekly basis from DPS. Those matches are provided to the counties, again, for further investigation and review. If the county makes a determination that this is an individual that should receive a notice, informing them that they are on this, that there is a potential that they're a non-citizen and that they're on the voter rolls, that notice will be sent out. If an individual fails to respond to that notice within 30 days, then their registration may be canceled. More recently here in 2024, we began the process of working with the SAVE system. In mid-2024, we started the conversations with USCIS regarding executing an MOU to have access to the SAVE system. At the time, because we thought there could be value to that for our county voter registrars in investigating potential citizenship challenges. We eventually signed an MOU with USCIS for use of the SAVE system in March of 2025. And then over the course of the spring, we tested the system, ran different test sets of data through the system to make determinations on how we could best use it. At that time, there were also a number of modifications to the SAVE system that came into place that made this a more feasible search tool for citizenship for the states. Initially, when we began the discussions for an MOU, there was a charge per search. That for any record that we ran through SAVE, we would have to pay a fee, but that charge has since been eliminated, which made it more feasible to do larger searches through SAVE without having to incur additional costs to the state. So over the course of the spring in 2025, we started using SAVE on a limited basis when some of these changes went into place. But over the course of the summer, we began using SAVE a little bit more extensively. So since we got access to the SAVE system, our office has taken specific steps, is what I would say, to proactively verify the citizenship of Texas' current list of registered voters utilizing the data we received in the SAVE system. Our office took these steps in order to ensure that most currently registered voters would not likely be impacted by any future citizenship verification requirements. So should a bill like SB 16 come back in the future, we have already obtained verification of citizenship for over 17 million of our current registered voters. In addition to that, it helps to ensure that only eligible voters remain on our list of registered voters, and it helps us identify individuals who may have mistakenly become registered through no fault of their own, and it allows them time to be removed from the voter rolls before any other significant actions could be taken that could impact their immigration status. With respect to list maintenance when it comes to the non-citizen process, I think it's important to note that we are currently under the NVRA moratorium, which means there are certain things that we don't do when we're within 90 days of a federal election. That moratorium period will end after this upcoming primary runoff. So in June, we will start to see some additional list maintenance activities with respect to this area. Counties will begin to start acting on that data, and we'll have a lot more information about what the county's efforts have been over the last few months with respect to the data we initially provided to them. And then I'll say that we are continuing to work with counties on this most recent data set that we provided to them from SAVE, the data we obtained from the SAVE system. We're working with them to help them verify voter eligibility and obtain any kind of additional information from government sources if we're able to help facilitate that process.
Well, thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions?
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Raymond?
Thank you, Chairman. two things I want to ask about. One, could you clarify a little bit for me anyway, the process, the names you get from DPS? So someone goes in and DPS says, hey, we have an indicator here that they're not a citizen. So we want to let you know that in case they're a registered voter. Is that right?
So what happens is an individual appears in at DPS in person
Right.
because it's a transaction
Right.
for a new or
Yeah.
a renewal license.
Right.
They are presenting evidence in that visit. So they have paperwork saying, I am lawfully present in the United States,
Might be
but
a
I'm
legal
not a U.S.
resident or
citizen.
Might be a legal resident or something.
Exactly, yes, sir.
Okay.
And so they're presenting that documentation to DPS that
Right.
week. So DPS, on a weekly basis,
Right.
provides us the names of those individuals that come into DPS and say they are not a U.S. citizen
Right.
and provide proof they're not a U.S. citizen. We match that to our database.
Right.
And if they are currently a registered voter, we will
Okay, got
provide
it.
that to the
Got
county.
that part, all right. So now, when did that start? When did the DPS start doing that? How far back?
We started that process in 2021.
All
So
right,
we've been doing it about 5 years.
5 years. Do you have, I don't think you threw any numbers at us. Do you have any numbers? How many, as a result of that process, how many voters were registered that were now removed because DPS gave you information and you verified, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess the process verified that they were not, in fact, a legal, a United States citizen, lived in Texas, et cetera.
So I don't have the actual numbers. I can't give you a specific count as of
No, but you
current for
give it-
today, but I can ballpark it for you based
Please
on
do.
some information that was publicized prior to the last election.
Okay?
So in about a 4-year period, there were a little over 6,000 identifications or matches where DPS identified us of potential non-citizens.
And of those 6, how many were non-citizens?
So it was a smaller number of individuals that came forward that confirmed that they were non-citizen. The great majority of the cancellations that we would have received from that process are individuals that don't respond to the notice, because the notice explains to them that you can provide proof of citizenship, but if you do not provide proof of citizenship, if you do not respond to this letter, your registration will be canceled. And in most circumstances, the cancellations occurred because the individual did not provide proof of
So
citizenship.
the 6,000, most of those 6,000 were canceled? Is that correct?
As a result of failing to respond to that notice that was sent out. And I can get you specific numbers.
Which means, I guess what you're saying, and I don't want to guess, you're saying many of those or most did not respond, and so they were dropped. However, I guess it was never really determined whether or not they were citizens or not. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because
In
they
most
never,
cases,
because they didn't provide, they didn't respond.
yes, sir, that's correct.
So we don't know, but it could have been up to 6,000, more or less, but you don't know for sure.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Chair Busey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, you said mistakenly registered. Can you explain how someone could be mistakenly registered?
Interestingly enough, as we have gone through the list maintenance process, initially with the DPS data and also with this new data set that we've received from the SAVE system, our voter registrars at this point in Texas are very experienced in looking into potential non-citizen cases because we've been doing it for so many years now. So the first thing that a voter registrar typically does is they pull the voter registration application that they've received to see how did this person register to vote. And we know from the 2021 process, the process that initiated there, that there will occasionally be clerical errors that come up, where a person may be filling out a registration application, maybe they are approached at a voter registration drive, or they're given documents when they're applying for benefits of some sort, and they're told you have to fill out these forms. And a voter will, or an individual, I will say, will properly mark on there, I am not a U.S. citizen. But then when that application is reviewed, the clerk may have missed that and registered them anyway.
Yeah, so we've seen this number around 6,000 thrown out in political conversations at times. I know it's not your space, but used to be like all these non-citizens. But as you just talked about with Chairman Richard Raymond, it could have been erroneous that it happened. It could have been for many reasons that they were tagged on this list, and most have then been verified to simply not respond, and very few, I think I have a number of that 6,000, maybe 700 cancellations for non-citizen in that same time frame. So we've had a number thrown out that's kind of probably not accurate to how many non-citizens were registered in the first place. because of other reasons that they could have been registered.
I will say intentionally registered.
Sure.
I think that is an important point to look at, that there are individuals that may not even realize that they're registered. In fact, I would say in most cases, when we look at any data set for individuals or potential non-citizens, what you tend to see is that they don't have voting history. So in most cases, these are errors, clerical mistakes. Folks don't realize that they're registered. And I think that's why it's important that we provide notice to these individuals and let them know that they are registered, even if it's an error, because for many of these individuals, we're talking about data sets that we get from DPS and from SAVE. These are individuals that are lawfully present in the United States. They're here, they're living, they're working, they're part of our community, part of our economy. And in many cases, they're seeking naturalization. And being a registered voter could impact their immigration status.
Absolutely. So a clerical error could impact their long-term chances of
Absolutely.
becoming a citizen and doing it the right way. Let's talk about, in 2024, y'all had a press release, the Secretary of State's office had a press release, getting back to being in the legislative mindset. Texas leads the way against non-citizen voting. So the system, at least back August 12, 2024, you would say the system is working. We're not just dealing with registration, which is part of this clause, it's also our non-citizens voting. And y'all, the Secretary of State's office says we're leading the way in this cause. Can you elaborate on why we're so effective at making sure non-citizens are not voting in our elections?
Yes, sir. I think looking at this 2021 process with DPS, I think this was a pretty pivotal moment for our state in making sure that we are identifying and addressing issues as quickly as possible. It's good for the integrity of our voter list, but again, it's also good for those individuals that may be impacted by this. And so with DPS data and this non-citizen process, what makes it successful is that data is very fresh and very active, or very recent. And so somebody goes in on, this week, and they say I'm not a U.S. citizen. We can confidently act on that data because it's fresh and it's recent, and that's the best way to protect the interest of that individual and protect the integrity of our voter list. And so that process we've been doing for a number of years, and I think it's been very successful. What I would add to that, though, is that this DPS process is only as good as the transactions we have at DPS. So we have, a number of years between transactions at DPS. Somebody could have, prior to this process starting in 2021, if they were a non-citizen on the voter rolls, we wouldn't have a way of catching them through this process until they go through the DPS cycle and come in for a driver's license renewal. And there have been a lot of statements and a lot of individuals that have expressed concern, I think, about non-citizens on our voter rolls. And so we wanted to try to find a way to identify maybe older records or historical records that we're not getting and picking up through that DPS process to validate that our registered voters in Texas are U.S. citizens. And then, of course, help those individuals that may be improperly registered to get that corrected and fixed and get them removed from the voter rolls.
Well, and I do want to kind of compartmentalize our questions because, one, I want to get into the registration process. But before we get to that,
Yes, sir.
let's talk about the process of 17 million have now been verified, you've said, of our
Yes, sir.
roughly, is it 18 million?
It was a
roughly?
little over 18 million records that were run through SAVE, and it was over 17 million for which we were able to establish proof of citizenship.
Like rapidly
Yes,
establish it.
yes, and we retain that documentation. And so should there be any legislation in the future, we can provide that to the counties, and that means those 17 million individuals won't have to provide proof of
Let's
citizenship.
talk about the other million. What's going on there?
So in Texas, we actually do, one thing that we do really well in Texas is that we have full nines for social security numbers for most of our registered voters. We actually work with DPS, usually annually. We go in and backfill any driver's social security numbers that we need based on DPS data. However, we know that we have records in our system where individuals have been registered for a long time. Perhaps they registered prior to some of those identity requirements. And so we don't have driver's license numbers or social security numbers for them in our system. And so those individuals we can't capture in the
And
list
these are
maintenance process.
mainly older, the registered.
In most cases, these are going to be older registrations that have been in place since well before any of those identification number requirements came into place.
Do you know when that was roughly?
I do have numbers on that. So right now we have about 350,000 individuals in our database where we only have a social security number for them, no Texas driver's license. And we've got about 380,000 for which we only have a driver's license and no social security number. So about little more than 700,000 that fall under that category.
And a lot of times, at least in that latter category, we're talking about senior citizen voters probably that don't have the social security.
I think
number,
in
correct?
many cases, that's correct. I have not done analysis on that data
Sure.
set to tell you kind of age breakdowns or anything to that effect, but just looking at records that are missing that data, that's what I can tell you.
Just holistically, would you still agree that Texas is leading the way against non-citizen voting, as the Secretary of State's office reported back in 2024?
I think that, yes, I do. I think that we have worked very hard to find credible data sources. I think we've worked very hard to ensure that that we're getting accurate matches with these data sources. You know, we match on, we do what's called a strong match. So first name, last name, date of birth, and social security number when we're identifying records. And so we worked very hard to find good sources and to refine our matching process. And then I think that's complemented by Texas law, where we don't automatically cancel individuals. We provide a process so that that individual can respond and potentially remedy a situation. If there's some incorrect data somewhere, we can get them fixed, and we're not removing them from the voter rolls. And I think even at that, if somebody is caught up in that process mistakenly, we reinstate immediately. Our laws say to reinstate immediately. You can vote the same day. So I think when you look at the holistic process, strong government sources, data sources, strong matching criteria, and then a process for voters to respond and potentially remedy any mistaken information. I think that we have a very good process in Texas. That's why we don't, out of our 18 million registered voters, we're not finding large numbers of non-citizens on our voter rolls.
That's good. No, I mean, nobody wants someone that's not eligible to vote. And so if Texas is leading the way, it sounds like, you know, there's probably not an epidemic problem here. It sounds like the policies in place are getting the job done. You just alluded to safeguards. Can you elaborate just a little bit so we all understand in detail what safeguards are in place to prevent an eligible voter being removed from the rolls?
Absolutely. So in Texas, we do not automatically cancel registrations on eligibility issues like this. For all instances in which eligibility is a question, there's a process by which that voter is sent a notice, so they're given an opportunity to respond. If it's a challenge that's been initiated, they have the ability to sometimes show up in person if there's a hearing related to that challenge. And then even if that individual doesn't receive that notice, say they don't get it in the mail, and they are mistakenly removed from the rolls because they didn't respond to that notice that was sent to them. If that voter discovers that, they can be reinstated immediately, and if it's during an election, they can vote that same day.
Okay. So immediately they can do it. How do they prove that on the same day?
They would do it a couple of different ways. You can go in person to your voter registrar's office to go correct the issue and provide that proof of citizenship. Say, I'm an eligible voter, and they can get the registration record corrected, which means you'd be able to vote a regular ballot that day. We have some voters that have voted provisionally and then immediately gone to the voter registrar's office, you know, depending on where we are, if it's on election day and how late in the day we are. But they can go and get that fixed by getting the correct documentation to their voter registrar and then, of course, being offered a ballot.
Last year, and I'm assuming this is through cross-checking this data, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but last year, election officials were directed to investigate the citizenship of, I have a number here, of 2,724 registered voters. That was then sent, I'm assuming, out to each of the 254 counties that had someone on that list to then go cross-check, right? And,
Yes,
and
that's
check their
correct.
eligibility. Can you talk about what that process was like?
Absolutely. So what you're referring to is the data that we ran through the SAFE system. So in running 18 million plus records, there were approximately 2,724 records where we identified potential non-citizens. This is where SAFE came back and issued a finding saying this person is not a U.S. citizen. And there's additional data that comes with it, but that's ultimately the finding. They're telling it. Typically, they tell us their status, like are they a lawful resident? Is it somebody here on the DACA program? So we know he's a little bit more detailed than just non-citizen. So we got those findings back of 2724. We provided them to all of our counties so that they had those individual records. Our folks actually, we personally called every county to notify them of the records they received. Our plan was to call everybody first and then follow up with some additional documentation in writing, but we wanted to give them the opportunity to ask us questions. Of course, you can't call 254 counties in one day without word getting around. So counties started talking, and we ended up sending out the guidance before we had personally reached out to all of those individuals. But we did provide guidance saying this is an additional data set. We referenced the advisories and the guidance that we've issued going back to 2021 that explains what you do with non-citizen data, referencing what they do with the DPS process. And then the voter registrars have the ability to to research and to look into these records. In fact, if you look at the advisories we've issued, we make that very clear that the voter registrar reviews the list. They look at their records. They look to see, could somebody have mistakenly been registered? Did they disclose that they're a U.S. citizen and we made a clerical mistake? Some of our voter registrars have really good relationships with other government agencies. Some of them work with their local DPS offices to obtain additional data. And then some of our counties that have naturalization ceremonies, a lot of naturalization ceremonies or courts in their counties will work with their volunteer deputy registrars and work with the courts to maintain lists of individuals that are naturalized. So this is what they have done over the years anytime a non-citizen match comes through. And so we reminded them, it's the same process. You're going to follow the same process that you've typically followed. And so a lot of our counties did that. And that's how we know that anecdotally that there are some counties that identify some errors and mistakes. We had one county that reached out to us, Travis County, that asked us to help obtain some additional data from DPS, for which we were able to get them that data. They were able to get the type of document, if these individuals had been to DPS, the type of document presented and the date they were presented that document. And then, of course, they were able to review other internal records. Had there ever been a challenge before? And, did they have otherwise have documentation for these voters in place that would help answer that question? And then for the matches for which they felt comfortable sending a notice out, they sent a notice out to those individuals saying, hey, we have an indication that you might be a non-citizen. Here's how you can remedy this. But if not, you can not respond to this notice and your registration will be canceled. That's generally how the process works.
And canceled is the suspense then again, and they could come the day of, or is it canceled?
Well, they're canceled. The registration is canceled, but in a circumstance, and this is true for all eligibility issues, if you really are eligible and your registration was canceled for some reason, and you truly are an eligible voter, and it was canceled on an eligibility issue, you can be reinstated immediately if that registration cancellation was an error.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that this process is being done in a way that we're not alarming eligible voters, making them paranoid and discouraging them from participating in the process. So I think getting in the weeds about what county models are working best, how are we doing this, where we're doing as much verification before we alert the voter. And so I think, learning that process, what you can find to be best practices or we can share with the 254 counties would be ideal, because I think the last thing we want to do is be responsible for intimidating, a registered voter legally, lawfully from participating in the process because they got some alert and they got concerned. So,
Yes, sir.
I mean, I guess I would ask, of those 2,724, do we have the data on where that number got fixed down to? Like, how many got reported?
I wish I could give you that data today. I don't have all of those numbers because a lot of our counties haven't reported their final actions yet. We have been reaching out to counties individually. I see news articles where people will say, I have X number of people that are U.S. citizens. Well, right now, my records at the state are not reflecting that. So we're working with our counties and contacting them individually to make sure that they're providing proof of citizenship. Because if an individual, one of the other things with respect to the SAVE data, we instructed our counties that if somebody provides proof of citizenship, provide a copy to that. If you can provide that copy to us, we can work with SAVE to get SAVE updated if their records need to be corrected. And so we want them to provide that documentary proof to our office so that we can work with SAVE to help that individual so that they're not faced with this issue going forward. If there's another agency that's utilizing the SAVE system, we want that SAVE system to be accurate. So if we can help facilitate that for the voter, we're wanting to do that. Not all of our counties have been able to provide that documentation to us or give us final responses, but we've had a primary election. We've had a May election. We're about to do a primary runoff, so we know that our counties have a lot on their plates. We also know that they're pausing and not doing a lot of list maintenance right now because of the NVRA moratorium. And so I would expect that in this summer, we'll be able to give kind of a final wrap-up of those numbers.
What happens when we identify someone as a non-citizen?
You mean if a county...
If one of these 2,700 individuals is identified as a non-citizen?
Sure. So the individual gets a letter and says, oh my goodness, I'm not a U.S. citizen. I didn't know I was even registered. So that voter has two choices. One, they can not respond to the notice. And anecdotally, what I'm hearing is that a lot of folks don't want to respond because they don't want to affirmatively acknowledge a mistake or acknowledge that they may have, even without their own knowledge, been in a situation where it looks like they did something they shouldn't have done. But that person could come forward and could go to the county and say, county, I'm not a U.S. citizen. Please cancel my registration. And that registration will be canceled. When counties have asked us about self-reported cancellations, our suggestion is that they, particularly if they were able to identify that this was a mistake or an error, that they document that in some way to retain that with the file, so that if there's ever anybody asking questions later on, if that individual, is in the naturalization process and this is coming up, that they were a registered voter, if it was a mistake, they can turn around and provide documentation showing that it was a mistake and they took affirmative action to remedy that situation.
At what point does someone get reported to the Attorney General's office?
So we most recently made a referral to the Attorney General's office on potential non-citizen voters. It was after the 24 election, when we were looking at voting history specifically. We utilized data from DPS that we later verified through the SAVE system, and we did identify some records of individuals that were non-citizens that did vote and participate in that election, and that information was referred to the Attorney General's office.
Do we have outcomes of do you know the results of these
No, sir,
cases?
I don't. That would be a question for the Attorney General's office.
Is the Attorney General's office going to be here today? Do we know?
I will say generally
They haven't been registered.
there are restrictions on, the law keeps a lot of that information confidential during the investigative process.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where they are on that, and I don't know how much I could even speak to that if I did.
I know in my fun 8 years on this committee, we've heard a lot about numbers of like investigations, but we almost never have the AG's office come here and tell us the results of those, the data, the results of those investigations. And so I think we tend to regularly inflate charges but not convictions a lot of times in this committee. So I'm just trying to figure out where those real numbers are. I know I'm filibustering up here. I want to talk a little bit real quick about, because one of the charges is the registration process and making sure non-citizens aren't registering in the first place. So Texas has OVR, online voter registration, for some voters currently, isn't that correct?
That's correct, yes. If you are currently a registered voter, you can update your registration at any point online.
Let's talk about, that's through the DPS portal, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's utilizing DPS data, utilizing your driver's license, that audit number on there. So it's a way to securely authenticate the voter.
Securely authenticate the voter. So the technology that we use in the DPS portal, would that be a front-end verification of citizenship information that some folks have been pushing for across the board?
We could. It's not currently part of that authentication process. We're not required right now under Texas law to validate citizenship as well, but that could be used. Yes, sir.
And it's a safe and secure way of getting people registered to vote.
Yes, sir.
And we feel good about the DPS portal and how it's been effective so far.
Yes, I think the DPS portal has been very widely used, and we work very closely with DPS on that portal to make sure that any issues that are there are identified and quickly resolved, and that those transactions, flow to our counties very efficiently and smoothly.
I think we're going to have DPS here, so I'll ask some of these of them. But how do we avoid clerical errors through the DPS portal versus maybe a more old-fashioned way of registering to vote?
Well, those individuals that are utilizing the DPS portal, remember, to use that, you have to already have a driver's license, right? So you would have that driver's license in hands, which means that you have already gone to DPS to establish your citizenship or your lawful presence. So that's coded into their system. So there could be a way in which somebody is logging on to the online portal, doing all those authentications, and we could also add that validation on the citizenship status. That could be added to that login process to perform that validation right there.
And the individual is filling it out, right? They're doing the data right
Yes,
there.
sir. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just think getting to the clerical, if I'm at a music festival and I fill out a card at a volunteer stand, and then let's think about that process. Then that card gets taken back to the registrar, has to be typed in. You've got handwriting issues, you've got typing issues, and then that's the one way, that's the main way we've done voter registration, right, in this
Yes,
state.
sir.
But the online portal, there's required check boxes. You can't move forward without filling in everything properly, verifying, and it's done by the user themselves,
The
right?
voters doing it themselves. And I think with respect to like ID numbers, if they're mistyping an ID number, it'll catch it. I mean, it won't let them proceed.
Right there on the fly. And if there's a checkbox there about citizenship that they have to check, they have to do these things as they go through the process. Like just like we've all done online forms, if you skip a section, it won't let you move on. That's not the case on a handwritten card.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
So if we want the most accurate data, the individual user using the online DPS system is one of the ways that we can get the most accurate data possible from the individual consumer.
Well, I think that's a decision for the legislature.
I hope we all agree that we want the most accurate data. And so I think OVR would be a way to address this non-citizen registering as we move forward. So I hope we'll consider that in future hearings. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Chairman,
Ms. Morales-Shaw?
yeah, I have a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
Clarification, actually.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Atkins, thank you for all of that, all those responses. They're helpful to understanding everything. I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. Of the data that your office is sending over to the counties, the 2724, we don't know the result after that's been filtered through each of the counties, how much that, what is it, 0.015% error margin, how much that's been reduced? We don't know that?
That's correct. At this time,
Okay.
I do not know that because some of our counties are still reviewing and have paused some of their process because of
Right.
the NVRA moratorium. I think
Okay.
later this summer, I'll be able to have
Okay.
a more comprehensive wrap-up of that
So
data.
that 2724 is the most recent number? Because
That
obviously
was-
you said you've been doing this for since 2020 or whatever.
So that 2724, since 2021, we've been utilizing DPS data
List maintenance.
for list
Okay.
maintenance. That 2724 was a new data set. It was the data set we received from the SAVE
SAVE.
system
Got
in
it.
running our 18 million records through SAVE.
Okay, so we're still waiting for that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then just a really quick follow-up question. Out of that 2724, are there inordinate clusters in certain counties, or is it, would you say it's evenly distributed?
From when I looked at the data prior to sending it out to the counties, I think it was consistent with population. So the larger counties were going to have higher numbers. I didn't see anything that
Okay,
that identified maybe particular counties that were having issues. It seemed to be consistent with population.
okay, good. Thank you.
Ms. Swanson?
Thank you, Chairman Shaheen. Ms. Atkins, just to clarify what you just answered there, when you say consistent with population, was it a higher percentage or did it just go with the population?
The larger population counties had higher numbers of potential matches and potential non-citizens.
But a higher percentage, or was the percentage in line with smaller counties? Per 100,000 or whatever
I'd
you
have to
wanna
look
say.
at that more closely to answer for sure, but from when I looked at that number, it looked very consistent across the board with counties as far as a consistent percentage of the population within that county.
Okay, thank you.
It looked very consistent, but I can do a little bit more work on that and get you more
Okay, good,
information
that'd
if we
be
need.
interesting.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. Mhm.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any more? Ms. Isaac?
Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have a question. So right now, if an elections administrator receives a paper form to register to vote, how does he or she verify that this person is a citizen?
That is not part of our current registration process. We don't have front-end verifications on citizenship. So right now, the verification is looking at that box to see what the voter marked. And then, of course, there's sworn statements on there. They're swearing to the fact that they're a U.S. citizen. So it's
They
all
can't.
about what that individual puts on that form. That's how that's validated currently under Texas law.
Thank you.
Let the record show Ms. Plessa has joined us. And the chair you have a question?
Yes.
Yeah, the
Thank
chair
you, Chair.
recognizes Ms. Plessa.
Thank you so much for being here this morning. So my questions are going to be mostly around Senate Bill 827 and staffing. Is that okay?
We're going to actually have that as a topic, but it's, do you want to?
And we're going to bring her back up for that?
Yes.
Okay, never
Yes.
mind. We'll
Okay.
bring you back up.
Well, I look forward to those questions.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being
Okay.
here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Amy Calhoun with the Texas Department of Public Safety. We've been talking about you. It was all positive.
Thank you.
May we show you registered as Amy Calhoun, and you're representing the Texas Department of Public Safety, and you are testifying on the topic. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All
Yes,
right, well,
sir.
thanks for being here. You may proceed.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Vice Chair and members. My name is Amy Calhoun. I'm with the Texas Department of Public Safety, Driver's License Division. I am the new National Voter Registration Act Coordinator for the department. And the department, as you're aware, is a designated voter registration agency, and voter registration services are provided by the driver's license division. We provide various methods for a customer to complete a voter registration application, such as online or in person, if they are 17 years of age and 10 months, or if they are and a U.S. citizen, sorry. The option to register is not available to customers who do not meet those requirements. And so today, I'm going to provide an overview of the files that the department sends to the Secretary of State's Election Division. We currently send 4 files to the Secretary of State. First file we send is a daily file, and it's sent Monday through Friday. It includes every voter registration application occurring on the prior business day. The file will include the file includes in-person mail address changes or record updates, as well as any online and telephone applications. Mail-in renewals will receive a motor voter card, and the completed card is mailed to the local county voter registrar. The second file we send is also sent daily. It's Monday through Friday for any transaction where certain types of information are updated and includes record updates occurring the prior business day. These types of changes include all new DL and ID cards, and issued, and any updates to the name, date of birth, physical address, card numbers for an existing DL or ID card, and if the person is licensed in another state or returns to Texas, as well as a current citizenship status. It also includes when the card or record is deleted or the original issue date is changed. I would also like to note in this file, based on the last session, we discussed potential updates being requested by the Secretary of State to this file, and those updates were made on July 13th of 2025. The citizenship field was added to comply with Senate Bill 1070 from the 88th legislative session, and the license in another state was also added to comply with Senate Bill 1470 passed during the 89th session. The third file we send is also a daily file, and it's sent Monday through Friday, and it includes every record where citizenship status is changed from no to yes, and it's included in the prior business day. The file is sent a day later to allow DPS time to ensure the update is correct and proper documentation is received and scanned into the record. And the fourth file we send is a weekly file, and it is sent every Sunday, and it includes original and renewal transactions for non-citizens occurring in the prior week. Again, we send this file Thursday to Friday to allow DPS time to ensure that we make the proper updates and the documentation is scanned in. Those are the 4 files that we currently send to the Secretary of State. If y'all have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you.
Thank
Ma'am,
you.
members, any questions? Ms. Morales-Shaw?
Hi, Ms. Calhoun. Just a quick
morning.
question. So were there recent rule changes that affected who can apply for an ID card and a driver's license in Texas, where there had to be, you have to show lawful presence? Was DPS one of the agencies that was affected by that?
No, ma'am. We
Okay.
have, you can apply for DL, an ID card. We haven't made any changes.
Okay, and so for either the driver's license or the ID cards?
Um,
It's just nothing has changed
Nothing
in the
has changed,
last
no,
2
correct.
years? Okay, thank you.
Chair Busey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell us a little bit more about the portal process? How many people have used the online DPS portal to register to vote in Texas since it went live back in 2021?
Good question. I know, I pulled my numbers, sorry, I only saved them from 24 to current date, but I will tell you, in the year of 2026, we have a little over 1.7 million that have registered to vote via online.
So just in 1 year, or just in this year?
From the past 6
6 months,
months.
we've had
Yeah,
over
1.7, yeah.
the population of some states use
Correct.
this online portal to register to vote. My understanding is it's been over 7 million have used the portal since.
Probably since then, yes, sir. You may be correct. I just didn't save those.
No,
data
no
from
worries.
21, sorry. I went 3 years.
I think the point is well taken that this is used all the time by a lot of Texans
Yes,
successfully.
we do have a various number of online transactions that occur daily.
Are you able to elaborate a little bit about kind of the security of the portal? And is it fair to say that when a person uses the portal to register to vote, that it is a safe and secure method for registering to vote in the state of Texas?
Yeah, so for our online transactions, we have increased our security process for online transactions. In order for you to do any transaction online, you must have your either the DL number or the ID, the card number, along with the most recent audit number audit number. So if you don't have the most recent transaction card in possession, which will give you the audit number, you will not be able to do the online transaction.
Okay, so have y'all had any issues with kind of the security around people registering to vote through the online portal?
Not that I've been made aware of.
So it's been a good, secure system.
I would say so, yeah.
Well, I appreciate your work in helping to help Texans access the process of voting in the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Ms. Plessa?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much for being here today. So I have a couple of questions for you today. When DPS records are used in citizenship review, how does DPS ensure that older records showing non-citizen status do not misidentify someone who later became naturalized U.S. citizen? Do you understand the question?
Hopefully, let's
Okay.
see. So we only verify citizenship status at the time of transaction, right? So if someone comes into DPS today and they're a non-citizen, we mark them as a non-citizen. We will not know their status until they return back to us. So whether they become naturalized a month from now, we wouldn't have that data until they return back to the office, until a driver's license office, to provide that documentation, and then we would have to review it in person.
So you're testifying today that DPS data can be accurate when collected, but then can be inaccurate or stale later on, correct?
Say that again. Sorry, I'm going to defer to my counterpart. Rebecca, did I say that correctly? Or
Yeah,
am I
so
answering?
I can't answer the question unless I go
Oh,
Do-
can she come
We
on?
can, how about if we'll call you up next? Is that all
Okay,
right? Ms.
yeah.
And
Plessa?
these aren't intended to be
Sure, I
trick
wanna make
questions.
sure-
I'm
no,
so
I wanna-
sorry.
I am new to this, so I want to make sure that I am giving you the
So we'll
proper
call up the
information.
other witness
So
now.
we could call you.
You're fine.
Are you going to call her up, or should I re-ask my question?
Is it okay with you if we complete her Amy's testimony?
I'm just trying to figure out if I'm just trying to figure out if DPS will testify on the record that they're accurate. Their information might be accurate at time of collection, but might become inaccurate somewhere down the line.
Yeah. If that's the case, then I can come up.
Okay.
Is there any other questions from Amy? Otherwise, we can bring up the other witness.
Yeah.
Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you so much. Thank you.
Chair calls Rebecca Hibbs with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Ma'am, we show you registered as Rebecca Hibbs, and you're representing the Texas Department of Public Safety, and you're here to testify on the item. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's
All
correct.
right, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Plessa, I think, has a question for you.
And you heard the question, right? I'm
I
just
did.
trying to figure out how us as lawmakers can help make sure that all DPS data remains accurate throughout the whole process. So I'm going to ask the question once again. So DPS data can be accurate when collected, but later can become inaccurate or stale. Is that correct?
That is correct. So at the time of the transaction, we are verifying what that individual presents to us for their citizenship status. Of course, I think I mentioned this during the last session. One of the things we know is once you're a citizen, you're marked as a citizen, and we never ask you for citizenship again. If you're lawfully present, then each time you come in, we ask for a lawful presence document. That can include a naturalization certificate that we may not have known existed since your last transaction happened. So you're correct. It could very well be that the person's status has changed. And then to go back and I think address something else that you may be asking too is that let's say a person came in and we incorrectly, a very long time ago, documented them as being a citizen, right? Ever since we went into the Real ID Act in 2016, we've been re-verifying every single document that's presented to us. And then, of course, even since 2012, we've been using the SAVE process. When we asked customers to bring their documents back in, if they presented us a lawful presence document and we could see that we had them marked as a citizen, we would correct that record at the time, show them as a non-citizen, run their lawful presence documents, and update their record at that point.
Thank you so much. I love that you really knew about this question and where we were going. So I guess I just want to take it one step further because you kind of answered a little bit of what my next question is. So what safeguards should election officials use before treating an older record as evidence that the current registered voter might be ineligible?
Not being able to speak to the Secretary of State or voter registrar processes, but just in listening to everything in general, I think all of the additional verification processes they are doing are absolutely correct. I will tell you that whenever, every election cycle, we have what's called the voter portal that's supported by the Secretary of State. County voter registrars contact us just to verify a person's voter registration application. But if we identify anything in the record that is incorrect at that time, we're also going back and updating it. So let's say a person had marked yes to voter registration, but we see that they actually had, lawful presence documents in there. We're going to go in and we're going to correct that record. We will notify the county voter registrar that that person wasn't eligible. We also notify the Secretary of State's office as well. In addition to that, ever since 2021, when we started the process of sending them the citizenship files, where it changes from no to yes, or shows that they're a lawfully present transaction, we have been auditing those records 100%. And so everything from that time on, while there may be a few misses, that's going to be very rare, we are actually identifying clerical errors in the office before those files are going to the Secretary of State's office. So we're trying to make those corrections right up front. Anything that we have found that's come up as a part of the citizenship verification process through the Secretary of State, either from our records or from SAVE, what we've identified is they were all prior to the 2021 time period. I think there was only one out of the ones that we looked at that was a more recent one, but interestingly enough, what we also saw is that it had been corrected a day or two later by our audit team. So we know that process is working successfully. And then, of course, we also know that individuals who are coming back in, if we had them, through a clerical error prior in the system, we're updating those as well.
So my next question would be, I guess, and you're kind of answering this, would direct sharing of DPS citizen data with county registrars help resolve citizen review cases more accurately and efficiently?
I will say that will depend on basically what we just said related to the time of the transaction. If they're able to contact us and it's a fairly recent time frame, it might still be valid data. But one of the things that we consistently try to make sure that everybody is aware of is that our citizenship status or lawful present status, citizenship right is once and done, but the lawful present status can change even the very next day, right? If a person has their document and their dealer ID cards getting ready to expire and they come in because all they have available to them right now is their lawful permanent resident card, that's what we issue for them. But they could go that very next weekend and get certified, get their certificate of naturalization. We don't know that till they walk back in. We would hope they would come back in quickly, but I will tell you a lot of them, when they get an 8-year license, that is what they will wait on, is 8 years.
So before a voter is flagged for citizenship review, should the state elections officials check whether DPS has proof of their citizenship?
That is something that I think could be beneficial to them, yes. We would have to work through that process because that's not something that we currently provide other than through the data files themselves. I will say, since we do send the citizenship no to yes file on a daily basis to the Secretary of State, if the Secretary of State is able to provide that information to the county voter registrar, I think that actually suffices for what you're asking for. And we implemented that not because it was related to lawful presence, right? Those lawful presence files. We implemented it on a daily basis so that we could notify the Secretary of State as soon as we receive that naturalization certificate. So that file goes to them the next business day, and they're getting notification that, hey, this person's come in and changed their status with us. I think if that information could be shared, that would probably be no different than anything else we could provide.
And I think with the access to the amount of technology we have currently, that we could easily implement more, accurate information being shared more quickly or more, daily? I know that they were saying y'all do, weekly and stuff like that, but I think with the access to technology, we might be able to speed up the process. I have just 2 more questions for you. I want to go into election identification certificates.
Okay.
So are election identification certificates available year-round at driver's license offices, and does DPS track barriers or wait times for voters who need one close to an election?
So as far as I know that let's answer your first question. Every single office in the state can issue an election identification certificate, right?
Okay.
So we have like 235 offices. All of them are able to issue those. I am not aware of any concerns, and I will tell you, having been the prior NVR coordinator, if there were concerns, it usually came to me. I've never received a complaint related to the issuance of an EIC. But I will also tell you, and I did not look up the numbers for what we've done so far this year, but like in fiscal year 25, we only issued 22, and most of those were renewals. I think we had 1 original during that time frame.
Only 22 statewide.
That is correct.
Okay, well, that leads me into my next question, because that's very interesting. I didn't know that data point.
Yeah.
So for voters who can't drive, are working hourly jobs, rely on other folks for transportation, rely on public transportation, are there counties where access to the EIC office remains a barrier?
I am not aware of any counties doing any EIC issuance anymore, because what we found is that at the last 4 that we had that still had them as of 2 years ago, they hadn't issued any in the entire time frame that they had the equipment. The equipment had become outdated, and so we returned the equipment because it couldn't be used anymore, and we haven't received any requests since then for counties to be able to issue the EICs.
So then, I guess my question then is, are we missing out on data?
What specifically are you referring to? I'll ask that clarification.
Well, I mean, whether or not lawmakers can identify whether access is a problem, I guess.
Yeah. I can go back and actually check to see. Our appointment scheduler allows us to identify the types of transactions that occur. So we can look to see, from the time the people asked for an appointment for the EIC, how long was it before they went in and actually obtained the EIC. We'll tell you, I know there's always a concern related to appointment timeframes in our offices, but most of them are less than 2 weeks. So I would hope that that wouldn't be the case. But I will tell you, in general, what we have found is that EICs are not very common. Part of the reason for that is the documentation you have to provide to prove your identity for an EIC matches the exact documentation you provide for a driver license or an ID card. So what we find is that most people will accept probably an identification card if they're not driving, right? Because they can use that identification card for any other purpose that they want. Financial transactions, ability to get on a plane, whatever the case may be. But an election identification certificate is very specific, and it even says it's for voting purposes only. And the EIC statute says you can't hold any other type of document if you have an EIC. And I think part of that is because the EIC is issued for free to that individual, so they don't want you getting this for free and then, trying to circumvent the deal or ID, right? So I think what we're finding, the reason why the issuances are so low is because once that person walks in and we have a conversation with them, it's like, well, we can also offer you an identification card. It's good for 6 years. It's only $15, and you can use it for anything else, whereas this EIC, while it's free, is only for voting purposes. People are electing the identification card instead of the EIC because it is something that allows them to use it as a multi-purpose identification document.
Okay, thank you so much for answering my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? All right, we're on a roll. That's 3 witnesses in 1 hour, and we have 82 more to go. All right, who we got here? Chair calls on Kim Wren with the Texas Assessor Collector Association, and also representing yourself. Hello, ma'am.
Hello there.
I show you registered as Kim Wren. Am I saying your last name right? Wren?
Yes,
R-I-N-N. And you're representing the Texas Assessor Collector Association and yourself, and you're here testifying on the item. Is that correct?
We're neutral.
Neutral, yes, that's fine too. Okay, well, thank you. You may proceed. Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here.
I'm a bit nervous. This is my
You're-
first
you're-
time.
You're amongst friends. We're a very friendly crowd.
Hopefully.
We're glad you're here.
So my name is Kim Wren. I am the tax assessor collector, voter registrar, and election official. So I do voter registrations and I do elections in my office. Very few tax assessors actually run elections, so I'm one of probably maybe half a dozen. I also have with me is Monica Foster. She was back there, right there. She's the vice president of the Texas Association of Tax Assessor Collectors from Jackson County. So if there's something I can't answer, she'll be here to help guide me or answer those for you. On behalf of the Tax Assessor Collectors Association, we'd like to thank you for taking the time to discuss citizenship and voting. Thank you as well for the work that you do to ensure that the right to vote is a cherished privilege reserved exclusively for its citizens, and it's something I cherish very much as well. Speaking on my own behalf and as the elected official, I'm very proud that the election integrity is held to the highest standard. We as voter registrars take our jobs seriously and do our best to ensure the accuracy of voter rolls. TACA, which is the Texas Association of Tax Assessor Collectors, fully supports the legislature's goal of ensuring the integrity of Texas elections. At the same time, we do have some concerns regarding how citizenship verification requirements would be implemented as contemplated during the last legislative session. Specifically, while verifying citizenship at registration may seem straightforward, it would add to the workload of offices already that are at capacity. And my office particularly is small, so I'm stating for that, as well as some of the smaller counties. The integrity of the electoral process is foundational to democracy, and ensuring that only eligible U.S. citizens are able to register and vote in a core principle. Therefore, we are willing to take on the additional duties required of us to implement a verification process, but it's essential we and the state have adequate resources to carry them out effectively. In recent years, a series of procedures and technological tools aimed at verifying citizenship status and maintaining accurate voter rolls have been created that could help our offices to fulfill these duties, but we need the state's help to access them. Moreover, without state assistance, the cost of necessary equipment, staff, training, outreach, storage, and security of additional data we will be responsible for this with sole responsible parties, meaning the counties. County funds are not limitless, and as you know, many already have to stretch their budgets even further than we already are. Ultimately, putting more pressure on local taxpayers, essentially, when it falls on the counties, it's on us, and it's on a local taxpayer. TACA recommends that legislature consider expanding funding available under Chapter 19 of the Election Code, and that we broaden its allowable uses. These measures would provide meaningful support to voter registrars, ensuring these requirements are implemented consistently and effectively across the state. We commend the committee in their efforts to protect the right to vote and ensure it belongs only to those who are legally entitled to under our Constitution. We look forward to working with you throughout the interim and the next legislative session on this important issue. And thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today.
Thank you. You did a great job.
I'm nervous.
Chair Busey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, we need more, we need to expand funding, it sounds like, to give more support so we can do, the best job, continue to do the best job possible. Do we have an idea of what that funding would be needed, what we're looking at as we're thinking about the budget in next session?
I feel like, depending on where this goes, will determine the amount of funding.
Okay.
So, no, I don't have it before me.
I mean, if we pass new requirement laws next session,
You need to take into account the funding.
you also mentioned needing access. Can you elaborate on what access we're talking about?
So Christina mentioned the SAVE program, and we do rely on the state for the SAVE program. Additionally, she mentioned, and I do it in my office, We look to local authorities to help us with some of the non-citizens that may come back to us. We all have to work together, and I know each county is different. Some of us have those resources, some of us don't have those resources.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any other questions? Ms. Plessa?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much for being here today. I want to follow up a little bit about what Vice Chair Busey was saying. So would county registrars benefit from direct access to DPS citizenship data when evaluating potential citizenship issues?
I think we have to be careful exactly how much access they have.
So you want access, but not too much access.
Correct.
Okay. What would help counties resolve cases more accurately before a voter is sent a notice?
Well, that's where you dive off into your local resources. For me, again, my sheriff's office was my local resource to ensure that the folks that were on the non-citizenship list, they were able to help me confirm whether or not I should proceed or what avenue we should go down. So I'm just using my county as an example. And I'm sure that's, in discussions with other counties, that's been a resource for them as well. But not everybody has that.
And remind me real quick, what county is that?
Austin County.
Austin County. Okay, so when a voter is flagged for citizenship review, what does that process look like for a county registrar's office?
Just as Christina mentioned, a letter is generated, and they're given the due process to respond to that letter.
And just a ballpark figure, how much staff time is required for something like that?
I would be giving you a wild guess if I was
Give me a wild
specific.
guess.
Given the fact of how serious I take this, I say we probably spent a few days, and this is based upon and we only had 7 people on our list. So we probably spent a couple of days verifying to make sure that, and reaching out to the folks that we knew that could help us determine whether the letters should have even been sent. And in our case, the last run that happened, they were viable candidates.
So they were legal citizens.
They were not.
They were not legal citizens.
No.
So in Austin County, you had 7 identified as not legal to vote. And how much staff hours did it take for you to identify those people and notify them?
Again, a couple of days.
Days.
Yeah.
2 days?
Yeah, probably so. By the time we did all the research.
2 days for 7 people.
Right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am, so much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Monica Foster of Texas Assessor Collectors Association. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, how are you?
We're doing awesome. We show you registered as Monica Foster, and you're representing Texas Assessor Collectors Association, and you are here to testify on the item.
If you have any questions from what
Members, yes,
she-
Ms. Plessa.
Thank you so much. So what safeguards are most important to prevent naturalized citizens from being wrongly flagged based on outdated government data?
I don't personally do the transactions, my staff does, and that's kind of why we had Kim here. I'm backup for anything legislative.
Okay, well then you can answer my next question. Would a statewide protocol distinguishing state status records from reliable current citizenship evidence help county registrars?
Yes and no, based on kind of what Kim said. In every county, like I trust my staff, but you have counties that may or may not have employees that are there for the right reasons, and Secretary of State and I think governmental offices should have that power as opposed to letting it down to the lower levels. I mean, not that I don't trust my staff or I wouldn't trust anyone else. I trust them fully. But we've seen, I don't know how to explain it. I just think upper government, like, need to have the access to SAVE, access to DPS, that we should not have that access at the lower levels. We need to rely on them.
What is a lower level?
I'm talking county-wise, like everyone has employees, and so you have substations, some have substations, some do not. I have one office, I trust my employees fully, but there are people out there that can abuse the system. If you have.
And we're allowing those people to work our elections?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the data, the information we get from Secretary of State and DPS that validate the things for our offices. Like, we don't have access to those databases.
I guess that's my question, though, and I think that's what I asked before, is that if you had access to, like, let's say the DPS database, which we're hoping is probably the most correct, right? Don't you think that that would make the process more efficient and would actually take less than 2 days to identify 7 people and notify them?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Members, any other questions?
Chairman,
That-
just real quick.
Ms.
clarify.
Morales-Shaw?
So I think your concern was privacy, right? And the
Yes.
misuse of data.
Very much so,
PII.
because anybody, you have your driver's license, you have your social security, you have, it could be the birth certificate that we're asking for, or their marriage license, depending on what legislation gets passed next session. And I would hate, even servers, we would have to have better
Sure.
security on our servers, because we're on the county servers, so we would have to have a specific server for just Secretary of State information, because I would hate for that information to get out.
Right. And
Mine
we're-
personally,
And we're having a whole conversation on PII today, right? So,
I'm sorry, this is my first time too.
You're doing great.
Thank
Members,
you.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am, so much.
Thank y'all.
Chair calls David Becker with the Center for Election Innovation and Research. Hello, sir. We show you registered as David Becker. You're representing the Center for Election Innovation and Research, and you are testifying on the item. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thanks for being here. You may proceed.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm David Becker. I work for the Center for Election Innovation and Research. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit that works with election officials all over the country. I've been working in elections for almost 30 years now, including working for a period of time as a voting section attorney with the United States Department of Justice during the Clinton and W. Bush administrations. Claims about possible non-citizens registering to vote or even casting a ballot have received a great deal of attention in recent years. Some of these claims are rooted in legitimate concerns, while others overstate the issue. The evidence strongly indicates that the number of non-citizens currently on the voter registration list in any state is very small. Since 2002, under the Federal Help America Vote Act, every state requires prospective voters to provide ID when registering to vote. For the vast majority of Americans, this is a driver's license number, which can then be used to check their records against the data that motor vehicles agencies have on hand, including proof of citizenship and legal status. Across America, including here in Texas, state and local election officials have done an excellent job using the information available to them, including motor vehicles records, to prevent non-citizens from appearing on the rolls. We found that claims about large numbers of non-citizens on voter registration lists often arise from misunderstandings or mischaracterizations of complicated data. These claims are revised down significantly after scrutiny by election officials using proper data sources. And in the very rare cases where officials do find non-citizens on the voter rolls, those registrations are usually unintentional, resulting from an error by the voter or the state. States have the tools they need, and they're making good use of them. Nationally, the federal government's numbers reinforce this story. According to a spokesperson for the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, as of April 2026, over 60 million voter registration records had been checked against the agency's SAVE tool. The agency confirmed that more than 99.97% of the records that they looked at were documented verified citizens. This means that only 0.03% of those records were flagged as belonging to possible non-citizens. As I'll discuss later, the known errors in the SAVE data mean that number is likely an overestimate. Across the country, states including Texas do an excellent job of maintaining the integrity of their lists. But that said, it's entirely appropriate for states to use the tools and information available to them under state law to prevent even a small number of non-citizens from appearing on voter registration lists. In my decades working with election officials, I can assure you all of them, regardless of party and in every state, want a system where every eligible voter can register to vote, and only eligible voters are registered to vote. The key to achieving this goal is the quality of the data available to election officials as they perform the routine but critical tasks of list maintenance. States have demonstrated the most effective approach is better integration of a state's existing data, especially between a state's motor vehicle agency and election offices. In every state, nearly everyone who obtains a driver's license is provided documentation regarding citizenship status. State agencies store that data, which tends to be more accurate and up-to-date for election administration purposes than most other data sources, and that includes federal data sources. States like Georgia have demonstrated how effective integration of existing state data can be for keeping rolls clean. When CEIR collaborated with Georgia state officials to evaluate the efficacy of their voter registration and list maintenance procedures, we found that nearly 97% of all voter registration records in the state contained both a driver's license number and a social security number, with nearly all of the remaining 3% possessing one or the other. Because of this, Georgia is able to match records with a high degree of confidence as they ensure their voter registration lists remain up-to-date and accurate. And as a result, the state's active voter registration rate, a measure of the number of confirmed eligible voters with confirmed accurate voter records, has remained in excess of 90% for each of the last 3 federal elections. Nationally, efforts like those we've seen in Georgia and many other states have paid dividends, leading to more accurate voter lists that reflect the eligible voter population. My team at CEIR has spent the last year tracking, documenting, and analyzing public claims in all 50 states and D.C. alleging instances of non-citizens registering to vote, in some cases going back over a decade. We examined broad assertions, official reports, litigation records, investigative journalism, and public statements by election officials. Our analysis, some already published with more coming soon, reveals a consistent pattern. When initial claims of numbers of non-citizens registering or voting are properly investigated by election officials using the best available data, including data held by state motor vehicles agencies, those numbers decline significantly. We've seen this pattern repeated across states. Registration records are sometimes flagged for review by the federal government based on outdated, incomplete, or improperly matched data, incorrectly identifying eligible citizens as possible non-citizens. Even though the initial flags receive the most attention when election officials check these records against better state-level data, usually from the motor vehicle agency, or ask voters to reconfirm their status, the number of flagged records with unconfirmed citizenship drops precipitously. As an example, in October 2024, Iowa state officials announced they had identified 2,176 registration records that potentially belonged to non-citizens. This initial number, which received a lot of attention at the time, equated to roughly 1/10% of active voters in Iowa. But by March 2025, after the state investigated those records, it revised that number down to just 277, or roughly 1% of active registered voters. These records are then referred for further investigation by law enforcement. As reported by NPR and VoteBeat, here in Texas and counties across the state, errors became quickly apparent among the records flagged by the federal SAVE tool. These included hundreds of individuals who had already shown proof of citizenship when registering at DPS, others who had subsequently confirmed their citizenship in response to county notices, and others who had correctly identified themselves as non-citizens on official forms but were mistakenly registered anyway. As one example, in October 2025, officials in Denton County received a list from the Secretary of State's Office of 84 records flagged through the federal SAVE tool for further review. County officials sent mail notices to each of the 84 flagged individuals to independently confirm citizenship. Within 2 months, 14 of those individuals had responded by providing proof of citizenship. Officials also found that another 14 flagged records belonged to individuals who had correctly identified themselves as non-citizens, only to be mistakenly registered. There was no indication these individuals had attempted to vote, and none of them wanted to be registered. The remaining 56 flag records were canceled after county officials did not receive a response to their mailed notice. However, local reporters identified at least one more citizen amongst those canceled records who had been unable to travel to the county offices within the allotted time and did not want to risk sending sensitive proof of citizenship documents through the mail. Taken together, this suggests that at least 1/3 of the records flagged by the federal SAVE tool in Denton County were in error. The true number may be higher, given that many individuals never responded to the county's notices. An investigative report by ProPublica and the Texas Tribune documented this pattern of errors in federal SAVE data given to county officials across Texas and Missouri, and reviews in other states have identified similar gaps, errors, and other limitations. But to be fair, even the USCIS, they have guidance that the federal SAVE tool itself, it advises its agencies that additional review is always necessary before taking action on any flagged records. But fortunately, as I've said, the states already have the data they need to properly investigate these records. Motor Vehicles Agency's data on citizenship data and legal presence is the most up-to-date and accurate for election administration purposes. If Texas can make even more effective use of DPS data, its election officials can do an even better job of improving and maintaining the accuracy of the voter list. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Chair Busey?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I think you said it twice. Let's say it a third time. States have the tools they need, and they're utilizing them. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're seeing very, very low rates of non-citizen voting, even with all of the scrutiny, and that's largely because the most accurate data is being held in motor vehicles agencies, because that's where people go when they have a life event, when they move, when they come of age, when they change their name, after they become naturalized, those kinds of things. Consistently across the United States, the motor vehicles agency is where they go.
And that agency, that data is an accurate form of registering and utilizing?
Yeah, I think it's the most accurate, I would say. There's always a time lag to some
Sure.
degree when there's anything that's happening, but
So-
I think, yeah.
So like in Texas, we do our online voter registration that we have allowed to be done through that system. You think that's a good, accurate, safe system?
Yeah, I mean, what we found nationwide, I'll say, looking at online voter registration, there's currently well over 40 states that have online voter registration nationally. Online voter registration is one of the most accurate ways because it can often result in a real-time or very close to real-time check of the data that's sent through the portal with the motor vehicles agency data.
So if people are here and they want to have accurate rolls and accurate data, online voter registration is probably the best tool we have right now to get.
Yeah,
that
it's
accurate.
absolutely one of the best. I mean, and we see it. It's one of the reasons we've seen it consistently across red states and blue states.
Absolutely. Let me ask you, why, when I'm scrolling X online, I hear so much about non-citizens voting all the time? Where's that coming from? Because that doesn't seem to match the data you're talking about.
I mean, yeah, this is, we've been dealing with a lot of disinformation in a variety of ways. It's across the political spectrum. I don't want to particularly say one way or the other, but here in Texas and nationwide, our elections are as accessible and secure as they've ever been. And there are a lot of interests who want us to believe otherwise, including at times foreign interests that are trying to get us to distrust our own election system.
So it's probably Russian bots that are spreading this, you're saying?
I mean, we do know for a fact that Russia has been involved in the past decade in trying to get to delegitimize our election system, as have others.
But you would say we maybe have a social media problem, but we don't have a data problem, and we don't have a reality with non-citizens voting as an epidemic in this country.
There's always room to improve, and all credit to the state and local election officials here in Texas and all across the country that are constantly willing to do that. But right now, we're at the peak of our election security and performance, and the proof of that is, despite all of that disinformation, the work of the election officials all over the country has withstood scrutiny like we've never seen over the past decade.
Mr. Chairman, sounds like we're in a good spot. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Plessa?
Thank you so much for being here today. So we've said it a couple of times, I'm going to repeat it. So when we're discussing this issue, it's important to distinguish a small number of potential flags from confirmed instances of non-citizens actually registering to vote or voting, correct?
That's correct. The number of flagged individuals is significantly higher than the number of those who are confirmed to be non-citizens who have registered. That number is not zero. That last number is not zero, and it's I appreciate the efforts of election officials trying to get it as close to zero as possible, but it is significant inflation, yes.
So why does it matter to distinguish a voter record being flagged for further review from a confirmed case of ineligibility?
So in all of these cases, the data is a pointer, right? It doesn't definitively say what someone is. As was discussed in previous testimony, there's a time lag. The data that's in the DPS system is very high quality, but something might have happened since that person had an interaction with DPS that might have changed that data. And so election officials, when they're doing this well, they use it as a pointer. They use it as a flag, and then they further investigate to confirm that information, where possible directly with the voter. That's always the best way to do it.
So I'm just going to ask you directly, a save flag is not proof of non-citizenship.
That's correct, and you don't have to trust me on that. That is what the USCIS and the Department of Homeland Security say.
So would it be misleading to publicly treat all save flag records as confirmed non-citizens?
I'll be honest, I don't know that I recall anyone saying that they are confirmed non-citizens. There might have been some in the federal government. Election officials that I've heard around the country have been fairly consistent to say, the SAVE data sent us this data, they flagged these records, we're sending them out for further review. To directly answer your question, it would be inaccurate to say that any SAVE flag is a confirmation of non-citizenship.
Okay, so I'm just going to go a little bit further into this questioning. So SAVE can be useful as a screening tool, but you're testifying it should not be treated as a final determination of voter eligibility. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say. That's accurate.
And then should Texas make full use of DPS citizenship data before counties are sent lists of voters to investigate?
So where I think it's obviously up to the legislatures as informed by the election officials as to what will work best here in Texas, and it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. But I will say where I've seen it work very well is where states have first taken potentially flagged records. They first looked in their own data to see whether or not there's citizenship data lacking. Thanks to Real ID and other systems in place, better data systems in states, states have consistently found that they already possess documented citizenship proof for the vast majority of their registered voters. And if they can continue to whittle down the potential pool of non-citizens and then use tools available to try to confirm that information. They might be federal tools, they might be direct contact with the voters, et cetera. That can always be helpful. Georgia is a good example. Before Georgia sent their data to the Department of Homeland Security, they actually went to their motor vehicles agency and looked to see how many they could confirm. That number was, I hope I get it right, I think it was about 99% of all of their registered voters had confirmed documented proof of citizenship in their motor vehicle system. And then they took that much smaller amount and partnered with the federal government to try to identify any flags, and that was a very effective way of doing it.
Okay, so my last question is, does that suggest that Texas should conduct a DPS cross-check before sending future citizenship investigations lists to counties?
So all states, their voter registration systems are not created equal. They're all different in many ways, and different systems and different databases are in place. I would trust the election officials of the state of Texas to inform that discussion first, but if possible, where you can get one state agency, perhaps the Secretary of State's office, and another state agency, maybe DPS, working together in a secure data review to whittle down the potential number of possible non-citizens, that could be a very effective way to proceed.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
You bet. Members, any other questions, Ms. Isaac?
Yes, thank you for being here. I keep hearing language of like very low and we're getting the job done and we're in a good spot. But I mean, do you believe we could be more secure, and do you think would be a good thing?
So look, I think election officials all over the country and the state legislatures that are considering ways to further secure their systems based on real data, based on real analysis of their systems, and is certainly informed by election officials. That's always a good thing. There's never a finish line in elections. If you talk to the many election officials here in Texas and around the country, they're constantly trying to improve. So there's absolutely nothing wrong in saying we have a relatively small number, maybe an even very small number of non-citizens on the voter lists, and we're going to do what we can to try to get that number down to zero. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I mean, election officials will tell you, regardless of whether they're Democrats or Republicans, they only want eligible people on their list and they want accurate information. The question is, how can you do it to maximize the ability to remove ineligible voters that might be on the list, while at the same time minimizing the possibility that eligible voters might accidentally be caught up into that process? And that is a really, that gets really into the weeds on how the data sources, et cetera, work.
And so do you think that the hype on social media of one person being on the rolls that shouldn't be is justified, like being upset about that?
I do think there is some issue because we have very, very secure elections, and those kinds of claims are often done in such a way to delegitimize our elections and the election outcomes overall. And they have led to election officials all over the country, and including here in Texas, being abused, threatened, and harassed for many, many years now, even though they serve as incredibly diligent public servants. We work very closely with them. And so I think there is a way to raise legitimate concerns about ways to improve the system for sure, such as the discussion you're all leading here today, but without doing it in such a way as to further delegitimize the system that we all rely upon to establish who governs us.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Byron Fisher with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Byron Fisher. You're representing the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and you are testifying on the item. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Shaheen, Vice Chair Busey, and members of this committee. I'm Byron Fisher, Research Analyst and Chief of Staff of the Election Protection Project with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Elections in America are sacred. As we prepare to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, I am reminded that the ultimate expression of American exceptionalism was when Thomas Jefferson wrote that governments derive their powers from the consent of the governed. Voting is how citizens express consent to be governed, and for most Americans, it is the only direct opportunity to shape the direction of their city, state, and country. This is not some abstract idea. We vote because we are citizens of the United States of America and of the state of Texas. Any non-citizen vote dilutes the lawful vote of an American citizen. A non-citizen vote is a violation of American sovereignty and the sovereignty of the state of Texas. That's why the legislature should take all preventative steps to secure our elections and ensure that only citizens are casting ballots. None of this should be controversial. Federal law and the Texas Constitution already restrict voting to American citizens only, but loopholes in our laws governing voter registration create an opportunity for non-citizens to register and cast a ballot. For example, in 1993, Congress passed the National Voter Registration Act, the NVRA, or Motor Voter, which governs how states systematically purge their voter rolls. The NVRA requires that states accept and use the federal voter registration form that's promulgated by the Election Assistance Commission. Under the NVRA, states can remove voters who have died, who commit felonies or move, or who are not eligible to vote to begin with, such as non-citizens. In 2004, Arizona voters overwhelmingly adopted Proposition 200, which required documentary proof of citizenship for voter registration. The state of Arizona was sued, and in 2013, in the case Arizona versus Intertribal Council, the United States Supreme Court ruled that states could not change their voter registration form because of the NVRA's requirement. The court also made clear that Arizona could request that the Election Assistance Commission approve changes to its voter registration form. Since then, there's been a major grassroots push to enact laws that require verification of citizenship before a name is placed on the voter rolls. It's worth noting that the Help America Vote Act of 2002 requires that voters provide their driver's license numbers or their last 4 digits of the Social Security number to register to vote. And if they don't have either number, the state is required to provide the applicant a unique identifying number and register them anyway. Yet another loophole. So what can be done at the state level to protect our voter rolls and ensure that non-citizens are not permitted to vote? First, Texas can pass its own documentary proof of citizenship law. Mississippi and Florida have both passed their own versions of the Save America Act during their most recent legislative sessions. And I would note that even Mexico requires proof of citizenship for voter registration. The state can request that the EAC allow them to make this change, and if the EAC refuses, they can sue the EAC in the federal court system. Texas should ask the federal courts to revisit this issue. Second, Texas can bifurcate its voter rolls. In Arizona, in response to the intertribal decision, the state created 2 separate voter rolls. One, a federal-only voter roll, where a voter can vote only in federal elections and does not have to present documentary proof of citizenship. And another voter roll where the voter has to present documentary proof of citizenship and can vote in federal and state elections. There are over 40,000 voters in Arizona who did not or could not present documentary proof of citizenship and are on the only federal voter roll. Doing this would provide the Secretary of State and election offices the tools that they need to identify non-citizens and ensure that they are not voting in Texas elections. Finally, Texas can require documentary proof of citizenship for voters who do not have a driver's license or a social security number and who need the unique identifying number. When referencing the unique identifying numbers that voters must provide to register, Section 303 of the Help America Vote Act says that, quote, "The state shall determine whether the information provided by an individual is sufficient to meet the requirements of this subparagraph in accordance with state law." While no state has fully tested this provision in federal court, the statute is clear and provides Texas with a potential avenue to strengthen its citizenship verification requirements. In 2024, Texas removed over 6,500 non-citizens from the voter rolls. Last October, the Secretary of State announced over 2,700 additional non-citizens that had been flagged for investigation. Texas voters deserve to have the confidence that their elections are secure, legitimate, and decided only by eligible citizens. The integrity of the ballot box depends on it. Whether their preferred candidates win or lose, the voters of Texas deserve nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you very much. That was helpful.
Thank you.
Chair calls David Stein with TRCCA. Hello, sir. I show you registered as David Stein, and you're representing the Texas Republican County Chairs Association, and you are testifying on the item.
Yes, sir. You're
All
correct.
right. Well, thanks for being here and welcome. You may proceed.
You bet, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you all for being here. You know, this is an important subject, and as a county chair, whether it's a constituent calling me on the phone, whether it's somebody visiting with me in person, or if it's something that I hear on social media, I'm responsible to respond to that individual and give them some kind of an answer. I'm the last person that is a conspiracy theorist and chase fantasies. I'm probably too old for that now. But the point of the matter is when it comes to elections, what's good enough? You know, good is the enemy of great. Yes, we have a very good system, and maybe we have it better than most do. I wasn't born here in Texas. I've been here since 1994, and I came here as quick as I could. But I've got friends that I've grown up with that wish that they could do the things in their areas that we do here. So I commend us for what we do. But do I want an airplane that's just good enough to fly in? Do I want a car that's just safe enough to be able to drive in? I'm a trust but verify type of an individual. So anything that you can give me information-wise, and if there's a bunch of crazy people out there who have their own opinions, then let's give them the proper information. I heard an older gentleman say one time, a long time ago, that a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. You can tell me it's good enough. That may be good for you. I want a little more proof. I want a little bit more verification. And so it's incumbent upon this governing body to make sure that what we do is not just good enough, but it's the very best that we can do. How do we get there? I'm sure there's a ton of different ideas out there with people a lot smarter than I am. But when you talk about data, heck, I just applied for a new investment. For the first time in my life, I've never heard that my birth date is different than what it actually is. You can have incorrect data that is in a system because it is put in there by human beings. And so if we have to double check, if we have to triple check, just to make sure that it is accurate, whether it's 7 votes, I mean, honestly, if it takes 2 days to clear up 7 people, I'd rather do that. I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'd rather be able to go to my constituents and say, this is rock solid. We have no problems. I have 100% complete confidence. Yes, we're always going to have people that are the naysayers. They're going to be out there. But for the average, common, ordinary citizen like me, I'm a small business owner. I just want to know that you have done everything you can to give me trust in the process and to keep doing that. It's like the old story about a marriage, right? The husband that told his wife, and wife says, "You don't tell me I love you anymore." He says, "Well, did I tell you I loved you 40 years ago when we got married?" She said, "Yes." He says, "Well, if I change my mind, I'll let you know." You know,
I think
sometimes
you just
we
lost
need
some
a-
points there.
Yeah, sorry. We need the verification. So that just, short and sweet.
Yeah, no, we probably always need to do a better job communicating. Thank you, sir, very much. Members, any questions? Yes, Ms. Pleasure.
You brought up a comment about 2 days and it doesn't matter. Do you consider yourself a fiscal conservative?
Yes.
What if those 2 days cost $10 million? Are you still for it?
Well, I don't know what that number would be. I know
I'm
it-
asking you,
No, not 10 million. That's not a
what
good
if it
business
was
decision.
5 million?
No.
So does cost carry any weight as to accuracy?
Sure it does. But when you're talking about labor hours, that's an unrealistic number. So for me to even answer the question about millions of dollars, when you're talking about people who work as clerks in offices, people work as managers in offices, their salary ranges don't come close to millions and millions of dollars. So I
Okay,
don't
let's
think
say-
the question is
But there's a cost
reasonable.
associated to that, right? There's a cost associated to checking up. There's a cost associated, and there's a return on investment. And when we say those things, we have to understand that there's a cost to that.
Mhm.
Do you agree?
I do. I think that our secure elections are a cost worth investing in,
No matter the cost.
within reason.
Thank you so much.
Members, Ms. Isaac?
Do you believe we have a sovereign nation without secure elections?
I don't.
Do you think that's worth a lot to have a sovereign nation?
I think it's worth fighting for.
I do too.
I just think to the point again.
Thank you.
At what point? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Thank you, sir, very
Yes, sir.
much for
Thank
being
you.
here. Chair calls Trey Grayson with the League of Conservative Elections Professionals. And I forgot to mention on the last witness, so we're starting the process of timing everybody. If you can keep your comments to 3 minutes. The green light's on, you're good to go. If the yellow light, when the yellow light goes on, if you can start working on wrapping up, and then the red light is, we need to stop so we can accommodate everybody else. Thank you, sir. I show you registered as Trey Grayson, and you're representing the League of Conservative Elections Professionals, and you're testifying on the item.
Correct.
All right, well, thanks for being here, and welcome.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Trey Grayson. I am I was elected to 2 terms as Kentucky Secretary of State. During my time in office, I served as president of the National Association of Secretary of States and the chair of the Republican Association of Secretary of States. Currently, I'm an attorney in the Florence, Kentucky office of the law firm FBT Gibbons, which also has offices in Dallas and in Houston. And perhaps most importantly, I shared this with the chairman before the committee meeting, my mom and dad, my sister, my 2 nieces reside in Collin County, and they might even be constituents and live and prosper in Collin County. So since leaving office, I've been still very involved in election administration issues, including work with the League of Conservative Election Professionals. And today I wanted to talk briefly about how some other states are handling the citizenship issue. As you've heard, there's generally broad agreement on the fact that we want to make sure that only citizens vote. There are a few local school board elections in a few parts of the country that that deviate from that. But the question is, how do you do this in an accurate way that's efficient, that builds trust, and passes a cost-benefit test? So a few states offer some useful lessons, and I'll talk a little bit about them. So first, in Georgia, you've heard about Georgia. Georgia offers a front-end data-driven approach to this process. It's called front-end because no voter is actually added to the voter registration rolls officially until their citizenship status is confirmed. But Georgia does this by leveraging the information that it already possesses in its driver's licensing system. They have about a 97% real ID compliance rate, and most folks, when they're confirming their identity, are actually confirming their citizenship status as well. And they do that to narrow the number of folks who need further review. They have a secure, integrated connection between their DMV database and their voter registration database, so this matching process is really seamless. Then, once that pool of voters is shrunk, then they go match to the federal SAVE platform to confirm citizenship. So they have a smaller, more confident list, and then they would follow up directly with the voters at that point. So by minimizing the amount of, by doing all this on the front end with the state level, they're also minimizing the amount of data that is shared with the federal government, which is something that most people would say, I don't want my stuff going to the feds unless I don't have to, if I can help it. Finally, Georgia also regularly performs audits. This provides further reassurance to Georgia voters that they can have confidence in their elections and catches those that have fallen through the cracks or folks who've been registered for a long time before going through this process. So the key lesson from Georgia, start with high quality state data, integrate your state databases, and limit federal matching just to reduce the number of errors or false positives. This process reduces the burden on voters, and it reduces the burden on election administrators. Second, Kentucky, my own state. We just passed a law that has a more back-end approach. It's a little bit more cautious. It's actually narrower than what you all have been doing. Kentucky has a low real ID adoption rate, so it doesn't possess as much information of citizenship status of voters. So our new law,
You can wrap up.
okay, so our new law basically says we're going to look at we're going to look for confirmed non-citizens. And then the last thing I would say is we heard about Arizona. Having a bifurcated system is kind of confusing for voters and tough on election administrators, and I would try to avoid that.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir, very much for being
Thanks.
here. Chair calls Emily French with Common Cause Texas. She's here. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Emily French, and you're here representing Common Cause Texas, and you're here to testify on the item. Is that correct?
That's right, and I promise I tried to find something original to say.
All right, that's awesome. You may proceed.
All right. Good morning, and thank y'all for having me, and I really appreciate having public testimony at the interim hearing. That's really nice. Thank y'all. Texas, as you've heard, currently runs weekly voter checks with citizenship information from DPS, as well as cross-checking jury summons and voter challenges and any other information that a voter registrar receives. These checks have kept our voter rolls clean. About 19.8 million Texans are U.S. citizens of voting age. As of June 2025, about 12.4 million U.S. citizens who live in Texas did not have a passport. About 5.9 million women in Texas are married or widowed, and about 4.7 million of those women took their husband's last name, present company me included, so they will not have a birth certificate with their name on it. You've heard me say all of this before. I do not think Texans should have to prove their citizenship before they register to vote. I do know many members of this committee disagree. If you decide to pass a proof of citizenship law, please consider including funding and infrastructure to help every Texan get a low or no-cost passport. And consider letting that law take effect after the amount of time, maybe like a Real ID implementation that would allow folks to move through that system and get that kind of documentation. Please consider outreach to rural communities and assistance for rural voters in getting and presenting the correct documents. Please consider massive funding for our voter registration and voter roll maintenance systems. As we've talked about today, those things are expensive. Please consider staffing up county elections offices, as Ms. Wren with the tax assessor collectors noted, so that they can handle the influx that such a law will cost, and making their offices available so that people can actually line up in an elections office and having those systems in place. And if all of that sounds like too much time, money, and effort, please consider working with the SOS and Texas counties to improve our current citizenship checks instead of imposing new ones. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here. Chair calls Andrew Hendrickson with ACLU of Texas. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Andrew Hendrickson. You're representing the ACLU of Texas, and you're here testifying on the item.
That's correct.
Well, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I just want to emphasize a point made by Ms. Atkins earlier that citizens non-citizens being registered to vote does not equal non-citizens voting. Most of them, as we know, are based on an error. The NVRA requires the form to be given to you in a packet of forms that you get when you get a driver's license as a legal permanent resident. Folks think they have to fill these things out. They fill them out, they send them back. Doesn't mean they actually go to the polls and vote. And so if we're actually talking about fraud that would impact the outcome of an election, just looking at the registration number is an inaccurate barometer. Speaking of inaccuracies, I think we know that inaccurate data has led to problems with purges on the voter rolls. We don't have to look too far back in our history to realize that even DPS data was used to scrub nearly 100,000 eligible voters from the rolls back in 2020, 2019, when David Whitley was the Secretary of State, due to the time lag. That time lag exists because we have nearly 80,000 to 100,000 citizens, non-citizens, become naturalized in Texas every year. We have a huge number, perhaps the largest in the country, and most years the largest in the country, of people who become citizens. They're not required to immediately then go to DPS and update their driver's license status. They certainly don't get updated immediately in the SAVE system. When North Carolina was sued over their use of the SAVE system to purge voter rolls, they found that the Fourth Circuit found that 75% of the records flagged as non-citizens by SAVE were inaccurate. That's 3 out of 4. Just to look at SB 16 for a second, it didn't actually include any guidance on what to do when you had conflicting records in databases. It didn't say one over the other. So you might have citizen in the DPS database, non-citizen in the SAVE database. What are we supposed to do about that situation? Last couple of things I'll just go through quickly. I don't have a birth certificate. I have a certificate of vital record from New Jersey, which is a corrective document for when you're accidentally not issued a birth certificate. Pretty sure that if I presented that to the Hayes County clerk, since mine is from New Jersey, I married into being a Texan. Since mine is from New Jersey, this corrective document from New Jersey would not be something that they would recognize, and it was not issued on my birthday. So I don't know that they would recognize that as a birth certificate, meaning that as an eligible citizen, I wouldn't necessarily be allowed to vote. We have created a great burden for our elections administrators, as we heard. And then just to speak to the technology piece a little that Representative Plessa brought up, I think there's 2 answers. We've heard about OVR, which we are down to now really 4 states. We're one of 4 states that doesn't have it. You see that number as 1 in 7 sometimes, but 2 of those states have same-day registration, meaning you can vote and register at the same time, so registration is not a barrier, and 1 doesn't require registration at all. And AVR would be the second option, which would be that when an agency collects enough information about you to register you to vote, rather than you being given a form to fill out and send in yourself, they would just transmit it over immediately. If that were to happen, we would have all sorts of records where citizenship was verified and then transferred directly from the agency to the voter registrar. And 24 states in the District of Columbia do that. So it's not impossible. It's very, very achievable.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Veronica Worms with the Texas Civil Rights Project. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
I show you registered as Veronica Worms. You're representing the Texas Civil Rights Project, and you're testifying on the item.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct? Okay, thanks. Welcome. You may proceed.
Sure. So the Texas Civil Rights Project supports ensuring that all eligible Texas voters are able to participate in our democracy. That includes ensuring that our voter rolls are accurate and include everybody that has the right to vote. We would discourage this committee from adopting legislation similar to the Save America Act or SB 16 from last session, since neither of those initiatives would actually further that goal. There are 3 reasons why this committee should concentrate on proactive legislation and adding to county resources instead of copycat legislation to the SAVE Act or SB 16. First, non-citizen voting is vanishingly rare, and all these laws do is make it harder for eligible Texas citizens to vote, which is counterproductive. A study conducted by Vote Writers found that 1.3 million Texas voting-age citizens would have difficulty showing the documents required in these Show Me Your Papers bills. Moreover, the data shows that voters of color are more likely to be impacted than white voters, voters with disabilities more than able-bodied voters, rural voters more than urban voters, and Republicans more than Democrats by such legislation. Plus, there are already existing checks in place to confirm that only eligible voters vote, as Ms. Atkins outlined. Second, it's going to be massively expensive, and those funds would be better put towards systems that actually help ensure that our voter rolls are accurate. The fiscal impact of SB 16 was found to be at least $1,051,587 over the 2026 to 2027 biennium, and over $270,000 every single year thereafter. This money would be better spent implementing online voter registration to ensure that our voter rolls are accurate and reduce both the administrative burden and the chance for error while transferring voter data on paper to digital voter records. Finally, initiating this kind of system is going to be a nightmare for election officials to administer, and that's going to hinder the committee's other priority of making our election administration smoother for our public servants. SB 16 proposed splitting our federal and state elections as part of its framework. So please imagine having two different lines, two different ID systems, two different check-in procedures and verification systems for every single election in Texas. Just that aspect is going to be a nightmare to administer and only add to our election officials' load. We recommend allocating more funding to make it easier for eligible Texans to vote instead of adding to our election workers' plates by creating a system that just isn't serving Texans. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair calls Cecilia Flores with the Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas. Welcome, ma'am. Thanks for being here. I show you registered as Cecilia Flores, and you're registering. You're representing the Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas, and you're neutral on the bill or on the item.
That's correct.
All right. Well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you on behalf of the Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas, one of the 3 federally recognized tribes in Texas, for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding voting issues before the House Committee on Elections. I appreciate the committee's work in studying matters related to election integrity. My testimony addresses the interim charge concerning proof of citizenship when registering to vote. The Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas supports efforts to preserve the integrity of our state elections. Confidence in our democratic system is essential to the legitimacy of governance. At the same time, it is equally essential that policies designed to protect election integrity do not unintentionally restrict lawful voters, particularly those in tribal and rural communities. The types of valid documents for proof of citizenship listed in legislation that was considered by this committee last session were a U.S. passport, birth certificate, citizenship paperwork, an ID from a federal immigration agency, or a U.S. State Department certificate or report of birth abroad. The list did not include tribal ID cards issued by federally recognized tribes. Many of our tribal members are only eligible for 2 of these, a passport and a birth certificate, and obtaining these documents can be a significant challenge due to our location in rural East Texas, where reliable Wi-Fi and other IT services may not be available. We have concerns that many of our members will not meet the voter registration requirements in the previous legislation considered. Tribal IDs are federal government verified, issue documents that confirm membership or enrollment in a federally recognized tribe. Tribal IDs are already recognized as proof of citizenship for Medicare benefits, employment eligibility verification, and is valid to prove identification and citizenship at federal buildings, including banks and airports. Our central concern is not opposition to election integrity. It is ensuring that measures adopted in this name do not create disproportionate procedural burdens on sovereign tribal communities and rural Texans. We respectfully request that this committee recognize the rural geography matters Administrative burdens will fall unevenly. Database systems may be imperfect. Small communities could be harmed, and equal access may exist. We urge the committee to incorporate safeguards into any recommendations to ensure that lawful, federally recognized tribal citizens are not unintentionally excluded from participating in the democratic voting process. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Christine Wellborn with Advanced Integrity, or Advancing Integrity. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Christine Wellborn. You're representing Advancing Integrity, and you're testifying on the item.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Well, welcome. You may
Yes.
proceed.
Thank you. So I am Christine Wellborn, and I'm the president of Advancing Integrity, and we are a nonprofit that's been doing election integrity. I've been involved in election integrity since 2015. So I actually had some things I was going to say today, but I kind of threw that out after some notes I've taken, what I've listened to so far. And I would like to point out how much my vote is worth to me. My vote is worth $10 million, $5 million. Having someone who is a foreign national voting that could cancel out my vote, that is worth a lot of money to me. That is worth what we would need to spend on our elections. And also, I would say that our state spends a lot of money on things that are not core functions of government. Our elections are a core function of government. Is one of the main things that our government is responsible for is administering elections. So whatever money that we need to spend in order to ensure that we have accurate elections is what we should spend. I do agree that we do need more support in counties. We need more support from the state in ensuring that we have accurate elections. I would also say that we do need to make sure we're talking about a lot of people who are being mistakenly registered, who are, registered and they're not citizens and that they shouldn't be registered. Those people could be victimized by ballot harvesters. We need to make sure those things are not happening. We need to look at protecting people from being registered to vote when they shouldn't be registered to vote, someone knowing that they won't vote and then voting under their name. So that's something I think people need to consider as well, is that is a risk that could happen when you have people who are being registered to vote without their knowledge, which is why it's so important that people are registering in person and not online, respectfully, but they are voting they're registering in person so that another person physically sees that person and make sure that that is what they're wanting to do, that they are wanting to register to vote. We all have a right to register to vote if you're an eligible citizen, but you also have a right to not register to vote if you choose not to. So you don't have to vote if you don't want to, but we do want to make sure that everyone who is eligible to vote is able to vote. But we have to have those safeguards in place to make sure we don't have foreign nationals voting in our elections. I think it's important that we have the front end defense, which is people having to show that they're a citizen before they're put on the voter registration rolls, but I also think that we need the back end defense, which would be something on our driver's license that would indicate if someone is not a citizen and therefore ineligible to vote. I think that is important as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Ms. Plesha?
Sure.
Thank you so much for your testimony, because I as well agree that the person who has the right to vote, a legal citizen in this country who has the right to vote, their vote is priceless. Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct.
So let's go down that line of questioning real quick.
Sure.
If an eligible voter is wrongly canceled, what do you think the state of Texas should do? Do you think that we should have immediate reinstatement of their voter being able to vote?
If they were removed ineligible, yes, which is what we have now, is that if someone is found to be, they were removed improperly, that they are reinstated immediately.
Immediate reinstatement, uniform reinstatement procedures across the board. We do not have that right now. Do you agree that we should have that right now?
Are you talking about people being reinstated if they were removed on an eligibility? I believe that that Christina Atkins just testified that if someone is removed based on eligibility, that they are reinstated immediately.
And it could take.
Is that what you're asking me?
And it could take 24 hours. It could take a week. It could take 2 weeks. right?
Well, that they would be registered to vote again in time for them to cast a ballot, correct?
So you agree that it should be immediate? That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
And then, obviously, because we're very concerned with legal citizens having the right to a ballot box, that is the most important sovereignty issue in our state, correct?
Yes.
So do you agree that we should have, if someone's a legal resident in the United States, same-day voting registration?
I do not.
You don't think that's a hindrance to the sovereignty of an eligible voter to vote, if they're eligible to vote?
We do not have the ability right now. We do not have the ability to ensure that someone is eligible to vote right there in the polling location and at the same day. That's the issue. The issue is being able to make sure that they are eligible, and we are not capable of doing that right now.
So do you think we should put more money into that then, to be able to do that?
If we had the ability to ensure that someone was 100% eligible to vote immediately, we could do that.
And you would be okay with the state of Texas appropriating, let's just say, $10 million to doing that? Because the number one goal of government is to make sure that we have sovereignty, right to the ballot box.
I would
correct?
have to know that that system was secure.
It's a yes or no question. At any cost.
If it's a secure system, is that what you're saying? It's a secure system.
Well, we're legislating under the pretense that all of our systems are secure, right? We're in this room and we're saying that the system's secure. We're saying that the SAVE protocol is secure. We're saying that the DPS records are secure and accurate. So that's what I'm asking. You're trying to caveat the question, and I'm asking you, at any cost, making sure that people who are eligible to vote in Texas have access, easy, efficient access to the ballot box.
If it is secure.
Okay, thank you. That's enough, thank you.
Okay.
Members, any other questions? Thank you. Thank you for being here. Chair calls Sandra Parker, representing herself. Miss Sandra Parker. We got worried you left.
Big pardon?
So we got worried that you left.
Well,
Ma'am, I show you registered as Sandra Parker, and you're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the item. Is that correct?
correct.
All right. Well, thanks for being here. You may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for inviting the public to testify today. My name is Sandra Parker. I'm an attorney here in Texas, practicing law for many years. And with respect to the topic at hand, I love what Byron Fisher said with TPPF. But one thing I want to point out that I don't think has been pointed out as we listen to these discussions is that we have had an influx of, the number has been disputed, but millions and millions and millions of illegals coming over our border in the past several years that the Biden administration allowed in. When you consider that, to me, that is the thing that we need to be looking at, because, we're talking about, we already have these systems, we check things and all that, but there are millions of people here who could be now pushing on our system to try to get registered. I like the front end of checking someone's eligibility to vote, checking their citizenship status when they register. Because I believe that someone said earlier, and I know this to be true, is that our form, when you fill out your form to register to vote, it's the honor system. Yep, I'm a citizen. Check it off. We should be requiring documentary proof of citizenship when people register to vote. This is something that I think we as citizens of this country deserve to have and would ask that our state provide.
Other states are doing it, and Texas should be right in there as secure as possible with documentary proof of citizenship. Another thing that I would suggest also is that we make our counties responsible for the voter rolls as opposed to the state being responsible. The counties can provide their information to the state, but the counties are the ones that are the closest to the citizens, and they should be the ones ultimately responsible for the records. On my paperwork that I've given you, I've got several points. One of the things I was going to point out I'll just say I have more points in my paperwork that I'll let you read later.
Okay, thank you for providing
you.
that. Members, any
Absolutely.
questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming
Thank
up
you.
today. Chair calls Jenny Limcher, representing herself.
Chair, do you have the rules of the committee? Are we allowed to have a point of information that's substantially, okay.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I show you registered as Jenny Limcher, and you're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the item.
Yes.
Is that
I am.
accurate? Okay, well, welcome. You may proceed.
Yes, and I was wanting to address the issue of voting, the integrity of the voting procedure, not necessarily citizenship, which is part of this interim charge.
Okay.
Okay, so Chairman and members of this committee, my name is Jenny Lemcher from Harris County, Texas. I am testifying in my personal capacity as a citizen, but work with citizens like me nationwide who are concerned about the integrity of the voter rolls used in our elections. In Bexar County, during the March 3rd primary, an early voting poll pad export file downloaded after hours on February 18th contained 4,110 records with VUID numbers, with the voter unique identification numbers, having decimals, not whole numbers. But by the next download, election records with decimals had been replaced with integers, raising huge questions as to what is happening behind the scenes with our precious votes. I have given you the reports that I'm addressing right now, and I've given them to the clerk so y'all can see the full reports on this issue. Independent analysts of the compromised file and subsequent files identified recurring numerical spacing patterns, mathematically regular intervals, and proportional relationships with these that did not resemble natural human activity. The investigators argued that no human manually typed these records. Thousands of entries reportedly appeared within a short time frame while simultaneously following coordinated mathematical relationships across voter IDs, addresses, precincts, and names. The question records contained fractional voter ID values, even though Texas voter IDs are expected to be whole numbers. Their report further claimed these IDs formed evenly spaced mathematical sequences across thousands of records. After it was discovered that the original publicly accessible export file differed from later replacement files, they compared timestamps, metadata, and file structures and stated that question records later disappeared from subsequent versions. The investigators argued that records appeared intentionally designed for later removal. According to the analysis, the synthetic IDs were inserted into an otherwise unused region of the statewide voter ID space, creating what they described as a hidden deletion key. They concluded the process could only have occurred after polls closed because the software required a completed voter list in order to sort names alphabetically, calculate spacing relationships, and generate the question entries. The situation in Bexar County, Texas deserves serious independent investigation because specific documented irregularities were reportedly found inside actual election check-in records during the March 2026 Republican primary. This raises major questions about the security of the election process. Non-human patterns in our voter rolls are concerning, and the manipulation of voter IDs caught by a chance download raises major questions to the security of our elections. Having heard of similar issues in our state, Voter Roll Database, a group of citizens in Harris County, contracted with analysts to review our voter rolls, and that report is in the stack that I gave to you. The same patterns were found in Harris County, and we are concerned about that. We don't know at what point things can change in our county as well, at what point something could be captured. Bexar County Am I done?
Yeah, you're done.
Thank you very much.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Mayor, for being here. Chair calls Luis Figueroa with Every Texan. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Luis Figueroa. I know I'm getting that about 75% of that accurately. And then, but you represent Every Texan, and you're here to testify on the item.
That's correct.
All right. Well, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Luis Figueroa. I'm the Legislative Director for Every Texan, and I'm here on the bill. At Every Texan, we like to start our conversations with data. And so our concerns with the data is on the underlying reason for the documentary proof of citizenship. The data shows, as we've heard from numerous testimony today, that there's very little fraud. But I want to talk about the other side of the equation on this, and that is that Texas has a very low voter turnout. It has been ranked in the bottom 5 for the past few decades. It's usually in the bottom 3. And so if we're trying to address the issues of voter integrity, I would suggest that we address the issues of why we have low voter turnout rather than just addressing the it's very, very tiny instances of non-citizen registered voters, and as Andrew pointed out from the ACLU, that those voters are not actually turning out to vote. They're just on the rolls because of clerical errors or whatever mistakes may have happened. And so when we also look at this, we also like to look at the costs and benefits. So on the voter side of the cost, I wanted to point out that the cost of obtaining the underlying documents can be quite high. The most expensive one is the replacement of the naturalization certificate, which can run as much as $555. Which is the one that is most likely to be needed because of the database, database reliance on our DPS driver's license. The naturalized citizens are the people most likely to be not counted as citizens and are going to need to bring those documents in order to prove up their citizenship. And that's the most expensive document. And on the state costs, we heard this also as well, the cost of bifurcating our voter roll systems, the cost of training, and the cost of new databases in order to have a federal database system and a statewide database system in order to be compliant with the ITCA case from Arizona. These are all just, to me, as we consider the costs and the benefits and the underlying rationale, leads towards a very expensive program that isn't going to really solve a huge problem. And so at the end of the day, we hope you consider all of these costs as you evaluate these provisions, and appreciate the time.
Thank you, sir, for being here. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here.
You got it.
Chair calls Mary Rose Gallagher, representing herself. Is Mary Rose Gallagher here? Chair calls Ann Gallagher, representing herself. Chair calls Lori Gallagher. There's a family here. Lori Gallagher, representing herself.
She's here.
She's here?
Yeah, she must have stepped out.
Okay, we'll try to come back. Wave at us when she comes. Chair calls Joyce LeBombard with the League of Women Voters of Texas. Hello, ma'am.
Hi,
I hope I'm saying your name right. Is it?
it's Le Bombard.
I'm not French.
I'm part French.
I show you registered as Joyce Le Bombard, and you're representing the League of Women Voters of Texas, and you're here to testify on the item.
Yes.
All right,
Thank
well,
you.
welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members, for the opportunity to testify about citizenship and voting. I'm Joyce Le Bombard, testifying on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas. Texas law is already clear. Only United States citizens may register and vote. Under Election Code Section 11.002 and 13.001, citizenship is a basic requirement. Texas also requires every applicant to affirm under penalty and perjury that they are U.S. citizens. Submitting a false voter registration application is a criminal offense under Section 13.007. In addition, the state does not rely on self-attestation alone. County voter registrars are legally required to review applications and determine eligibility, and Texas law mandates ongoing voter roll maintenance. Under Section 16.0332, if a registrar receives credible information that a registered voter may not be a citizen, the registrar must investigate, notify the voter, and require proof of citizenship. If proof is not provided, the registration is canceled. This is an ongoing safeguard already built into Texas law. Importantly, the evidence does not support claims of widespread non-citizen voting. Recent state-level reviews have identified only a handful of potential cases out of millions of ballots cast. So the question before the committee is simple. What problem are we trying to solve? The concern is that adding duplicate or unnecessary new requirements will create administrative confusion and increase the risk that eligible Texas voters are wrongly flagged and burdened by the process. Election integrity and voter access are both strengthened when laws are clear, targeted, and evidence-based. We should not rewrite Texas election law to address a problem the evidence does not show exists. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Lori Gallagher, representing herself. Welcome back. We show you registered as Lori Gallagher, and you're representing yourself, and you're testifying on the item.
Yes,
All right,
correct.
well, thanks.
Thank you.
I love
Thank
your
you.
hat, and you may proceed.
Thank you so much. My name is Lori Gallagher. I live here in Williamson County. I'm a fifth-generation Texan. My two daughters have also signed up to speak, but I think they'll go on another item and come up. It's been interesting to hear this go back and forth. This isn't really my specialty, is non-citizen voter registration, but it seems we're all working from different data sets. And I know I've submitted over 150 Public Information Act requests of election officials' communications, and I know that you can get the exact number of how long each clerk or worker is spending in the team system, whether it's 10 to 14 minutes to process and verify a voter. And so maybe if we could all get the exact same data set and see these systems, the Texas Team Civic System does have an audit log that tells how long it's taking somebody to process a voter through those systems. I wanted to mention that there are actually 4 Association of Counties sent 2 letters to the Texas Secretary of State saying that their EAs, the election administrators, the tax assessor collectors, were having trouble with the team civic system and have been begging the Secretary of State to make improvements. This is a data corruption level problem. There's 2 public letters that have been put out there. This is not a conspiracy theory. And they were begging the Secretary of State to do something and fix this, saying that they're calling and complaining and that they can't rely on the data that the system is providing. So I absolutely believe that we should allocate resources to make sure that we have a system that works properly for all of the counties. But I also want to talk about the people part of this. In Texas, our organizational structure is we have elections by the people. And there's 2 majority political parties that have a constitutional mandate in our county precincts, our election precincts. They're elected officials. And right now, there's no way for them to manage their constituents. So you have the 2 majority party elected precinct chairs that have a voter registration file, and they're going through and reaching out to their neighbors and looking at this. They have that I know of, that the primary system does not reimburse the parties to have their own way to verify and communicate with their neighbors, their constituents, that they are elected to represent and be with. And so just as that's the human layer of it, if I'm elected a precinct chair, I'm going to be given a list of registered voters that are in my election precinct. And that is the level. It used to be no more than 2,000 registered voters, and it was a manageable size for a volunteer organization to canvass and go through. but that has increased to up to 5,000 registered voters, making it nearly impossible for all volunteers to manage, and the state and the county have picked up that type of verification process. But there's also that level where the people can verify the rolls in their election precincts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hold on.
Sorry.
We might have some questions for you. You were really good. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very much. On a side note, we are familiar with some of the items that came up with the team system, but we're going to have a separate interim hearing. We're targeting the first week of August for that. So we are well aware of those. I will tell you there was multiple items that occurred simultaneously with respect to redistricting. Another software application that was out in the marketplace had gone under, and there was some scrambling to assume responsibility for some of those counties. And so there was a confluence of issues that occurred. So there were some errors that were made. Those were identified. There was a process put in place to rectify those, but we'll have a detailed hearing on that. And again, we're going to target the first week of August. You also might want to reach out to your individual state representative. A communication is going to go out in the near future from the Secretary of State's office, going into much more detail than what I just did with respect to teams. And so and that will obviously be public as well. So you can either engage your state representative if you want to have that more detailed information, and it'll also be made public. So with that, David Carter. Hello, sir.
Hello.
I show you registered as David Carter. You're representing yourself, and you're testifying on the item.
That's correct.
right.
Excuse my voice, it's not what it used to be when I was younger.
That's all right. You may proceed. Thank you, sir.
Okay, how does this sound? Can you start my time over, please? Thank you. I appreciate that consideration. I'd like to start, I'm going to present what I've given you is chapter 11, which is the codified requirement to be a U.S. citizen to vote, to be registered to vote. And this codifies the Texas State Constitution, which requires you to be a citizen. Our problem is not providing proof so much as it is following the existing laws. That's the problem, is following the law as it's written. So I'm assuming that the folks that work in the elections, SOS Elections Division, are employees, and they're sworn like officers to support and defend the Constitution and the laws of the state. I don't think it takes any more laws to make that a presumption of responsibility. So in Chapter 11, it codifies the Texas Constitution requirement. Thus, does anyone feel that SOS elections and county registrars are prohibited from registering anyone who is not a citizen? Is there any doubt about the duty of the registrars in SOS to verify citizenship? Well, we've heard Ms. Atkins' testimony today that she actually said, and I wrote it down here as she spoke, we are not, this is my best recollection of what she said, we are not presently required by state law to verify citizenship. I have language in an amendment to Chapter 13 that would fix that and make it explicit. But even without explicit direction to verify citizenship, it's already clear it's already in the code, Chapter 11. So they must verify citizenship. and to claim for various reasons, the tribal thing in Arizona or whatever, that they don't have authority to require people to provide proof. Providing proof isn't the problem. The proof has been verified already, so the second handout is this thing about the transportation code. DPS is required to collect either proof of legal presence for the green card holders, non-citizens, good citizens, or good neighbors, and if you're a citizen, you provide your birth certificate or the passport, or in the case of the tribes, they can use their tribal. I think that needs to be added to the requirement. That should go into the code next session. Make sure the tribal ID cards are authorized as proof. Okay, so it boils down to this simple. Can I just
can
do
you
my last 2 points?
summarize?
Do you mind?
Yeah, quickly.
Okay, so there's only two things here. If a person provides a DPS driver's license number or that ID number, then SOS is bound by Chapter 11 to verify with DPS that the person is eligible. If the person provides no DPS number, then the county registrar is duty bound to use Chapter 16 and require the applicant to provide proof of citizenship to the registrar. You have 30 days to get it, or they don't approve the application. Does that, I'd like to answer any questions if that's not clear.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
It was really clear. I did a good job then.
Well,
It's really that clear.
I think there's a little bit of a discussion going on as far as there's clearly verification of U.S. citizenship. I think the dialogue is occurring here is, when does that verification happen? And so it sounds like there's a discussion about doing the verification right when somebody registers, and then there's a discussion that says how we do it today, that there's a registration, and then the data is validated on a weekly, if not daily basis.
Of course, that's a months later process.
So just to be clear, there's a clear requirement that we do verify citizenship. I think what I'm picking up is there's a discussion going on as far as when do we do that verification. So
hopefully y'all can get that clarified in the next session.
Well, it's actually clear in my mind, but that's all right. That's why we have public hearings. So we're going to keep listening to people, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But we do certainly verify citizenship, without a doubt, 100%.
I don't think it's 100%. I really don't. I have the emails from
It's
the elections
99.97. It's like we
Yeah,
have
that's
very
different.
secure. No, I want to be very clear. The voter data in the state of Texas is very solid, very solid. Has there been items where we've identified individuals that are not U.S. citizens? Of course. But it's been a small number compared to over 18 million individuals. So it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent. So we even had a discussion about do we ever get to perfect or not? So anyhow, part of what I'd like is for people to have a lot of confidence in our elections, because we've done things legislatively, we've done things process-wise, we've done things technically to make sure that we have very, very secure elections, and we do in the state of Texas. We have very secure data in our voter files. We really do. So anyhow, I guess that's my public testimony. Okay, thank you, sir, very much for being here. Chair calls Janice Rankin, and she is representing herself. Welcome, ma'am. I show you registered as Janice Rankin. You are representing yourself, and you are testifying on the item.
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Well, you may proceed.
Just a word about what I know about elections, and I don't aim to know everything that could be known. I am an election judge, and I serve at Rosedale School at present on election day. I'm a voter registrar and have been. I've been an election official for probably 20 or more years in Travis County. I don't claim to speak for what other counties do or what their other data would show or how they do their procedures. The uniformity between Texas' 254 counties is not there. Williamson County has different equipment. Harris County actually acquired the voting equipment from Travis County a few years ago for their voting procedures. So we don't have uniform voting equipment across the state. That could be something that would help. That would be a cost item. That would be a fiscal note. You'd have to find some money to support that. But I want to point out something to you in terms of proof of citizenship and how we do that. And I want to talk a bit about birth certificates. When I was working for a member of the House back in 2009, we were working on driver's license issues, and we were hoping to establish a procedure so that people who were here temporarily, who were working some extensive audit contract or whatever, could have some kind of ID that the DPS would issue. So if they were stopped, they wouldn't be thought of as being renegades. And so we were looking for how proof could be established. And in the research that I did, I learned that there were over 6,000 types of birth certificates being issued in the United States. That was a study commissioned under George Bush in 2004. And so we have counties in some states, townships, commonwealths, state offices. The uniformity is not there in terms of proof of citizenship and by birth. And so it's, I think, a fallacy to assume that everybody has a birth certificate, everybody can get a birth certificate, everybody can produce one readily to go register to vote. This is just simply not the case. I do want to point out to you that in the Federal Register as of July 1st of 23, we had over 262 million people over age 18 in the United States and the District of Columbia, and we have over 300 million citizens. To prove citizenship of all of these people to register to vote is just unachievable. It would be great if we could have 100%, and we cannot. I would like just to invite you, if you're interested and you're here on May 26th, come to Rosedale School, 7505 Silvercrest. We'll be there from 6 in the morning until 9 at night.
All right, you got your advertisement in there.
Well, and you're welcome to come and see how we do things, because I think there is a lot of unsupported notion about how election workers do their work,
Yeah.
and how we record the data, and how the data is documented and remitted and all of those things. If you really want to know how we do it, come see us.
I think
We'll be there.
most of the members have actually been intimately involved in it, but thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation.
All right, come on out.
All right. Chair calls Chris Davis with Travis County. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Can I give that mic a little love, Chairman?
This is America. You can do whatever you want.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, I show you registered as Chris Davis, and you're representing Terrace County, and
No, sir.
you're...
Sorry, Travis County.
Oh, I'm sorry, Travis County. I was close, though.
Good job.
And then you're testifying on the item.
Yes, sir, as a resource.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Here to answer any questions that the panel may have. I am the voter registration director for Travis County.
Members, any questions?
Why not have some fun, Chairman? I have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is my concern, right? Eligible voters that are wrongly identified as ineligible, right? So if an eligible voter is wrongly canceled after a citizenship review process, what barriers might they face in getting reinstated before or during an election?
Wow. Wow.
Okay, nobody's
Is that a
allowed
mic
to
drop
touch the microphone
situation,
anymore.
Chairman?
Yeah, I think you broke it. You're awesome. Thank you. There we go.
I'm really not trying to ask these hard questions, sir.
I'm just trying to buy time, ma'am.
We're sending a bill to Travis County.
We can afford it. Because we got resources, unlike some of the other counties that Kim Wren brought up. Hardships to rectifying the situation, I think, was the question.
Right.
Well, one of them is if there is a hardship in relying on, or it's tricky, we rely on the U.S. Post Office to send notices of examination. There's a 30-day clock that begins in instances where we're sending a notice of examination, say, for citizenship purposes, and if that notice doesn't reach the individual, 30 days go by law, we cancel that voter. So that's tricky. We try to measure burden when it comes to determining what the path of least burden for a voter. The law does allow someone to be instantly reinstated if it's finally determined that they were wrongly removed from the rolls. There's no doubt that it's tricky and there's hurdles. And what we're trying to do in Travis County, whenever possible, is take the time, because we have resources, because we had a little bit of time, to analyze the situation and see if there are other sources of information to avoid that very pitfall.
Yeah, I guess that's one of my biggest concerns, right? So I guess what would your recommendation be to the legislature to ensure that the states are creating a review process that doesn't chill lawful participation, right? Because we want to encourage lawful participation. We don't want to, stall it or chill it. So I guess, once again, what steps should the state take to ensure a review process that does not chill lawful participation?
Representative Plessis, I'd like to think that the laws are already on the books that are useful to voter registrars in Texas. There's processes that counties can endeavor themselves with, like we did in Travis County. We've had discussions with our allies and colleagues at the Secretary of State's office to consider standardizing the process that we tried to work out last fall in terms of taking that list that they had received from the SAVE portal, SAVE database, and comparing it proactively to DPS records. That helped us. It helped us identify folks that perhaps shouldn't have been on the rolls to begin with. But we had to ask for that. And the Secretary of State's office has indicated they're at the ready for any county to ask for that. I guess, to answer your question directly, I asked the legislature to inquire, do counties need to ask for that? Can it be the standard going forward in the event there are subsequent lists taken or drawn out of the SAVE database to be provided to counties? If there are, it would immeasurably help counties, because they don't have the access to the DPS that the Secretary of State does. Believe me, we tried. And the DPS representatives were great and professional, but they cited law saying we can't provide the things that you're asking Travis County, to you. So we asked the SOS, if they can't give them to us and provide it to us, can they provide it to you? It turned out the answer was yes, in some form.
Thank you so much for your answer.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sorry about the mic.
Chair calls Terry Putnam, representing yourself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Terry Putnam. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the item?
Yes.
All right. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Mr.
Good to see you, sir.
The one thing that people have not talked about much is the trust in the election system. And that's because of the non-transparency to the common citizen. So what I have given you, I asked on January 26th for the voter rolls of Williamson County. I got what I would call rope-a-dope. Oh, we need clarification. Even though I have been doing this for 10 years, they knew exactly what I wanted. I ended up having to do a second public information request. Today is May 14th. I still do not have the voter rolls that I requested. So the voter registration process appears to be broken, and certainly the trust in that process has been broken, certainly with me. This is not a hard issue. I mean, as you can see, our elections department asked for the Secretary of State to help them. Well, big whoop. I still have not gotten the voter rolls for Williamson County. So there is actually a simple solution. We have a county here in Texas that does it. Oh, I should mention before I mention that, I have reached out to my county commissioner. I have reached out to my county judge. So far, no response. Why the county cannot provide me with the voter rolls. But there is a simple solution, and everybody can go look at the county of El Paso in Texas. They post the voter rolls every month on their website. It's accessible to anyone. You do not have to go through the Public Information Act request process. Some legislation that might say all the counties ought to do that might be helpful in generating some trust in our system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Yeah, I understand your point. I can go to the Collin County Elections website and download what you're asking for, so I don't know what the issue is here. Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a lot of questions, but I do want to make a comment because I have a list of transparency that builds trust questions right here in my binder, just to let you know. But I do want to say that what you're saying is very important. The legislature making sure that we are building trust and giving transparency is one of the most important things we can do to make sure that Texas isn't at the bottom of the list for voter participation. So thank you so much for showing up and for having your voice heard. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Chairman and
Thank you,
members.
sir. Chair calls Yulissa Chavez with the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities. Is Ms. Chavez here? Okay, hold on. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on the topic of citizenship and voting? If not, we're going to move to election transparency and ballot privacy. Survey the entities and types of election-related information subject to the Texas Public Information Act. Additionally, review ballot privacy and security requirements, making recommendations to increase transparency, protect the public's right to review and inspect election records, and ensure ballot secrecy remains intact. With that, Chair calls Christina Atkins with the Secretary of State's office. Oh, okay. We'll come back to her then. Chair calls Jennifer Doinoff with the Texas Association of County Election Officials and also herself. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon.
Thanks for being here. I show you registered as Jennifer Doinoff, and you are representing the Texas Association of County Election Officials and yourself, and you are here to testify on the item.
That is correct.
All right. Well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Shaheen and Vice Chair Busey and committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today on election transparency and ballot privacy. We have not gotten to where we need to be on this just yet. We did talk a lot about it in the last session, but nothing was really passed that got us to where we need to be on that. So we look forward to working on that in the coming session. Currently, election officials rely on redaction in order to provide ballot privacy, and that's not a completely reliable method of ensuring ballot privacy because of the different places for which people can get public information, where they can request this information, and because that information can be put together and can oftentimes lead to somebody's ballot privacy being known. I mean, if you're asking from the county to get public information and then you're asking from the Secretary of State, you're putting those two lists together, you might be able to decipher somebody's ballot in that way. And so redaction is very difficult to rely on. Some of the things that we had introduced last year that we thought would help would be aggregating results in small precincts, maybe looking at how we draw precincts in redistricting. Another thing that I know is not popular, but increasing the timeline for release of certain documents would certainly help in this. And then reviewing the information that is required publicly available by counties and by the SOS, because I think being able to compare those two sources can oftentimes violate somebody's ballot privacy. So we would just like to reemphasize those as remedies in this next legislative session to continue to talk about, to see if we can save this most precious right that somebody has to vote and to vote privately.
We share that with you and look forward to working with you. Members, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Christina Atkins with Secretary of State's office. Welcome back, ma'am. I still show you as
Yes, sir.
Christina Atkins, and you're still with the Secretary of State's office, and you're here to testify
Yes, sir.
on the item.
Yes.
All right,
All right.
thank you.
Again, thank you for inviting us to participate today. On this particular issue regarding election transparency and ballot privacy, ballot secrecy and the availability of election records are two deeply important principles to the election process, but they're also two principles that can inherently be in tension with one another. Transparency is important to allow citizens to be aware of the steps taken in the election process by their public officials and to allow candidates and interested parties to have access to the information needed to pursue all of their available legal remedies in the event that a legal challenge to the election is necessary. But ballot secrecy is a fundamental principle that is enshrined in the Texas Constitution, and it must be protected to ensure that a voter's right of access to the ballot box is properly protected. And balancing these two important but somewhat conflicting interests requires complex solutions. In recent years, changes in the law and recent Attorney General opinions have made voted ballots available much earlier than they were available in the past. These changes, coupled with an increased interest in citizen audits of election records, have led to a number of instances where individual voters have been linked to a specific voted ballot by connecting individual data points on different publicly available records to link the voter back to that ballot. Under current law, redaction of specific data points contained in public records is currently the only solution available to allow those records to be made available while still preventing the release of records that could link that voter back to their ballot. However, this is an imperfect solution because it requires election officials to make record-specific determinations of data points, which is often very difficult for election officials to determine when they're reviewing massive amounts of records. This redaction process also requires officials to seek an Attorney General opinion authorizing the redaction, which can delay the release of these public records. The redaction itself, the items that can be redacted in that process of even just redacting potentially personally identifiable information on these ballots, that's not codified. So we are relying on some limited provisions in statute, but primarily Attorney General rulings to provide for that process. Protecting ballot secrecy more broadly would require certain structural changes to the type of data that's collected in the election process. It could require modifications to the way that results are reported or the manner in which voters are aggregated into different precincts. There are a number of different solutions that are available, and I think what's important to emphasize here is that there is no one perfect solution, that there's no one answer or no one thing that's going to achieve that perfect balance between transparency and ballot secrecy. There are a number of things that could be considered and that the legislature could investigate, and it's going to be a combination of those things that I think finds the right balance between availability of records and protecting a person's right to a secret ballot. And so it's in determining kind of where those lines are and where that tension point is and how far the legislature wants to go in making some of those determinations.
Thank you, ma'am. It's very complex. Members, Mr. Beeson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to think, like, ideas for those policies. You said there's not a silver bullet. You don't think we need probably a bunch of small items to look at. Do we have suggestions that we can give to the committee?
Of course.
If not today. I feel like, and I don't want to get in the weeds or be silly about this. I know the idea really came from somebody was like the only person, right, that voted in a precinct on a day, so was able to go back and see their ballot.
So this issue first came to light in 2024 after the primary election. There was a publication, a news publication, that ran a story on ballot secrecy, and they were able to identify a particular individual's ballot. And they did that through publicly available data points. This particular individual voted during early voting at a very specific early voting location, and through process of elimination, they were able to find that person's ballot, looking at his name on the roster, looking at the precinct information on the ballot. He was the only individual from that precinct that voted that day, and it was a low turnout day. So it's a lot of different individual factors.
Could there be a way, we talked about changing precincts or something like that, could there be a way that we maybe have like super precinct reporting after the fact, so you bundle like 5 or 10 precincts together and we relabel it instead of saying it's from this precinct, but it's from this quadrant of precincts? And I mean, is there a way we could do this on the back end without inherently having to change the front end while still maintaining ballot transparency as much as possible?
Yes, sir. I think that is one solution that I've looked around to see what other states do in this particular with this particular issue, and a lot of other states don't have quite the level of transparency that we have in Texas. But for the ones that come close, some of the things that you see are aggregation of results or aggregation of data. So if you have less than 20 voters that voted from a particular precinct, they would aggregate that with an accompanying precinct or another day of early voting, something to that effect to make it, to kind of make it harder to get that isolated information.
No, I appreciate that. I think we have a bipartisan support that we want to stop, leaking someone's ballot. I think we all agree with that. So I think an idea like that or other ideas, I'm sure we'd really be open to it. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Ms. Isaac?
Yes, I know you're familiar with Senate Bill 2753 from last
Yes, ma'am.
session that removes the day between early voting. Okay. The bill also requires that all the data be reported together at once.
Yes, one of the other components of Senate Bill 2753 is that we are reporting results by location and rather than by individual precinct. Now, I will say precinct by precinct reporting will still be available after the election. We do have some other requirements. In some cases, there's some federal law requirements to break things down by individual voter registration precinct. But in that particular legislation, that could help some of those issues with the aggregation of data by reporting it by location instead of by precinct.
And altogether, not separate early voting.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. It will report everything as voting in person.
Okay.
So there wouldn't be buckets separating early voting and election day.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, any other questions? Yes, Ms. Placer.
So recently, Collin County has moved to paper ballots.
Yes.
Yes, this is true. Can we talk a little bit about what happens to spoil ballots?
Yes. Do you have a specific question, or did you want me to describe
Well, I
the
just want to
process?
know, because if we're talking about secrecy of the ballot, right? In Collin County, we're voting on paper ballots. So if someone makes an error while they're voting, they have to go and say, I've made an error while I'm voting, and then whoever's running the elections there announces to everybody in the room that's voting and saying, we have a spoiled ballot, and then what happens after that?
Yes, that's a great question. So this issue has come up before because the way our law works right now in Texas with spoiled ballots, you have a mistake or for some reason you need a new ballot. And right now we log that and we track it. We have what we call the spoiled ballot register where they have to log the ballot. Right now that document also contains the voter's name. So there actually is an Attorney General opinion. I believe it's KP 0463 is the opinion that actually was speaking to this issue because this has come up before in other contexts in other counties where they've had the same problem. And KP 0463, that Attorney General opinion, says that personally identifiable information contained broadly in election records that could tie somebody back to their voting selections is confidential and accepted from public disclosure. And they specifically, this opinion specifically talks about the idea of spoiled ballots. So we have an Attorney General opinion that we can rely on to help us and it makes it very clear to the public that there's certain things that shouldn't be released if it ties back to a voter, but that's not codified in Texas law.
So that's something that this committee needs to work on and bring to the legislature in the 90th legislative session, correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
What I would say, ma'am, is that there are a number of potential solutions that I think, through things like this Attorney General opinion and I think some of the testimony that you're hearing today that could help address this issue.
So in your estimation, do you think that counties that are voting on paper ballots might be exposing their voters to being identified?
I don't think the risk is any greater for those individuals that use voter-marked ballots, which is what you're referring to in Collin County, versus people that use a ballot marking device where they make the selections on the screen and then it prints out a ballot for them. And the reason why I don't think there's a distinction there on ballot privacy is because a ballot still has standard requirements under the law. It has to have certain data points on there, and that exists for both types of ballots.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Laura Rogers with the County and District Clerks Association. Hello, ma'am.
Good morning.
I show you registered as Laura Rogers, and you're representing the County and District Clerk Association, and you're testifying on the item.
That is correct.
All right, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you. It's good to be back in Austin. It's been a while. My name is Laura Rogers, and I'm the County and District Clerk from Sherman County and the Legislative Chair for the County and District Clerks Association. Sherman County has 1,300 registered voters, with one precinct maxing out at 57 voters. In November 2025, that precinct had a total of 20 voters, with only one early voter. It would be very easy to compare ballots, to check in, and to expose how that one person had voted. This is a problem in both countywide and precinct-based counties. Small counties have long dealt with ballot privacy issues, and it isn't limited to in-person voting. For example, in the 2026 primary, we had 6 mail ballots. If one of them had been a Democratic ballot and the other 5 Republican, it would have been obvious that the breach of voter confidentiality had happened. This has also happened in local elections where we only received a request for one mail-in ballot. I was forced to report that ballot as an early voting ballot to protect the student who had requested it. While this is not proper procedure, the proper way to report, ballot privacy outweighed the repercussions. In 2023 amendment election, we had 3 mail ballots who voted the same way in 9 out of 14 races, again exposing vote choices. Setting a threshold of ballots or more on precinct by precinct reporting, setting a threshold of 10 ballots or more by precinct reporting, and allowing us to combine those few ballots in with others would alleviate the possibility of exposure and give voters more confidence that their privacy has been protected. Provisional ballots are also a problem when you only have one, and the unofficial and official returns show exactly how that person voted. This happened in our 2026 primary when a commissioner's race was tied, and when we confirmed the provisional ballot was to be counted, the winner was then announced. Again, 32% of Texas counties are under the 10,000 population mark and have been or could be in the same boat as Sherman County when it comes to low or small voter turnout, especially when it comes to mail ballot voters. I have included a ballot style report from the November 2025 amendment election, which included our local elections, showing you how few voters we have per ballot style to demonstrate how small counties struggle to keep each vote private. While smaller counties tend to receive fewer public information requests, voter confidentiality is still a top priority. Ensuring ballot privacy continues to be a priority for CDCAT. At the last interim hearing, there were several suggestions that came out of the hearing, many of which would provide much-needed additional protections for Texas voters. Some brief recommendations as the committee continues evaluating the charge are, as previously mentioned, aggregating precinct reporting in hyper-low turnout elections, reviewing the existing information that must be made publicly available by counties and SOS, evaluating precinct boundary realignment requirements during redistricting, and increasing the timeline to release election records. I and the County and District Clerks Association look forward to working with each of you to ensure a voter's right to privacy. Thank you again, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you for being
Thank you.
here. Chair calls C.J. Coles, representing verified voting. Hello, sir.
Hello.
I show you registered as C.J. Coles. You're representing verified voting, and you're testifying on the item.
That is correct, sir.
All right.
Great.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for this opportunity. For the record, my name is C.J. Coles. I represent the nonpartisan nonprofit organization Verified Voting. We were founded in 2004 by a group of computer scientists, and our mission is to strengthen democracy for all voters by promoting the responsible use of technology in elections. Also, for the record, I myself am not a technologist, but I do work with a lot of technologists. So this issue is very core to our mission. Our organization agrees wholeheartedly with the statements that have already been made on this issue from the Secretary of State's office and from various election officials. It's very hard, the idea of releasing ballot images, cast vote records, maximum transparency, in theory, seems like a great idea until you get into the weeds of how to do it appropriately, right, to protect the ballot secrecy and voter privacy. And so there are some barriers to ensuring transparency while also maintaining, right, that secrecy and that privacy. So without going through everything that's been already stated, I would like to perhaps address some of the remedies for this situation to ensure integrity, privacy, and secrecy. When it comes to cast vote records, perhaps some things that the committee should consider, and perhaps in statute, in code, to give guidance and direction to election officials. Some things to consider might be language that includes not preserving or disclosing the order in which ballots were cast, scanned, or tabulated, that information is not revealed. We've heard also about perhaps not including batch, precinct, or other identifiers when their inclusion would permit the reconstruction or identification of an individual ballot. We've also heard about aggregation of results so as to prevent the single ballot being identified. So perhaps subject to reasonable aggregation or other disclosure limitation methods for small reporting units as necessary to prevent identification of a voter's selection. We've heard about personally identifiable information, right, not being released. And that usually includes information as, social security numbers or voter ID numbers. But when it comes to elections, PII, personally identifiable information, also can include the voters' selections when it comes to long ballots or perhaps even low turnout elections. A voter's selections in total, it's highly distinctible, right? In a big national or statewide election, you might have a lot of voters that vote the same way in sort of a statewide contest. But then when you go down the ballot into local contests, you have voters that might be voting in different directions in different ways. And so if all of that information is released alongside other data sets and other data points, it's possible to then identify a specific voter when you link all of that information together. A statute change or inclusion might include language such as standards for removing or obscuring unique markings, write-in patterns, or other distinguishing characteristics that could identify a voter. These suggestions are ways in which perhaps the legislative body can give guidance and direction, a standardized guidance and direction to the Secretary of State's office, to the local election officials, so that they're not always needing to seek, right, an Attorney General's opinion or seek emergency guidance from the Secretary of State's office. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Pam Anderson with the League of Conservative Election Professionals. Ma'am, I show you registered as Pam Anderson, and you're here representing the League of Conservative Election Professionals, and you're testifying on the item.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks for being here. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I'm Pam Anderson. I've been a practicing election official for over 23 years, served as a elected municipal clerk, county clerk, and recorder, and was the GOP nominee for Secretary of State in Colorado. I'm a senior advisor for the League of Conservative Election Professionals. We're a national network of veteran elections professionals that lend our expertise and support for pragmatic policy solutions, transparent, fair, and efficient elections. I've had the honor of working with Texas election officials for projects as an instructor for the Texas RAO certification courses provided by the National Association of Election Officials based right here in Texas. I would here to provide helpful context, I hope, for best practices in policy and administration. And I think there's an overriding theme throughout all the testimony that we're hearing today. Elections and policy implementation is accurate, transparent, and it's really important to have security in technology. It's important to protect the public interest in participation in elections access and verifiability, as well as the important right of voter privacy and anonymity in your personal voting experience. From Colorado, we similarly have laws for release of election records, and about 15 years ago we were struggling with the same issues with paper ballots, anonymity, severe what we call pocket precincts, and so we're here to lend your support. I really want to commend the election officials in the state for all the things that they're already doing and studying and engaging with, and I don't want to be duplicative. In the interest of government efficiency, however, the continued progress to digitize elections, access, and administration will improve the values we want in our elections. That starts with the foundation of elections, voter registration. You're hearing about these precincts and address libraries. Good data powers the engines of elections, accounting. Online voter registration has greatly enhanced our state's ability, and states across the country, 40 we heard earlier, to immediately know if they are not providing all the required information that creates incomplete registrations. In contrast, handwritten or paper-based systems, accuracy goes down and enhances if we digitize them, it'll enhance the ability to do cross-county, cross-state, and federal comparisons. One of the things to consider as well for accuracy and efficiency is GIS systems. You guys in lots of states are going through redistricting, and I think that's where some of the accuracy and transparency could be enhanced. Utilizing technology and incorporating some of that technology at the local and state level can be helpful. This requires funding and integrated systems as well, another theme that we're hearing about today in our conversations. Common data format is also incredibly important when exploring these issues. Elections is an accounting project. The public has a right and interest in access for inspection of who's participating in an election. Registration and results. In 2011, I was asked if I could find my ballot as the election official out of 400,000 ballots. And it took my staff 30 minutes to do it with all the publicly available information. And you're hearing about the challenges to this. It is complex. What is on a ballot, turnout, participation, the law of small numbers creates challenges for this. And we have gotten so much better at accounting and administering elections. It has become critical for states to outline guardrails in their laws and best practices to balance transparency and privacy. Some things you've already heard that you could consider, that you're already considering, is not detailed disclosure where you can roll up and aggregate for public available reports. We provide daily reports for who voted, but we don't provide the time and location and the method with which they vote. That can become very, very discreet. Public records should be legally protected from disclosing personally identifying information, and that it's clearly defined so everybody knows what those are. IDs, signatures, full dates of birth, those are things that we can legally redact and not provide as election officials. Election officials, public observers, and poll workers may come across personally identifying information in the conduct of their duties, an individual voter, but they're legally prevented from disclosure under penalty of perjury, and they sign an oath, a legal oath to do that. We have enshrined in our state constitution in Colorado that voter privacy is a preeminent value, and it's the burden of the election official, the state official, and the government with which to not disclose. Elections officials' best practices in ballot extraction, where you can't legislate, you can operate. Ballot extraction, shuffling, and anonymizing should be developed, and training of election workers on how to do that is something that should be considered. Overseas military and rural voters have particular vulnerabilities, as you've heard already, due to laws of small numbers, and that should be considered in the drafting of sound statute. These practices are fully integrated in administration and state technology systems as you develop those systems. A successful best practice is for joint state and local system administration committee to evaluate voter registration and election management systems for reporting capability and functionality to make it automated. And so therefore that redaction problem gets minimized over time. The state is responsible for the system at the state level, but local election officials are experts in the administration, and the best outcomes have been found in that collaboration. Finally, protecting, developing, training, and implementing these important policies and practices will take resources and needed funding. I urge this committee to explore model state funding mechanisms across the country to support our elections financially as much as we value their importance. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
being here. Chair calls Tony Ortiz, representing himself. Yeah, 100%.
That was me.
Hello, sir. I show you registered as Tony Ortiz. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the item.
Chairman, yes.
All right. Well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you all for having me. My name is Tony Ortiz. I'm a publisher for a news website here in Texas. I am here to testify regarding election transparency and the Texas Public Information Act. I have been requesting candidate ballot application forms from the one of the recent races in the Dallas County Republican Party elections. Specifically from the Dallas County Republican Party, the DCRP, since December 17th of last year. It's been 5 months, and the DCRP is still not returned or given those forms that I've requested. I sent a total of 13 emails, as well as spoken to the DCRP and their leadership multiple times, both through phone, email, and in person, regarding my request for ballot applications. And that request remains unfulfilled. I've been provided multiple excuses and lies from the DCRP leadership as to why they won't fulfill my information requests. The DCRP even put out a social media post complaining about my visit to their headquarters, which they were forced to later delete because it was deemed false. and contain nothing but false information. Now, in the DCRP's defense, I do chalk up a lot of their incompetence and their lack of cooperation to their former chairman, which was Alvin West, who has essentially destroyed anything political he's attached his name to. To date, the DCRP has still not fulfilled my initial request from 5 months ago for these ballot applications. They're seemingly refusing to comply with the Texas Public Information Act. I did speak with the Texas Attorney General's office, and they informed me that there was nothing they can do on their end to compel the Dallas County Republican Party to comply with my requests. And I'm here testifying, basically hoping that next session that legislation is passed to hold county parties to comply with the TPIA.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? So what excuses are you getting?
It ranged everything. In the documents I've turned over, you can see on the second page, initially they told me that the candidates had signed a confidentiality agreement and that they were not allowed to turn those documents over because of that agreement. When I reached out to candidates about that confidentiality agreement, they told me that they'd never signed such a thing. When I asked for a blank copy of that confidentiality agreement, the DCRP leadership told me they were unable to find that blank copy form. Now, the most recent excuse I've been given is that after my 15 email requests following up since last year, is that I now have to give that request in person, despite the fact that I've done that already.
My understanding is Dallas County GOP has new leadership. Have you talked to the new leadership yet, or are they not taken office yet?
At the time I spoke to them, they were in a transition period. I was
Okay.
told that they were eventually going to get to it, but I wasn't given a specific timeline. I did also inquire about who made the Facebook post, basically alleging that I had come by and been very aggressive and scary. It was signed by the executive director. When I reached out to the executive director, she said that she had never made such a Facebook post. So I'm pretty sure it was the former chairman.
Were you threatening in manner when you were there physically?
I'm 5'8", chairman. I don't think anybody finds me threatening, at least not physically.
That's a serious violation of the public trust,
Absolutely.
and you have every right to that document.
Hopefully, and it's not, as a member of media, obviously it's important, but I think the general citizens of Texas should be able to request these documents, especially for ballot applications, and it's not a serious request. It's very simple for them to turn it over.
Well, we appreciate you coming and testifying today.
Thank you.
Ms. Plesha?
Mr. Ortiz, your former reporting was instrumental in showing places where we're lacking in ballot transparency and access to see how someone voted. I want to thank you for that reporting because it was really important for us to see that it could happen. My question to you is, these interim hearings are supposed to be an opportunity for us as lawmakers to figure out how to fix the problem, to come up with solutions as we move into the 90th legislative session. So if this committee could make one statutory change to strengthen ballot secrecy while preserving public review of election records, what would you recommend?
It's not my place to recommend policy, but I do think that there needs to be a balance, as many have testified, that to provide transparency at the same time as protecting people's ballots. I think that someone's ballot is kind of one of the most precious things that they have, and it should be protected, despite the fact that we publish somebody's ballot, much to the distress of former Representative Matt Rinaldi. So I would recommend that the committee does find a way to balance transparency and also privacy of individuals.
Thank you so much for your reporting, Mr. Ortiz, and thank you so much for coming and testifying today.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Ms. Swanson?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Shaheen. And thank you for coming, Mr. Ortiz. Since I'm not from the Dallas County area, I don't know the details as well as some of these other folks. So what you wanted was what candidates had come in and filled out to basically to file as a candidate. Is that correct?
Yes, Representative.
Okay, so in my county, some of the pages that we fill out are more public than others. There'll be a section where you can list a confidential phone number or a confidential email address, something in case there's something that you don't want out everywhere. So were you trying to get things that they considered more confidential, or were you trying to get the original?
No, and you know, I was open to redactions and things like of that nature. I was just trying to get the ballot application form, and if they never even offered or suggested like, hey, maybe we can redact some. If we're going to redact some information here. They initially gave me an excuse that they couldn't, based off a form that didn't exist. And they've since moved to completely ignoring me. My suspicion is that, and the reason behind my even asking for this is I believe that the DCRP accepted an application that they shouldn't have, and they are avoiding turning those over to avoid embarrassment.
Would that be that you think somebody didn't really live in a district, like you wanted to see their actual address? And you just got me curious, like what were you looking for?
There's a candidate that was a former felon that I believe didn't disclose properly, and because of that, their ballot may quite possibly should not have been accepted.
Oh, absolutely. We do need to know that kind of thing. What if you had wanted to see the petition signatures that judicial candidates have gotten? You think you could have gotten those?
I'm not sure. The party has been, I mean, it was to the point where they wouldn't even let me in the office. They kept me outside. I had to talk through a closed door. It was very odd. The party's behavior has been very strange, and they've gone through a lot. And, you know, I've been a Dallas County citizen for over 10 years now, and the party has always had issues. And it seems that, you know, under Alan West, it kind of hit the peak there. And so I'm not sure if they would turn over anything at this point.
Have you tried going back since Alan West left?
You know, it was just recent that a new chairman has been elected, I think within the last almost 2 weeks.
Okay.
So, you know, I spoke to the new chairwoman, Ms. Rodriguez, and, you know, I haven't seen any. You know, I sent another email actually this morning following up, and I haven't gotten a response.
Okay, maybe you could keep us updated on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Ortiz.
Thank you.
Chair calls Christine Wellborn with Advancing Integrity. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Christine Wellborn. You're representing Advancing Integrity, and you're here on the item.
Yes, sir.
All right, welcome back. You may proceed.
Thank you, and thank you again. I think the main thing that I would love to get across to y'all is when you are considering legislation for this, is to think about the redacting is not the answer. Because when you're saying that someone's vote is exposed and you're redacting it so other citizens can't see it, that means that our government officials can. So that means our election officials can see how we voted and they can figure that out. I think the key here really, as a lot of people have already said, is having the larger buckets. So having people in larger buckets when the reporting happens. So whether that mean that you are voting with people with your same ballot style, like with precinct-based voting, or if you have a shortened early voting period. Because what we see a lot in early voting is you have a lot of people who vote at the very beginning, a lot of people who vote at the very end, and then you have some days that are fairly empty. So you have, you know, when people vote on those days, their ballot is potentially exposed because there aren't a lot of others that mask it. So I think the idea, and it's definitely not going to be a one-size-fits-all for all of our counties, because what works in Harris is probably not going to work in some of our smaller counties. So, but the idea is to just have people lost in the shuffle, so that when you have, you know, several people that have the same ballot style voting on the same day, and trying to get that together so that you do not have people that can be singled out. Because as I said, the redaction only hides how the person voted from the other people, from other citizens, not from the government. And I prefer, for no offense to y'all, but I prefer for our election officials not to know how I voted either.
We agree. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Debbie Lindstrom with Citizens Defending Freedom, and yourself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Debbie Lindstrom, and you are representing Citizens Defending Freedom and yourself, and you are here to testify on the item.
Yes,
All right, welcome.
thank you. Chairman Shaheen and members of the committee, thank you. I'm Debbie Lindstrom, Texas Elections Director for Citizens Defending Freedom. Texas Government Code Chapter 552 and Texas Election Code Sections 1.012 and 18.066 say the door to election records is open. Citizens Defending Freedom surveyed 32 counties to find out whether that is true. Some counties left the door wide open. They produced all requested records promptly and at no charge. Those counties proved that full compliance is achievable at any size and any resource level. Other counties charged for the key. Harris County quoted $14,544 for the same records other counties provided for free. Tarrant County quoted $1,260 just for the machine event log redactions. A fee of $14,544 is not a fee. It's a closed door with a price tag on it. And some counties pretended the door did not exist. Hayes County told us they do not maintain register of ballots forms at all. Dallas County referred us to the Attorney General, arguing that standard ballot accountability forms might have a, quote, chilling effect on the right to vote, unquote. Transparency requires not just that records be accessible, but that records themselves are accurate. A 4-year CDF investigation into Collin County documented over 105,000 unaccounted for Election Day ballots using the chain of custody documents the SOS describes as the most important forms collected from Election Day judges. After our second complaint, the Secretary of State wrote, and I am quoting directly, that because these provisions do not contain criminal penalties for violations, our office does not have the authority to act. The violations were real, the law was broken, nothing could be done. The common cause across every failure is this: the law exists, but the consequence does not. Sections 1.012 and 18.66 need a $50 fee cap, a prohibition on passing redaction costs to citizens, and a civil penalty after a cure period. The 86th legislature passed a $50 cap unanimously as Senate Bill 902, but left out enforcement. Section 276.019 has prohibited unlawful alteration of election procedures since 2021 with no enforceable consequence. Citizens Defending Freedom has spoken to citizens all across Texas who support closing these gaps. The door is supposed to be open. That is what the law says. The evidence I have placed before this committee today shows that it is not open equally for every Texan. Transparency requires both access and accountability. Right now, Texas has neither. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? So what was the data that you were requesting? I don't think I caught that.
Which one? Oh, for the counties, I was asking for election records that were publicly accessible. So it was a list of records, things like the register of ballots and CVRs and ballot images and different things like that.
Okay, so it's more than the who voted in the previous election. You're actually asking for like ballot images and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, election records that are publicly available.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Susan Valiant, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Susan Valiant. You are representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the item.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for allowing me to testify today. There are currently 3 ways voters' ballots may potentially be identified. First is very small precincts with very few voters in them with low turnout. Second is through countywide voting systems when voters cast ballots outside their home precinct. And third, potentially through electronic identification, which I'm not that as familiar with, so that's unknown. The number of identifiable ballots is in very small precincts is 1/10 of 1%. However, countywide voting system significantly increases that risk to 10%. In 2022 election cycle alone, an estimated 117,000 ballots across 96 Texas counties participating in countywide voting systems were potentially identified, which I have that in that packet. It's the last page. Those pages actually show you how to find the ballots. Yes. If ballots truly cannot be identified under countywide voting, then why did the Secretary of State write an advisory to redact the precinct and polling location information from all the election records? Those redactions do not protect privacy. While the public is prevented from reviewing certain records, election officials and government officials and personnel may still retain the ability to identify the ballots. That loss of transparency conflicts with the Texas Election Code, Section 122.001A10, which requires election records to remain auditable. The Texas Court of Appeals addressed this balance in Sewell v. Chambers, recognizing that ballot secrecy is a fundamental principle of elections, but it also made very clear secrecy should never become a shield that prevents the public from verifying election integrity. Many Texans are now calling for a return for precinct-based voting, while limiting redactions only in extremely small precincts where voter identification may occur. That approach could help restore the balance between voter privacy and public auditability. Texas should not be forced to choose between secret ballots and transparent elections. We must protect both. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you have any
Members,
questions?
any questions? Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Todd Lindstrom, representing himself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Todd Lindstrom. You're representing yourself and you're here to testify on the item.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, welcome. You may proceed.
HB 5180 established the ballot images and cast vote records are available for public inspection after the final canvass. There was no enforcement mechanism, no audit requirement, and no penalty when counties missed that window. What the legislature created, counties can quietly ignore, and I'll tell you from personal experience that they are ignoring that. After January 31st special election this year, I requested ballot images. The cast vote record arrived very quickly. The ballot images did not arrive until April 29th. That's 88 days after the election. I've also waited up to 18 months for ballot images in the past. There was no penalty, there's no right. The right exists on paper, but in practice, that's where it stays. So I have two recommendations for this committee. First, the Secretary of State does indeed have a complaint mechanism available to me to complain when it's late. But it's not transparent. Complaints that I have filed in the past were never acknowledged, were never responded to. And if you could draft legislation that instructs the Secretary of State to publish every complaint, not every detail of the complaint, but publish a listing of what happens, along with the status, the outcome. That little ray of sunlight would be a good first step. Second, the redaction standard that has made these ballot images so difficult to produce was never passed by this legislature. No bill created it. It was an AG opinion and an SOS emergency advisory, neither of which is law. This produced a standard that is so broad that it destroyed auditability of the very images that you made public. It was a real problem, but the solution was nuclear. And in so doing, it took out the very legislative right that you created. The real solution, I know it's not owned by everybody, is eliminating countywide voting, but there's an easier and simpler way to get there. and that is HB 242. Last session, it was authored by Representative Guillen, and it was carried in this committee, and it was substituted by the committee's own chair, and it would have done exactly that. What it does is it would make it a felony to publicly disclose, and I would maybe just add to threaten to publicly disclose. So you can't threaten to publicly disclose, you can't publicly disclose, but if you have that data, if you've found that data, then that should not mandate redactions, because let's give all of the auditors what they need. Let's give the precinct, let's give all this information, but then just put someone in jail if they identify a ballot. I waited 88 days for ballot images for a single election, and the citizens of the state of Texas deserve better than that. So I'm asking you to work this issue. Thank you.
Yeah, that bill you referenced actually got voted out and went to the floor and it died. So my guess is it'll be filed again. Probably, maybe by Mr. Guillen as well. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir, very much for coming. Chair calls Sandra Parker, representing herself. Welcome back. I show you registered as Sandra Parker. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes,
All
yes, sir,
right.
that's correct.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you. I believe that what we need to do on this one is, this is the ballot secrecy issue. And actually, there are several benefits that could be achieved by eliminating county-wide voting. We need to go back to precinct-only voting. The ballot secrecy issue has been discussed, that if everyone is voting together with their own precinct, then much of the issue goes away, because there's not one precinct number that stands out from the records. It also, it is not possible to audit or reconcile an election with the countywide voting. The results are required to be reported by precinct, whereas the countywide polling locations results contain multiple precincts across the county. There's no way to check the numbers to ensure that the number of votes cast matches the number of voters who voted. Another thing that occurred, and a kind of a story here, in Fort Bend County, we had a triple breach at a countywide location. Whenever the election judge turned in her materials, and about 1,200 ballots had been voted, the ballot bin was improperly sealed, and there were 2 USB drives, but neither one of them was readable by the election management system. Both of them crashed the EMS, and the results were not obtainable through the DS-200. So the election should not have been certified. The number of votes, it was a school board election, that number of votes could have overturned the results on one of those races, but the candidate involved was unable to afford a hand count, that result is unconscionable. But if we'd been voting in precinct, it would have been easier to isolate the issue and potentially craft a solution allowing for possible revote of that precinct. But as it is, there's no way to track down those voters, because you can't find them. They're all from all over the county. Precinct voting allows people to vote with their neighbors, allows election judges to become familiar with those voters who come each time, and recognize when a voter who doesn't belong tries to vote fraudulently. The election code was originally designed around precinct-only voting and did not include the use of machine tabulating. The change to countywide and the inclusion of various machines has caused confusion and inconsistency within the code, leading to some of the waivers issued by the SOS. The objections to getting rid of countywide voting are overcome with some of the other solutions that I'm advocating, and those are in my packet there that I gave you earlier, such as making Election Day a holiday. That keeps voters close to home on Election Day, because one of the objections to eliminating countywide is, well, I'm all the way across the county when I go to work. so they're close to home if there's a holiday. It also allows for there to be more people available to work the polls because there's a holiday. So they're not at work, they can work the polls. So there are a lot of benefits to doing away with countywide voting.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, for.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Swanson?
Yes, I do understand, and I liked it when we voted by precinct on election day. But some of the things I think about, like, since the majority of people now early vote, then are you going to make them early vote in their precinct too, or they still get to do that countywide?
I would love to see us have one election day. The Constitution says that we have election day. We don't have election season. So if we had election day, then there wouldn't be early voting.
Okay, but since that is
All
like
these
has a
things are-
0% chance of passing,
you could
what would
do-
you do on your early voting?
You could do, a very short period of time. But yes, have them, I would vote in precinct on early voting as well. Yes, I would. That to answer your question.
Well, okay, I'm from Harris County, and we're always like the big elephant in the room, and
The
we
tail
have
wagging the dog.
so many polling locations. I mean, it'd be cost prohibitive, and you couldn't find enough people to man elections for any more days than just election day within the precinct. We couldn't have early voting within every precinct. So I don't know how you would solve that one.
You could combine locations.
But you'd at least have to vote in your zone or something.
You would combine locations that are nearby to each other.
Right. One thing we're running up against, though, is we passed a bill last time, as everybody knows, that does away with the 3 days in between. And so when you're talking about a massive geographic county and massive numbers of people, it'd be no way to shift everything from all these early voting locations and shift them to only being in the precincts and say you must vote there. So having done away with, there's no manpower to do that and no time to do all that. Even small counties are finding like, how are we going to do this? So we'll have more on that at a later time, but I don't see how we could possibly shift that bill will keep us from ever going back to precinct voting, is what I'm saying, because you have no time between the end of early voting and election day. You're going to have to keep the places you've had. You may be able to hire a whole bunch of extra workers to go get the precinct places set up, but you're just not going to be able to shift everything since there are no days to do it.
Well, I hear what you're saying there, but in theory, if you do away with this 2 or 3 weeks of early voting, whatever we have, all that manpower that is now being used for that could be applied to the shorter voting period. So, and also if you do this holiday and do some other things like some public, and I know this is another topic that's coming on down the pike here, but the public getting people. I've got some ideas for how we can do that, and I can talk about that at the next opportunity here. But I believe there are ways that we can recruit more people to help us with this. People, the vast majority of people have no idea that all this is going on and that they're needed. People are patriotic. People love their country. They want to do something for their country.
Right, but a lot of this stuff is stuff you'd have to be trained at least several days to do. We're talking about hundreds of people that go up to our election technology center and are there and have all the stuff sorted and everything so that each election judge before election day can come and pick up their equipment. Well, there'd be nobody to do that because those people would be busy. They're going to be busy at the polls most likely, and you have to have technical people that are just the people who lug all the machines around and they get into the buildings and they get it all set up. It's just a massive problem to get. The logistics are unbelievable in such a huge county. So Dallas County, you can ask Christina Atkins, like, Dallas County, as big as it is nowhere near the nightmare that Harris County is because, you know, the size and the number of voters. So, you know, I just urge you to, you know, think about those complications and see what ideas you have.
Yeah, one other idea that we've talked about was, and this is really a huge thing, but to cut Harris County down into about 4 or 5 counties.
Well, that's not happening either, so.
This committee can't do that, right?
We enjoy being the big elephant in the room, and I just, when was the last time any county lines were changed? I don't remember in history where
I
we've
don't
done that.
know.
So
Yeah, exactly.
it's extremely important to look at the ideas you come up with and only stick to what's like doable and not say, oh, in order for this to work, we'd have to do this totally impossible thing over here. You can't combine impossible and possible and say, well, I'll fix that problem that this idea causes with this thing that will never, ever get passed. Does that make sense?
No, I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So hi, how are you? Thank you for being here. So with Senate Bill 2753, the days have been removed between, so there's a voting period now. Okay, so if you imagine a voting period and the machine you use on day one is the same machine you're using on the last day. So you're not moving machines around and everything, right? And imagine having the same amount of polling locations throughout the entire period, and then imagine having several precincts voting at each location.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound doable?
My recommendation would be to have a much shorter voting period. Like
Okay,
3
imagine
days.
5 days, a 5-day voting period.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's one period, and you have precincts voting, specific precincts voting at each location.
Right.
Period. Same number for the entire period.
Yes.
That's pretty much what we've passed,
Mhm.
minus the 5-day voting period, which we'll be carrying. I'll probably be carrying that next session as well. So, I mean,
But the way it's being accounted for is not going to be different, right? It's still a countywide situation. Or
it is a
am I gonna-
countywide situation right now, but I would like it to go to precinct voting, and these locations.
So then the locations, you'd have like one high school with 2 or 3 precincts voting
Right.
in the gym or something.
Right.
Yep, I think that sounds great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Plutza?
Ms. Parker, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of what the Dallas GOP did most recently in their last election?
Are you talking about they started to try to hand count or?
No, I'm talking about that they went to precinct level voting this past election
Right,
cycle.
yes.
Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And do you know what the outcome was for that election? What voters' experience was
I
moving
heard
to that?
something about voters being confused and they were directed to the incorrect website. When they should have gone to a different website, the information was correctly put out, I think, on the Republican website, but it wasn't correct on the county website, if I'm not mistaken.
And were you also aware that the poll workers that were working those precinct level elections did not know to educate voters to send them to where they should be going to vote?
That's an education issue, isn't it, or a training issue?
Right, but I guess we're talking about moving and doing this specific thing again.
Mm-hmm.
And so we could learn from our mistakes, right?
Yes, I would hope so.
Because I would imagine that Colonel Allen West would still be the chair of the Dallas Republican Party if this would have gone smoothly. Do you agree?
I don't know the answer to that because I don't know really why he is no longer there.
Well, from my understanding, I think that a lot of Republican primary voters were really upset that Dallas County went to a precinct level voting system and disenfranchised a bunch of eligible U.S. citizen from voting in the primary election.
Actually, I don't think that is what the issue was. I think the issue was that they had planned on a hand count, and he pulled the rug out on the hand count. That was my understanding.
Okay.
But I was not
Well,
there, so.
I just remember, there was so much confusion moving to a precinct level voting. People felt like they didn't have the educational background to go to the right precincts, even in time to cast their ballot. So my concern is that, kind of like what Representative Swanson was saying, is that when we move and move to these really egregious changes, people that have been voting at their voting location, like I've been voting at my voting location since I was 18 years old, and so when we're doing that, I think that there is an educational component to that. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely.
And that educational component probably costs some money, right?
That's probably true.
Okay. So I think overall, we just know we need to put more money into our election systems, is what I'm hearing today.
I don't know what the numbers are, but I do think that education and maybe creating some enthusiasm for people to be patriotic and go out and, there's a lot of things that could go with an education program.
Well,
working the polls, but also voting and.
Well, I definitely
being a
agree
good
with you
citizen.
that we should have a national election holiday so that we all get the day off to go and, do our civic duty.
I think Representative Busey may have had that bill last time.
Probably why it didn't pass. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Anything else?
I have a question. I have another question.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes. So do you think it was confusing that a lot of these polling locations are switching from precinct-only voting to countywide voting, depending on early voting and voting day, and then if we had one period and it was all the same and they were all precinct voting,
Yes, that would make things much simpler.
Right.
Then you're just going to go to one place. Or you don't have to look at different
Yes.
days.
I worked at a location during the primary where they had precinct voting and then countywide voting, depending on early voting and election day, and it was very confusing for voters. So I think we need to simplify.
I totally agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair calls David Stein with TRCCA.
Hello.
Hello, sir. I show you registered as David Stein, and you are with the Texas Republican County Chairs Association, and you are here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes, sir.
All right. You may start.
Get back to my notes here. So one of the questions that was asked earlier is about give us some ideas about some things that we can work on and some things that we can do. And so on some of the privacy and the PIR issues, one is I would look at the different forms that we have already. There are a lot of differences in a lot of those forms. For example, you're required to required to check whether or not you've committed a felony if you're an elected official. Party offices, you don't. And it might be a good idea if we had that uniform across the board so that as a county chair or as a precinct chair, that everybody would be subjected to the same scrutiny. Another thing, and Mr. Ortiz had mentioned this, when you're looking at ballot applications, there really isn't anything on a ballot application that would be considered private or confidential information. You're given the opportunity to list a campaign address, and from the standpoint of judges, that you can ask for confidentiality in certain elected officials. So there are ways to protect that, but yet to have the public be able to see that type of information. We all have to submit campaign finance reports. So I don't know why, as a county chair, why that ballot application couldn't be listed on a website. You could list that on a website the same way that you do in the elections office when you're talking about campaign finance. Again, you're not violating anybody's privacy, but specifically, a lot of that information is available on a candidate's website. So it might be good or available to have that information available that way, at least through not just a county party website, but through the county office website. So I think that would help in some of these transparency issues. Also, the consolidation of forms, I think you would reduce a lot of data entry issues, and that could help in some different ways too. So I'm sure we can talk about the specifics on that at another area. One item of concern that I do have is on curbside votings, and this is one of those logistical problems. So typically, you'll have a location where, if it's a smaller location, you might have 4 election workers. Sorry, 30 seconds, I'll try to wrap up. So you got 4 election workers. One of them may step out for lunch, there's not another worker that's there, somebody comes up to curbside. You're supposed to have one Democrat and one Republican person go to the car at the same time, and sometimes logistically that's not possible. But when they do, after they finish with the ballot, they scan the ballot, it prints out, they've got the information, but then that ballot then becomes separated from the voter, and that information is readily available to see as that person transports the voter's ballot from the curbside voting location back to the machine where it's scanned. So some type of way to make that a little more secure could be helpful.
Members, any questions? Yeah, Ms. Swanson?
Thank you, Chairman. I do think that's a great idea. I take my elderly mother to do curbside voting, and so far we've always had 2 people come out. In primaries, of course, they'd be from the same party. But they will take her printed out, and the little machine they bring out actually prints it out, okay? But then you stick it in a privacy envelope that's not sealed or anything, and so they can't see it unless they decided to, you know. But so it is a little unnerving, like, how do I know that it actually got put in there? I don't care if they see how she votes. Some people might care, but it's more like, how do I even know it got in there? But maybe there needs to be something that, I don't know, it gets put into something else that then would you, if the privacy envelope could be sealed and you put it into the, you know, the box where those things go, would you, I don't know, I'm thinking about this, because if it got put in that way, then it might make the ballot more identifiable and you'd lose some privacy that way, but you would know that those 2 elections officials didn't look at it on the way in. What are your comments on that?
Well, the elections officials are the ones that have to put it into, like for us, it's the DS-200. So for us, the elections officials are going to have to be the ones to put it in. One of the issues is you've got a member of each party present, so it makes sure that it keeps for the accountability of the particular process. There's nothing stopping from one of those elected officials to say, okay, and look at it and see there. You're trying to remove all appearance of evil. So the more that you can keep it transparent, the more you can shine the sunlight on it, the better that is for everybody. So having both people go at the same time makes sure that they're each watching and policing the other. So as long as you can make sure that 2 go out, that's one of the ways that can help. But the issue you run into is so many times they're short election workers, and I know we'll cover that in another.
So what would you do if that only left 1 election worker in there? You know, do you send 2 out and leave 1 in there, or what do you do?
Well, you'd have to do that. You just have to have the people that are there lined up to vote wait. That would be the only logistical way to handle that, and it's widespread. I mean, it's statewide, so it's an issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as far as the subject that we're talking about, when we want to keep people's private ballot, but we also want to be transparent on this information, and I didn't get a chance to ask Christina Atkins about this. What candidates are usually looking for is how many of my constituents went to each particular location. We don't need to know their name. We don't need to know how they voted. We just need to know, do I need to post some more signs over there? Should I put a volunteer to hand out literature? Or is that huge polling place that is so busy, maybe only has 10 of my voters? They're really from, another location. How could we find out the number of people voting at each location from our district and yet not expose their ballots and even their names?
Well, I think there are differing opinions on whether voting by precinct, or not to say voting by precinct, but being able to see the votes by precinct, because we'll get a list, and it's a list of names, it's a list of addresses, and it lists the precincts. So you can sort the information any way that you want. I get it as a candidate, you want to be able to know who's already voted, so if you're trying to get others out.
No, you're, let me try
Am
to
I
say it
mixing two
differently.
issues?
Yes, we definitely can still get the information you're talking about.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is I want to know where the people from my district voted. And we used to be able to always get that, and we'd be like, oh, that place had 2,000 voters today, but
Right.
hardly any were from my district.
Right.
And we're not looking for their name, we're not looking for how did they vote, just where all did they show up. Well, until we had this recent thing and all of a sudden they are redacting everything, we used to be able to get that. Now we can't get that. We don't know where our voters are voting.
So I'm in a smaller county. So Smith County is 250,000 people, about 160,000 registered voters. It's not what you deal with in Harris County. So, but it is helpful for us from a resource standpoint to know where the heavy voting is. We know that anecdotally because, for example, on early voting, we have 6 early voting locations. And so we pretty much know through history who's voting where, but it's now anecdote rather than strong data. So it was helpful for me to have that information.
Okay, I'll have to ask her because, again, we still have the information of how many total people from Harris County, since we are limited, obviously, to only the county. We know how many voted each location. We just don't know if they were from our district. And that's information that we can't get anymore since we started doing all this redacting. But I'll have to ask her next time she's up here.
Yeah, and someone also mentioned about not being able to know from a precinct vote. If you have countywide voting, you can't gain information precinct by precinct. But I've done a hand count audit. I mean, we had a recount, and it was about 3,000 votes, and you certainly can get that information. I mean, that's on the ballot, is what precinct that person is from. So.
Well, you're just talking about, though, if somebody wanted to pay to do a hand recount
Right.
in, some small district, where would you find all those ballots? They would be in 1,000 different, they voted in 1,000 different voting locations. And it would cost a fortune to have enough people to go through all those. And so what Representative Isaac just suggested would at least cut it down to a zone, I guess we might be able
Correct.
to call it. And it would make it a lot more doable to go actually find those paper ballots to do a recount.
It's doable. It is a lot of intensive labor. Any type of hand counting is intensive on any
But if
any
you're
type
talking
of labor.
1 million ballots,
Oh, I get
you
it.
just can't do it.
No.
So nobody's got the money to pay for a recount.
Nor the time, nor the resources.
Right,
We
yeah.
spent 90 labor hours for 3,000 ballots. It's
Well,
crazy.
expand that by,
Again,
many times.
I'm glad people like us who live in the counties that we do get to hear about Harris County.
Well, thank you, because I think people can't, it's really good for us to hear, because we also have trouble figuring out, like, how do y'all do that in the small counties? So I've really enjoyed being on this committee and just hearing it from everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, very much. Chair calls Jenny Limcher, representing herself. Welcome back, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I show you registered as Jenny Limcher. You are representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay. My name is Jenny Limcher from Harris County, Texas. I want to address a serious cybersecurity issue that directly affects confidence in our election systems. On May 13th, 2026, a 40-year-old veteran cybersecurity professional issued a formal national security advisory warning, which I just had delivered to you. warning that multiple certified voting systems used across the United States are vulnerable to publicly available Windows exploits. These exploits, called Red Sun, Blue Hammer, Undefend, and Yellow Key, were released publicly by an independent researcher known as Nightmare Eclipse. According to the advisory, Red Sun and Blue Hammer allow a standard user to escalate to full system-level access on Windows machines. Undefend can disable or severely weaken Windows Defender protections. Yellow Key reportedly bypasses BitLocker encryption through a hidden Windows recovery environment debug framework. These are not hypothetical concerns. Major cybersecurity firms, including Huntress and Vectra AI, have analyzed these tools publicly, and Huntress confirmed they observed related tooling used in real-world intrusions. Multiple certified election systems are affected, including but not limited to ES&S Express Poll, electronic poll books, Dominion Democracy Suite EMS systems, and ImageCast Central Tabulators, VR systems, EVID, poll books, Robust Elections, AskED, poll books, and Clear Ballot tabulation workstations, to name a few. Many election systems rely on Windows 10, Windows 11, or Windows Server infrastructure. Some explicitly depend on Windows Defender and BitLocker as core security protections, the same protections these exploits reportedly target. The core issue is this: these systems passed federal and state certification testing while containing vulnerabilities that cybersecurity researchers now say can be exploited. That raises difficult but necessary questions about how these systems are certified, what security assumptions were relied upon, what independent penetration testing was actually performed, and how election officials can realistically defend election infrastructure against sophisticated zero-day exploits that even major corporations and cybersecurity teams struggle to contain. Certification cannot be treated as a one-time event, and cybersecurity threats evolve constantly. Election infrastructure in Texas, regardless the vendor, should undergo recurring red team testing, patch verification, penetration testing, chain of custody audits, and public transparency reviews to ensure known vulnerabilities are not sitting undetected inside certified systems. Election officials themselves are being placed in an impossible position. They're expected to guarantee election integrity using highly complex computerized systems they do not design, cannot audit at the source code level, and often lack the resources to fully secure. Transparency and public confidence require systems that can be observed, verified, audited, and trusted by ordinary citizens, not just by vendors or technical specialists. The letter I gave you with this testimony constitutes formal notification of these critical security vulnerabilities in certified voting systems. You now are aware of these exploits, and I ask for immediate decertification of all affected systems and thorough testing of all remaining systems.
Thank you, ma'am. I think a fix from the operating system would be a little bit more effective. Members, any questions? Ms. Swanson?
Yes, a lot of big fancy words in there. And so my question would be, at what point are you worried about them? Are you worried about the individual machines that people vote on? Are you worried about the counting machines? Are you worried about central count? Are you worried about the voter registration where you first get there? Like, where do you see the weakness, and where did this man see, like, at what point in the election?
The vulnerabilities that are pointed out in his advisory are primarily related to Windows systems. Is it operating system for the computer or the poll books that are mentioned here?
So he's talking about e-poll books, okay?
Well, some of them are e-poll books. There's a list here in the advisory, and there's more information that you can go to and find out more. But the key here is that every system can be vulnerable today, whereas yesterday they were not vulnerable.
Okay,
because it's changing. It's a living situation.
Right, and we need to constantly watch that. But we also need to really clarify what we're talking about, which piece of equipment. And everyone needs to know, I'm sure most people in the room do know, that by law, those machines that the counting machines that you put your your paper in, plus the marking machines cannot even have the capability of being connected to the internet.
But
So
they are.
not Hardin or Civic. And the only ones, the reason we don't have Dominion machines here in
I'm aware.
Texas, is that they failed twice. We used to have some that were old generation. And in that 2020 election, there was one county in Texas that had old generation Dominion machines, but they immediately got new ones after that. But these new Dominion machines that there've been questions about, I'm not here to say whether they're good or they're bad, have never been certified in Texas. We've never used them.
Right.
A lot of folks don't know that. And so after that happened, I got the information from the Secretary of State's office, show me the report. They failed certification twice in Texas. What did they fail on? And it was a number of different things, but one of them was that they did have the capability to be connected to the internet. Well, why in the world would they apply for certification knowing that's against the law in Texas? I don't know. And so what they tried to say was, well, the elections officials can build a security wall and they're like anybody, like they would know how to do that and could call it. Anyway, that was one of the big reasons that Dominion machines have never been certified here. And so unless, I know Hardin or Civic machines have never been hacked and they do not have there's never been any evidence whatsoever they can be connected to the internet. But I don't think ESS&S has ever had a question that theirs can be connected to the internet. So it really just be your e-poll books. And in most of the locations, like in Harris County, they try to put them in somewhere that has, forgive me, I don't recall the top technical information, but it has a much more protected internet than in your normal location, so that those things can't be messed with during the day. And but maybe we can still work on that. If we didn't vote in every single location on election day, we had regions, zones like Representative Isaac's talking about. Maybe we could stick to buildings that had this higher level closed internet system. But beyond that, when they get to central count, there's still no machines connected to the internet. They have to take the totals that they come up with, and those are read, and they have pieces of paper, and the Republican and the Democrats are standing there, and they watch the election judge or her designee enter those into the computer that then sends them to the Secretary of State's office. They also have to send a paper copy certified through the mail of what their results were. So there's really not a good way that somebody could just mess with the results. Like we heard all these things, they go to Frankfurt and they go in Germany and they go here and they go there. And that was really just like news reporting. Like it's all like a closed system. So unless you can find some weaknesses in our e-poll books, and I had the bill some years back that originally e-poll books had no requirements for security, and then I had a bill some sessions back that put a bunch of requirements on there, and the Secretary of State, and she can probably tell you my bill number and I can't, but maybe we need to update some stuff to make sure that we're keeping those secure.
It is my understanding that the majority of the equipment can, at some point, be accessible by the internet.
It's
They
not
do
true.
have contests every year. I believe it's at DEF CON, and people hack them all the time. I have actually witnessed people hack different machines.
Let me interrupt
and
you
I
on
would like
that.
to
Let
say
me interrupt
about
that.
Dallas that happened
That
with
is
the
people purposely trying to mislead you. The actual machine, oh yes, the actual machines have never, ever been hacked. Hardin or Civic, and I don't think ES&S, have never been hacked. What they are doing is they have these little conventions, and they set up a fake website that they purposely, it's supposed to be, you can swear to this for me when you come up, but they're making them purposely have weaknesses so that 10-year-olds can come up there, or who they have different ages and they have competitions and they hack them. They're hacking websites that were set up to be hacked because it's a competition. It's not the voting machines being hacked, and you've got people putting that stuff out who either don't understand, and so they're they're accidentally putting out false information, or they're doing it on purpose because they like to cause doubt on our elections. I think we have some weaknesses in elections, certainly other states do, but we need to be factual on what those are and not fall for these things that are not a weakness. So anyway, I would urge you to check that. A lot of times when you read those articles, read what it is. It's a fake website that's supposed to be like the county clerk's or elections administrator's website that's being hacked, that's made to be hacked so these kids can compete, or sometimes adults. It's not the machines. And I would ask that we get the Secretary of State to confirm that.
Yeah, we can do
All
that,
right.
and we need
Okay,
to move
thanks.
on to the next witness. But thank you for being here today, ma'am. Chair calls Mary Rose Gallagher, representing herself. Whoops, I show you registered as Mary Rose Gallagher, and you're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of this committee. My name is Mary Rose Gallagher. I'm 16 years old, a student at Founders Classical Academy of Leander, and a sixth-generation Texan from Williamson County. I'm here to ask you all to preserve and protect elections by returning to precinct and election day voting, along with hand counting our ballots. I've seen the countless hours in research and phone calls that my mother, Lori Gallagher, has put into learning about our Texas elections the past 5.5 years, and how to make them as safe and secure as possible. I've seen ordinary Texans, neighbors, ranchers, retired teachers, and mothers try to protect elections the way Article 6 of our state constitution says they should, in their own precincts with their own neighbors, counting their own ballots. An example I've seen of this is in March 2024, Gillespie County, Texas. Gillespie hand-counted around 8,000 ballots at their precinct level for under $30,000. Neighbors counting neighbors' ballots. The last precinct chair finished at 2:30 in the morning, but the count was clean, and the people knew what was going on in their election. I feel that it is my duty to share this knowledge for my generation and generations to come. Members, I'm 16 years old and very soon will become a Texas voter, along with many other young Texans. I'm one of the few people my age that knows that the precinct used to be the place where Texans counted their own votes, and that we, the people, can go back to it. How elections work in Texas is essential knowledge for a government of the people, by the people, and for the people to know. My generation will inherit whatever this committee ultimately decides. I ask you to decide with the people in mind. We are ready to hand count within our precinct, bringing back the elections to the people.
Good job, Mary Rose. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here, and you did a great job.
Thank you.
Chair calls Ann Gallagher, representing herself. Are we having a competition? How are you, Ann?
I'm good. How are you?
We're glad you're here. So I show you registered as Ann Gallagher. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, you may start.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Ann Gallagher. I'm 14 years old, almost 15. I'm a student at Founders Classical Academy of Leander, and I'm a sixth-generation Texan from Williamson County. I love my school, and I'm so grateful to get the education I've received. I've read and studied the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, parts of the Federalist Papers, and so many key documents of our country. I've learned what a republic is and what it is supposed to be. But honestly, I didn't know much about how Texas elections actually work until I started learning myself at home. I didn't know what my voting precinct was, or that the Texas Constitution promises us a local self-government that stays unimpaired, and I didn't know that there was different laws for Election Day and early voting. I think that most kids my age don't know any of this either. And the thing that I keep thinking about is that we're going to be voters soon. I'm going to be 18 in a few years, and most of us haven't been taught the importance of an election or even how to participate in an election. I'm here because my mom has been doing this work for as long as I can remember. I've watched her, listened to her, and the more I learn, the more I think my generation should care about their republic and elections. So I want to say one thing to this committee. Whatever you decide about how Texas runs its elections, please remember that we are paying attention. My friends and I are about to be voters, and when we are, we want to know that our votes are being counted by our neighbors in our own communities, and that somebody is responsible for them, not a machine. Schools should teach how elections work so votes are counted, and why voting matters so students are prepared to participate. Thank you.
Good job, Ann. I bet your mom's real proud of you. Chair recognizes Lori Gallagher, representing herself. How are you going to follow those two? That's great you're bringing your daughters here. So I show you registered as Lori Gallagher. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the item.
Yes, on the item.
All right. Well, thanks. You may proceed.
Hi, my name is Lori Gallagher. I have spent 6 years going back through Texas history and U.S. history to see how we conducted our elections, how did we get to where we are today. And over the last 38 years, there's been some structural changes to how we conduct our elections. And some of those may have been well-intentioned, but they came with a lot of problems. Our state constitution, Article 1, Section 1 and 2, talks about the organizational framework for our government. And it is a Republican form of local self-government where the government is founded by the authority of the people. That ballot box is our voice, that's our consent, and we preserved the purity and security of the ballot box in the precinct where the people reside. And so our whole state is divided up into 254 counties, and each county can have 4 to 8 commissioners' court districts, and those commissioner court districts are broken up into election precincts. And our Constitution requires, on Article 6, Section 4, all elections to be by the people. And they were indeed only exclusively conducted by the people in their precinct through the two majority winning parties, the political parties of the people. And there was an elected precinct chair from these two majority parties that would either be the presiding or alternate judge for that precinct polling location. And they built election teams with 7 to 10 of their neighbors. And they ran their elections in their precinct on one day. And the purity and the security of the ballot box was preserved, and the secrecy and the anonymous ballot was preserved, and you could verify and you could audit the elections, and everybody knew exactly that that box was what it was supposed to be. And now, with countywide polling place program, all of the ballots are mixed up everywhere. You can identify one ballot from another ballot. You used to have every ballot had the exact same ballot style in it. You wouldn't be able to pick one out from the other. That elected precinct presiding judge signed their signature. They took on the power of a judicial judge to keep order and to verify. Their legal judicial signature was on the back of every single ballot so that you could trace that ballot to an in-person polling location in their precinct, and you could look at it and verify that this was a legal ballot cast by a legal person at a legal location during the election. And I understand convenience is important, but what I want you to consider is to let us have our election day where the secrecy, security, purity, and audibility of the ballot box is preserved. If you want to give up your secrecy, security, purity, and audibility and verification during early voting for that convenience, okay, go do it. But we have to have one method of voting where those constitutional mandates are preserved. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair recognizes Terry Putnam representing himself. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you.
I show you registered as Terry Putnam. You're representing yourself and you're here on the item.
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
House Bill 5180 was passed by this committee, passed by the House, the Senate, signed by the governor in 2023. That bill has been gutted by the Williamson County Elections Office based on the Secretary of State's advisory number 2024-20. 5180 is the law that requires ballot images and cast vote records be available on the first day after date of final canvass. So the ES&S machines that we use have 12 parameters that they record on every ballot. Our county redacted 9 of those 12. And in addition to that, when I asked for the records, they sent them to me in PDF format, so not computer accessible. And since they were doing this one ballot at a time, this redaction of 9 of the parameters, about every 2 weeks I would get a few hundred files. To get the 200,000 records that I requested, I would suspect it would take a couple of years for them to provide that using that method. So this bill was to provide transparency. And I understand some of the problems that have been identified. And the primary rationale is we must preserve the secrecy of the ballot. Well, I asked you to consider when the ballots are non-auditable, you cannot audit the veracity of the entire election system. What good's the secrecy? They have secret ballots in Russia. But you don't know, they know the outcome is predetermined. We need citizens to be able to audit the elections in their area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir, for coming back up. Chair calls Christine Plaisance, representing herself. What is it? How do I say your name? Plaisance. Okay. I was close. Ma'am, I show you registered as Christine Plaisance.
Yes.
And you are representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes.
All right, well, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Kristen Plaisance. The Texas Constitution is very clear regarding this debate between transparency and privacy. Article 6, Section 2 states that free suffrage shall be protected from undue influence, from tumult, and improper practice. And Article 6, Section 4 states that the legislature shall make regulations necessary to detect and punish fraud and to preserve the purity of the ballot box. Those are not suggestions. They are constitutional mandates from the people to our elected officials. While I appreciate the importance of ballot secrecy, and I believe privacy should be protected wherever reasonably possible, it's important to understand that the right to a secret ballot is a court-constructed right from the term preserve the purity of the ballot box, and it is not expressly stated in the Texas Constitution that the people do have a right to a secret ballot. But what is expressly mandated is the duty to detect fraud, to prevent improper practices, and to preserve election integrity. That cannot be accomplished without strict transparency and accountability or auditability. The Texas Court of Civil Appeals recognized this principle a long time ago in Sewell versus Chambers when it stated, better 1,000 times that the individual's vote should be spread upon canvas under calcium light than have fraud locked up within the lids of official ballot boxes and poll books with no known legal method of exposing such fraud. Transparency is not the enemy of election integrity. It is how election integrity is preserved. The people cannot verify elections if critical election records are inaccessible or if broad redactions are allowed. Ballot privacy should be upheld, but not at the expense of meaningful audits of our elections. Many of the proposed solutions we've heard today would actually diminish or destroy the chain of custody that is essential to meaningful audits. And most of these privacy issues would not be issues if we did not have county-wide voting and instead had polling locations where each precinct was assigned to a specific polling location, but you could still, combine those polling locations so you don't have to have as many voting locations. Also, a great fix would be to make exposing someone's ballot a felony.
Thank you, ma'am. And we're all looking forward to serving with you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Plessy.
Yes.
You're the second person to come up here and talk about the purity of the ballot. Can you just answer this question? I have two. Did literacy tests preserve the purity of the ballot?
No, it's not the purity of the ballot, it's the purity of the ballot box.
Okay.
Meaning that the ballot box
Did
should be
literacy
free from
tests
fraud.
did literacy tests preserve the purity of the ballot box?
No, absolutely not.
What about poll taxes? Did that preserve the purity of the ballot box?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Isaac?
Hi, I look forward to serving with you.
Thank you.
Any chance you would want to serve on the Elections Committee?
Possibly.
Thanks.
It'd be a great fit for me.
Yeah.
Ms. Swanson?
Yes, thank you for coming, and we're looking forward to serving with you and hope you will request this committee.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Joyce LaBombard with the League of Women Voters of Texas. Ma'am, I show you registered as Joyce LeBombard, and you're with the League of Women Voters of Texas, and you are here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes.
All right, welcome.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on election transparency and ballot privacy. I'm Joyce LeBombard, testifying on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas. The League supports election administration. The League supports transparency in election administration. However, ballot secrecy and voter privacy are not optional policy preferences. They are foundational requirements for free and secure elections. Texas already provides robust public access to election records, including voter registration data, election procedures, and other administrative information. These systems provide meaningful transparency and public oversight without exposing how any individual citizen voted. As the committee considers the Texas Public Information Act and ballot security requirements, it is important to preserve the distinction between transparency in election administration and the protections of voter privacy. Multiple 2024 news reports, including coverage from CBS Texas, the Houston Chronicle, and VoteBeat have raised concerns that in certain limited circumstances, Texas ballot secrecy may be weakened when detailed election data is made publicly available and can be combined with other lawful data sets. These reports highlight that while ballots are not directly disclosed, increasing granularity in publicly released election information can, in some cases, create pathways where voter anonymity is less secure, particularly in smaller jurisdictions, with fewer voters per precinct. While no one is suggesting that ballots are being directly disclosed, the practical effect of increasingly granular disclosures is that voter anonymity can be weakened through modern data reconstruction techniques that were not contemplated when these transparency provisions were first adopted. That is precisely why ballot secrecy protections exist, to ensure Texans can vote freely without concern of their choices, that their choices could be traced back to them. It is also important to note there is no evidence of voter fraud or systemic ballot manipulation that would justify weakening these protections. Any proposed changes should be grounded in demonstrated need, not hypothetical concerns. The League urges this committee to preserve Texas' strong tradition of transparency in election administration without expanding disclosures in ways that risk voter privacy, and to ensure that ballot secrecy remains fully protected and uncompromised. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you so much for being here. Chair calls David Carter, representing himself.
Excuse my creaky bones.
No, you're fine. Welcome back. I show you registered as David Carter. You're representing yourself, and you're here testifying on the agenda item.
That's correct.
All right.
Mr. Chairman. So this is an area that I have studied for the last 10 or 15 years. The issue of using the voting machines as opposed to, on the one hand, as opposed to hand counting like we used to do for decades and generations. It's my understanding from my own study that there were no electronic voting machines until around the late 1980s. By 1990, there were videos available online under the generic title of black box voting. And at that time, that was about the era when the Texas Legislature began to create standards for certifying these electronic voting systems. And that's the way most of the protections that we think we have were founded around that time. Anyway, the one of the videos was called Fraction Magic, and it involved the use of decimal fractions as opposed to integers for counting votes, and it was quite revealing. Also, most of these original machines were designed by ex-convicts out of the U.S. penitentiaries, and the machines were started off being for Venezuela and places like that. And then the marketing people for these machines thought it saw a market, so they started marketing here in the U.S. That's my background on electronic voting machines. I believe that hand counting the ballots, for instance, I was an election judge for about 10 years up in Bell County, and would get this great big bag of supplies, and some of it I never used, I just put it aside, but one of them was a tally sheet, a blank tally sheet where you would have to write in the names of candidates and then count the little tally marks for when you counted the ballots. Well, we never did that. I started being a judge by the time they already had the DS-200, and the DS-200 did the counting for us and put it on a flash drive, which central count would then count. And so anyway, I never understood these blank tally sheets until I took the hand count training over in Gillespie County, which did a successful hand count back in 2024 for their Republican primary election. This is just an anecdotal dump on you that I think that there should be hand count teams, and of course, there's concerns with getting enough people to do it. I favor a voting holiday. That's a simple solution with mammoth logistics problems on that single day. But I appreciate that you folks are taking our inputs, and wish I had something more specific to help you with.
That's all right. Thank you for being here. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir, for being here. Chair calls Janice Rankin, representing herself. Hello again, ma'am. I show you registered as Janice Rankin. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All
Thank you
right.
so much, and members, thank you for allowing me to be here. I have a different viewpoint on the transparency and the ballot secrecy issue than these witnesses who have been studying this for so many years on their own to try to satisfy themselves about what the Constitution in Texas says and so forth. I would just like to relate to you my experience as an election judge and what we do and what we handle and how we handle it. And so, yes, we are using an electronic system here in Travis County. I can't tell you what they use in Williamson County or Bell County or other counties, but I can talk to you about what we do here. And when the voter comes in, we have an e-poll book which has a link to the registration system, and we qualify the voter. We put their data in, their ID, all of that kind of thing. There's a machine that prints a clean ballot. I, as the election judge, sign the back of the ballot, which has a control number on it. So there's not going to be some blank ballot, some confusing added ballot, or anything of that sort. We have to put the ballot in the machine to print out which style of ballot they need. You have to have different styles of ballots because you are helping people who are voting for different House districts, different School Board of Education districts, all manner of different voting components. So you cannot have just one ballot style for that. And that is why you have that on the piece of paper. Once we hand them that with their ballot style, they take it to the ballot machine. The ballot machine is not connected to the e-poll book. It is not connected to the voting scanner where they insert their ballot when they're done. And so they see the ballot that they do. They have an opportunity to check it before, during, and after they cast their ballot. And if they need to go back and fix something, we can undo it, and we can start over. And they can do a new clean ballot, and they can do again. But we don't touch the ballots. Yes, the people who would do curbside voting assistance would be helping with the people because they have to do the printing of the ballot with the ballot style for that person. But again, as Representative Swanson pointed out, they put this in a secrecy ballot. And at the primaries, you do have the luxury of having an R and a D both out there receiving that and putting that in the secrecy ballot. And that comes in and it goes to the ballot scanner. And you have your R and your D person looking at the ballot being put in the scanner. So there's just so many checks on every step of the way. And at the end of the day, what we do is we have all of this data from the scanner on a USB drive. And we take that in a sealed, locked bag. Both me and the Republican judge, we take it to the county and they take it from us.
Yep, thank you, ma'am.
So that is part of the process. And again, if you want to be a guest in our poll on Tuesday, May 26th, Rosedale School here in Austin.
Members, any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Chair calls Tamara McFarland, representing herself.
I have some.
Yeah, because you still have questions on your back. You still have questions.
This is my compilation of wish lists for 5 years.
Yeah, is that okay?
Okay, finally.
Good.
Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Tamara McFarland. You're here representing yourself, and you're testifying on the agenda item.
Yes.
All right, welcome.
Thank
Glad
you.
you're here.
Thank you. Well, before I begin, I want to just say, did you know that the SAVE database is a reverse check? So what does that mean? That means that it doesn't return citizenship. It only flags those who aren't. So it does not return a value for natural-born citizens or illegals. Okay? If you've never interacted with one of those government databases, you won't be in them. Okay? So it's not a check for citizenship. It's a check for non-citizenship. So you know, the number is misleading, but I wanted to say that because it was bothering me. But it's not like you went through and checked 18 million records and got back a citizenship, and 2,700 didn't have it. What you did was you went through 18 million records, and 2,700 had a non-citizen flag. Okay? Do you understand? It's a reverse check. Okay? It's very crucial because, my name is Tamara McFarland. I'm a former award-winning government auditor and a Central County election judge. I can tell you firsthand that the gaps that we're facing in the elections are not procedural. I do invite you all to get some expert witnesses here to talk to you about the cybersecurity, the network cards that are accessible, even when you think it's air-gapped. I've written affidavits for bills and SOS election complaints that have gone unanswered for months, years. We don't get an answer, okay? And these are serious issues. And then the SOS, by the way, they red flagged me on social media, and I found out that I was being monitored, policed, with our tax dollars on social media by the Secretary of State Election Department. And when I looked at the document, it red flagged me and others who were simply, expressing concerns about our elections. And I am a red flag, high risk. I'm a high threat level risk to staff. So just be careful. So that's what our tax dollars are being spent on at the Secretary of State. That's frightening. And, the gaps in our elections are like trying to fix leaky pipes. Despite years of legislative efforts, the leaks keep coming. Countywide vote centers destroy the chain of custody, and I would love to talk to you more. There's so many discussions I could have with all of you about what is wrong, despite the post. The post-election audits are what we call as false audits. When you have chain of custody that has been broken, you cannot have a meaningful audit. So I come before you today as a due diligence expert for Fortune 500 companies, respectfully asking you to review my detailed report, my multi-year bill wish list that I've been writing for 3 years, then I have to go back amend it because you keep amending the laws.
Thank
and then,
you. Thank you, ma'am.
Anyways, thank you so much.
Members, any questions? Chairman
What's that?
McFarland. Tamara McFarland. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, are we done? I'm gonna, so we're done with that section? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on to our next agenda item, which is regarding the monitoring of the implementation of SB 827 relating to the audit of an election using electronic voting systems. With that, I will like to recognize Christina Ekins with the Secretary of State's office. Welcome back, ma'am. I show you as registered as Christina Ekins. You're representing the Secretary of State's office, and you're here testifying on the agenda item.
Yes, sir. That's
All
correct.
right, thank you. Go ahead with your statement, and I think Ms. Swanson has some questions for you.
Absolutely. So with respect to this monitoring charge, I think specifically we were looking at Senate Bill 827 relating to the audit of an election using electronic voting systems. So I'm going to speak a little bit about that, then of course answer any other questions you have about this or any other legislative items you'd like to ask me about. But specifically with respect to Senate Bill 827, this provision modified a number of requirements related to the post-election audit that is required under Texas law. This process is also now known as the post-election hand count audit, requires that counties perform a hand count to validate the accuracy of their voting system equipment. One of the primary changes to the existing law was to require that the audit be conducted based on a randomly selected group of polling places rather than a randomly selected group of precincts for both early voting and election day. This change was designed to improve ballot security by reducing the number of ballot boxes that needed to be accessed to conduct the count and to provide a more thorough audit of the tabulation systems used in the election by counting a larger number of ballots. Another significant change related to who was required to conduct the hand count. Under the previous law, the hand count was conducted by the general custodian of election records. This would be the election official in each county, that chief election official. Under the changes in Senate Bill 827, the hand count is now conducted by the early voting ballot board under the direction of the general custodian of election records. While they still supervise the count, there's now a greater level of separation between the custodian who maintains the records and the counting process. This provides for more independence and validation of the activities that occurred in the election process. Finally, the bill provided some modifications to the deadlines associated with the risk-limiting audits, a new audit process that will be fully implemented in Texas with this upcoming November 2026 election. The bill also provides a requirement to post the results of the post-election hand count audit on the general custodian's website to allow the public to view the documents associated with the audit and provide transparency into the audit process. To support these changes, our office, the Secretary of State's office, released a number of new resources, forms, and guides to provide detailed instructions on how to conduct this hand count. We also prescribe procedures for counties to expand the post-election hand count to include additional locations of their choosing based on local circumstances. I will say in general, the vast majority of our counties have transitioned to this newer process very successfully. We have had some reports from counties anecdotally that there are some increased costs and some difficulty in securing additional ballot board members to perform this count, though I don't have a whole lot of specific data available on those claims, but I do know that there's some county election officials here today that can answer some questions about their experience in this area. Finally, there was one subsection in Section 127.201, the provision of law that we're speaking about, that was not modified in the last, in Senate Bill 827, but for which we've had some significant feedback. We've had a lot of feedback about the changes that were made, but a lot of questions as to why one particular provision was left out. So currently, when there is no statewide office or measure on a ballot, local entities still have to conduct their post-election hand count audit, but what the law says is that they have to hand count in the selected locations all races on the ballot. Whereas when we are doing a statewide hand count audit, the Secretary of State's office selects the races, and the law dictates that we can select up to 3 races. So it does put some parameters on the process that are not there for our local entities. And so we've had some feedback from our local folks saying, if this is something that's being evaluated in the future, there are some concerns there. For example, if you have a charter amendment election and you've got 20 charter amendments on there, in addition to all your officers, they're having to hand count all of those again. And some folks have expressed concern locally where there might be some shortage of resources in that area and asked for some consideration in creating some similar parameters. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Swanson? Sorry.
Okay.
She raised her hand.
Thank you. Once again, thank you for coming, for your input, and always being available when we hear about problems that need to be solved in a hurry. I have a lot of questions about things people have brought up. So,
of course.
Somebody said our checks for citizenship on SAVE are like negative checks. They're only checking them against a list of people who are not citizens. And so if those people have come in and they're in the country, they're not a citizen, but they haven't interacted with the government. This is the way I understood that particular person that was testifying, that they're just not on the list, so therefore we're not catching them because they didn't interact with the government after they got here, so they didn't make it on that list. So which is true? Are we checking against a list of non-citizens that the government happens to know about, or are we checking against a list of actual citizens?
So the SAVE system has evolved a lot over the last year and a half in particular. And so I think I can't really speak to previous experiences with SAVE that some individuals may have had, but what I can say is that the current system, so SAVE is not a database. It's a portal that accesses, I think, about 15 different databases that the federal government has. Over the last year and a half, SAVE USCIS has added additional databases to the SAVE system, one of which would be our passport data. And so Social Security Administration data. So there's other newer databases that have been added to it. I can tell you from our experience at the state in running 18 million records through SAVE that we do get findings telling us that somebody is a U.S. citizen. So while maybe that was how SAVE functioned before, in our experience at the state, I can tell you that I have records indicating citizenship verifications for over 17 million of our Texans.
Okay, so if that was true before, it's not true now.
It may have
Okay.
changed over
Yes,
the last year
okay.
and a half.
Good to know.
Don't, ma'am, please don't speak
Yeah.
unless you're recognized. Continue.
I think it may have been her. Somebody mentioned network cards. Tell me exactly what, and explain to us, what do those do, and do you think there's a weakness there?
So if I recall, I think we were talking about electronic poll books and wireless capabilities. I thought that's maybe what we were referring to, because our electronic voting systems in Texas, we have state laws that prohibit the capability of being connected to the internet. So our electronic voting system equipment, the devices that people use to mark ballots, and the system that's used to tabulate or count the ballots, state law has very strict prohibitions saying that those cannot be connected to the internet.
And cannot have the ability to be
And
connected.
cannot have the ability. In fact, from our experience at the state where we certify electronic voting systems, we actually had a vendor one time ask to come in, and they said, well, we have this equipment, it has modeming capabilities, but we're going to turn it off for Texas, and we wouldn't let them even bring it in. We said, absolutely not.
Otherwise known as Dominion. Yes.
Absolutely
so,
not.
And we appreciate that, the fact that you guys stood strong on the law and didn't do that. So e-poll books, it sounds to me like, and you can go on into what happens in central count like I was, but I'm sure you can be more eloquent than me. But can the e-poll books be, can they be hacked?
So electronic poll books are connected to the internet.
Sure.
Absolutely. That is part of their functionality because, for example, in Texas where we have early voting, where you can vote in multiple, different locations across the county during early voting, you're not restricted to one location. That poll book, you want it to update to tell you that somebody has checked in at one location so that they can't check in at another location. So what I would say is that there's a lot of security protocols in place. We do test the equipment, we do certify the equipment, and we have these validations that are there to ensure that they're as secure as they can be for use in our election process.
So what about this? I've been told that at least at places where we have early voting, we're supposed to do it at places that have, I cannot remember the name of it, but they have this higher level of network, of internet network.
So maybe you might be referring to, it's called FirstNet, which
Yes,
is
yes, thank you.
which is basically it's available for first responders and certain types of like law enforcement
Right.
that have access to this. And there are, I'm not sure if there's any counties that are utilizing FirstNet for electronic poll books, but there are some capabilities out there to be to utilize a more secure network.
But would you have to have it at a location that already had that? Like you'd have to have a fire station say, sure, you can have voting here.
I don't believe so. I don't think that that's how it functions. I think it exists and
you could do it anywhere.
Yes,
at a
and it
school or-
prioritizes certain types of traffic over other types of, wireless
Okay,
traffic.
and I thought we had a requirement like that, but perhaps you can do a little more research and get back to us
Happy to do some more
on that.
research for you on that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I hate to give you too much homework, but, okay, so have any of our ballot marking machines or ballot counting machines that are legal in Texas, ES&S and Hart InterCivic, and not going back to stuff that hadn't been legal in 20 years. Had they ever been hacked?
So I'm not aware of any circumstances in Texas or in elections outside of Texas where we have any kind of confirmed hacking of our electronic systems like that. I know there were references made to some of the demonstrations that occur at DEF CON, at the voting village at DEF CON. I've attended it most years that it's been in existence, I've been there. In fact, our office was invited to speak at DEF CON to talk about our certification program. And so I do have some familiarity with that, and I can tell you that a lot of those demonstrations that they're doing are just that, they're demonstrations. And in many circumstances, the people that are given access to the equipment are given unfettered access to the equipment. They're letting them, they're handing them the equipment and letting them do whatever they would wish to that equipment, which is very different than how the election equipment is used and how it's stored and maintained and secured in a real world environment. That being said, it's a good demonstration, though. It's a good demonstration that I think, can identify some vulnerabilities that gives the vendors direction on how to address certain items and to address certain things. I would also note that I've been there, a number of years, and most of the equipment that's in their voting village that they're using for these demonstrations, it's older equipment. It's not the stuff that's currently in use today, or I would say not widely used today.
Right. And my understanding was these things where they had the competition for the kids.
Yes.
They're really just doing a website that's set up with weaknesses so that they can compete. And this one hacked in 10 minutes, and that one took 15. And
what you described there was actually one of the it is something that they have done specifically where it was that scenario, and it was not a scenario involving the equipment itself.
Okay, and I know in Texas, my understanding it's illegal to give a voting booth over to anyone to look at, and because we have people that want to get hold of one and looking for good or bad reasons, and that it's illegal. And isn't there some woman that wanted to check it, and she did open up a machine, and now she's in big trouble? Like, it's a legal case, a criminal legal case.
I think there's a kind of a number of considerations there. There are some legal hurdles to just handing over the equipment to any individual that wants to access it. I think there's also regardless of the legal hurdles, there's chain of custody issues. If you hand your equipment to somebody and give them unauthorized and unrestricted access to your equipment, you've now lost chain of custody on it, and we don't know what they've done to it. So we would advise anytime equipment like that, when you've lost chain of custody, you don't reuse it. That's not used again.
Just throw it out. Okay.
There was a case out of Colorado, I think it was, where there was a woman that had provided access to some equipment, but there were some federal prosecutions involved in that.
Right.
Or, I'm sorry, state prosecutions involved in that.
I saw something about that recently popped up. Okay, so let me see what all I covered here. Okay. On the hand counting, a couple of things. If you could comment on the one in Gillespie County, isn't that the only one that hand counted right before this last
For the primary
session?
election? No, we actually had some other counties that hand counted as well.
I'm talking about the general of 2024. Which counties did that? Hand counted.
In the general election in 2024, I don't have a list in front of me. We didn't have any large counties hand count the general election.
Which is, of course, a totally different animal. But I do remember in one of the counties, I don't recall if it was Gillespie, who we had people come up here, and some of them claimed, it went really, really well. But their head guy came to me afterwards and said, oh, no, it was a disaster. It took forever, and 12 out of 13 precincts brought in incorrect information. And so I think people need to understand that and understand the number of errors. As someone who spent many, many years being an election judge, back when we had the punch ballots, and by the way, I have never, ever seen a pregnant or hanging Chad, because we are... In Harris County, we actually cleaned out the little machines underneath there, and got the Chads out in between. So they were either on there or they weren't on there. But our job back then was we opened up our little flimsy little ballot can that had the tiny little lock on it. People thought that was big security, but the job back then was to open it up. We dumped all of them out everywhere. Sometimes it was a huge number. And first we had to look and see if they had a write-in vote, which you literally wrote in back in those days. We tore the stub off, and then we counted the number of ballots, and we had to count how many ballots were unvoted also, and compare all that to how many ballots were given to us. And so people think that this is like some perfect system. Oh no. It would take hours sometimes for us to even come up with a number that would balance with what we still had. And many precincts could never get it to balance, so they just go turn it in not balanced. And we also had trouble that voters would just walk out the door with those things. So you didn't have a proper number to turn in, but those things would stick to each other, and people would lose count, and they were visiting around a table, and we'd have to turn them like every 25, and you'd get your stack, after you got about this high. We reported our numbers. That still didn't work. So then you passed your stack to the person to the right, and you counted somebody else's stack for ages until finally we figured out which stack had the wrong count on it. And I remember one particular time when the precinct had gotten really big, and it was a huge turnout in general elections, and my staff, and they were all really good, smart people, and they kept coming up with too many ballots. And I was like, okay, folks, I can go in there and tell them that we're returning a couple of ballots, fewer than they gave me, but I am not going back and saying we are giving them back more ballots than they gave us. Like, no, that doesn't work. So we counted and counted until finally we got that. But it's very important for people who weren't around and never held elections that way to understand that all we did was count the number of ballots. And we would also talk, too, about how easy it would be to cheat for several reasons. But one of the reasons was you could just take a little stylus or something you had with you and punch out whichever ones somebody, like if they hadn't voted a certain race, you'd know that was punch hole 51. You could punch them all out. Even if they'd already voted in a race, all you'd have to do would be to punch out the opposition's, little punch things, and then that'd be an overvote, so it wouldn't count. And you could just massively cheat, which could have been what happened in Florida, because if you had a whole stack and you tried to do a bunch of them at one time, you would end up with pregnant or hanging chads. So very, very easy to cheat. If you had the opposite party in there, you just would say, hey, I need you to go collect the signs outside, or, whatever, and find some other reason for them. Whereas I was always the opposite. Whatever members of the opposite party I had there, I was like, I need you like right here so you can verify we did everything right. But we were only counting the number of ballots. And in Harris County, we have like 100 races on the ballot. And I believe that's races. That's not just, or measures to be voted on, it's called. And so then if you multiplied that by 2 or 3 people running in each race in a general election, however many parties put forward somebody, you're talking you could have 200 to 300 individual things you would have to record. We have 1 million ballots. So you're talking that how many weeks, months would it take us to count 200 million to 300 million races, those little tally marks? We would still be counting the ballots from 2020 in Harris County. And they wouldn't be right either. And one of the things we've really seen, and we watched it in 2020 in other states, the longer that it takes to get the results in, the more chance there is for cheating. So we have to have really quick results. You've got those, they like to call it the paper backup ballots, that we have, which we know they're really count number 1 before the machines. But you've at least got that, what is the machine count right away? And another thing that would be a huge problem if we ever went to only paper ballots, no machines involved at all, would be that we cannot possibly have enough poll workers to watch every single location. Whereas if they are locked up, like our machines that we have with the Hart InterCivic machines, in which I would guess with the ES&S system also that those paper ballots are locked up, then they're not unlocked until they get there to central count. Well, at central count, we can have enough poll watchers. Both sides can have enough. And so my concern is I don't want anybody touching those paper ballots at the local place when who knows who is holding the elections. Instead, I want them to stay locked up till they get to central count where we can have plenty of eyes on everything. And that makes it so much more fair to everybody. And I'd like to just hear you comment on whether a hand count of strictly paper is just like, could that be done in big counties?
So I think it's important to note, and I think it relates back to this interim charge, and so that everyone's clear on this, hand counting is a part of every election that we do in Texas. It's a part of every election. For us in Texas, that comes in on the auditing portion. And I think that it is absolutely critical that we have hand count audits.
Absolutely.
That you are manually reviewing those ballots. I can give you an example from, it was probably about 10 years ago. We had a local entity that did not do their proper pre-election testing and had a problem with their ballot. And it was in their post-election hand count audit that they did that they discovered the programming error. And they eventually went to court and actually to remedy the situation in order to do a recount, to do a full recount, because this programming error would have impacted the outcome of that race. And so that post-election hand count audit is absolutely critical. In Texas, we have counties that hand count for every election, probably about 8 or 9 counties, depending on the election, but there's much, much smaller counties where financially, given the turnout, given the population of those counties, a hand count makes sense. And in some cases can be done more quickly than all of the work that would go into establishing a central counting station and doing all of that work. So I want to be clear that it does have a place in our election process. That being said, what I have observed from the hand counts that have been conducted in Texas is that the larger the county, the more work it's going to take to plan and prepare for that. I know Dallas County originally was looking at doing a hand count for the primary election, the Republican Party. We spent a lot of hours with the Dallas County Republican Party, working with them to make sure that they had plans that were compliant with the law, that they were taking everything into consideration. But ultimately, they made the decision that they couldn't get enough workers to do it successfully. So a hand count, again, has a place in the election process. For some counties, that might be the right course of action, but it will be more difficult the larger the county. For the reasons that you mentioned, for the reasons that I think some of the folks in Dallas County can speak to from their experience, and from a transparency standpoint too. I think you highlighted a point that I have heard repeatedly from some of the counties that have hand counting, that it's hard to have poll watchers in every location late into the night when they're...
Sometimes the election judge will kick them out,
And-
which is not likely to happen at central count.
And so, in order to make sure that you've got eyes on the process, in some counties that central count setup is the way that you can make sure that you have eyes on the tabulation. I think it's also important to note that in Texas, our local election officials have discretion on how they run elections. And so these are decisions that are made locally. And they should be made locally because they're the ones that are in the best position to know what is feasible for their county, what can be done, what the candidates in their county are comfortable with, what the voters in their county are comfortable with. And so our laws allow for that discretion. And most importantly, for electronically counted elections, we have the hand count audit that happens afterwards. We actually don't have an audit process. This post-election hand count audit that we're discussing right now does not apply to counties that just hand count for their initial election.
Oh, interesting. Okay. One last question is, somebody commented on the story that I haven't heard in a long time, but this idea that they discovered some kind of fractional voting, and so it was bumping up one candidate every time for a certain amount over the other one, and not... and it was taking away a vote from another candidate. I never saw anything credible to back that up, but I'd love to hear your comments on that.
So I think you're referring to a situation that happened in Bexar County in the primary election this year. Some allegations we were hearing about voters. It was regarding a voter list that was provided by the county.
Now, this was a long time ago. This was after the 2020 election. They claimed that machines were set up and the counting gives, you know,
So-
1.25 vote for every time, you know, and takes away 1.25 from
So what I would say
another
there,
candidate.
what I would say to that, ma'am, is if anyone has concerns that the counts are not matching the registered voters, these are publicly available data points that can be validated. I think it's important to note that in Texas, we have reconciliation procedures, some reconciliation procedures that were passed by the Texas Legislature to put procedures in place that require our county election officials, our central county and station officials, to reconcile their votes at the end of the night. They do it at the end of the night with the unofficial results. They do it again at the canvass to show how many voters voted, what the totals were, to look at provisionals, to look at mail ballots, how many ballots were sent out, how many ballots were returned. And what most counties have done in order to successfully do this election reconciliation is that they do reconciliation on a day-to-day basis during early voting. And they do reconciliation at their polling places, where they are looking every day at the number of voters that voted and the number of ballots cast on that equipment, not looking at results for early voting, but looking at just numbers. And if you're monitoring that along the way and you're looking at your election records, you can piece together the election process from start to finish. We do have a lot of transparency there when it comes to results data. And so you can recreate that, and you'd be able to identify if there were fractional votes, if there were percentages that were bumped up. You would be able to identify those discrepancies.
The idea was it didn't change the number of votes or shown voters. Instead, it maybe took every time there was a vote, you know, this presidential candidate went up more than one, and this one went down the same amount.
So-
Somehow that it was fit, but it sounds
But
like
if that happened, ma'am, what I would say, Representative, is that that's what the post-election auditing is designed to do.
Right, okay.
It's designed to catch those discrepancies, and I would say the post-election hand count audit, the traditional percentage-based audit that we're talking about, would identify discrepancies at locations or discrepancies in mail ballots. But more importantly, we're about to implement an additional post-election audit, this risk-limiting audit that's based on a statistical formula, and it's based on outcomes. It measures the differences between winning vote totals for candidates. That now we have another audit process that we're going to be looking at that looks at outcomes.
Okay.
And so I think the combination of those audits would make it so that we could identify any issues like
that's
that.
great. And the one county you mentioned that did they not do their logic and accuracy test, or what happened?
It was a local jurisdiction, it was a school district, and they did not properly do their LNA testing. I think that it was not an intentional wrongdoing. They just they were doing the election on their own and didn't fully understand the process for logic and accuracy testing, and so
Right.
they didn't validate the results at the end of the LNA
great.
testing.
Thank you.
That's, Ms. Isaac?
Hello.
Hello.
Back to Senate Bill 827.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you still intend to conduct the risk limiting audits before canvassing?
Yes, ma'am.
Before.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
after. Okay.
Yes, the bill gives our office the ability by statute to set the date for that risk limiting audit because we do it all statewide at the same time.
Okay.
And the intention there in reading through the laws is to ensure that it's happening before the canvass.
Okay. I was told that the Office of Director of National Intelligence is going to be releasing a report next week that will show like at least 17 states, we don't know which states yet, where e-poll books were hacked in 2022 and 2024. Are you aware of that?
So
coming out?
any reports like that come out, we'll be looking at very closely.
Okay.
I mean, we have 6 e-poll book vendors in Texas, more than most states because of the decentralized nature of our election process. So we will absolutely be looking at that, and taking into consideration any information like that that's put out there that could impact certification of poll books.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been waiting for a long time for us to get on this line of questioning.
Excellent.
Okay, so let's just start with SB 827 and the first 72 hours after the polls close, okay? You kind of gave us a little bit of a breakdown as to what goes on with the audit, but during that same period, you have counties that are handling provisional ballots, mail-in ballots, canvasses, preparation, recount risks, public inquiries, like a bunch of stuff is happening, right? We've attested to that.
Absolutely.
So has the SOS assessed whether that 72-hour start deadline is workable? And I'm talking about across all the counties, right? You know, we have very small little counties, and then we have really big counties like Collin County, Dallas County. So have you guys made an assessment on whether or not that's workable?
That's a great question. So what I would say there
I have a couple of them sometimes.
Excellent. What I would say to that is I haven't had a whole lot of feedback from counties on that issue because most counties, they don't typically start the counting process till all of that's complete. But what the law says is you have to begin within 72 hours. Most people will initiate the process if they are selecting location. They'll do the location selection. If they're selecting additional locations, they'll have a planning meeting with their ballot board to plan out the steps for the recount. And so all of that we would consider part of the kind of beginning process and starting the audit process, even organizational work like that. But I do hear what you're saying that, let me add one thing. What if I would note is that 72-hour requirement has been there for a very long time. It preceded a lot of the changes in the law that have come with extended deadlines for reviewing provisionals and mail ballots and whatnot. So that may be something to take a look at.
Right. So as we're going into the 90th legislative session and we're looking at the fixes, filling the gaps and stuff like that, is the SOS collecting county level data on audit staff hours, like timely completion, discrepancy, requests for technical assistance and things like that? Are you guys collecting that data now? So
some data points. I will say we have some data points. Once with the expansion with this particular bill, when we saw the expansion and kind of there was very clearly a desire from the legislature to make this a more robust audit process. Secretary of State's office has an audit program. We have our county election audits where we go in and audit individual counties. Well, this is a great project for our audit team to tackle kind of in between. And so they now work on this after each election. They've done 2 elections now where that data comes back to them. They're reviewing the discrepancies, contacting counties for more information. If they're in what they're reporting back to the state, we're seeing discrepancies, a high number of discrepancies or something that looks abnormal, we're contacting the county to get more information. Send us your voting system tapes, send us your tally sheets. Let's try to figure out where these discrepancies are. So we have taken that on to go a little bit deeper and dig a little bit deeper in that process to make sure that we are doing our due diligence because that information by law is reported to us. There could be some additional data points that we could collect with that. That would not be hard for us to do. And so we're happy to work with your office.
Yeah.
If there's some additional information that you think would be helpful, we can work on collecting that for this upcoming November election.
Yeah, and I guess that's my whole point with this, is that this is our opportunity to learn from the mistakes and fix the systems, right? So I guess my next question is, would your office be willing to provide our committee with some of that statewide implementation report before, we go into the next session as we're creating our interim report so that we know what to work on?
Absolutely. We're happy to provide any data that our office has. That is something we've been working toward, is some kind of report, post-election report that we can eventually issue once we get more data and more information and understand how our counties are utilizing this process effectively.
And then I have just a couple more questions. So does the SOS provide a standardized, plain language public reporting template for SB 827 audit results?
Yes, ma'am, we do. So we actually used to have a web application where people would submit results to us. We have moved away from that for the time being, and we provide a template to them. It's an Excel document. We have an instruction, a handbook that goes with it. We have sample tally sheets that they can use, sample notices. Every form they could possibly use in this, we provided a sample for them. And we have provided all of that to our county so that they've got something to work off of, a starting place. And then they complete the worksheets and submit them back to our office.
I love that. Thank you so much for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Hankins.
Thank you.
All right, the chair calls Jennifer Doinoff, Elections Administrator, on behalf of the Texas Association of County Elections Officials and yourself. And you are neutral on this item, is that correct?
That is correct.
You may begin.
Thank you. Senate Bill 827 has been a wonderful bill. I really appreciate the legislature for passing this bill. Election officials love to show their work. They love to show voters that they can be assured that their elections are accurate, and we love to build voter confidence. So this was a priority for the Texas Association of County Election Officials in the 89th legislative session for all of those reasons. Senate Bill 827 standardized the process for election observers, helping them better understand what to expect during post-election hand count audit, which we refer to as the PCAW now, or PECA. I think we have the emphasis in different places. Some of the positive changes following the passage of Senate Bill 827. Now the count is done by ballot board members, which are appointed by either the local jurisdictions or the parties, depending on the election. The post-election hand count audit can be expanded by the general custodian of records if further verification is needed, or we have close local races that we want to add. We can do that. We have the authority now. Improve ballot security by allowing counting by location, ensuring that election officials aren't required to open each ballot bag to find specific precincts. And also, observers can follow the process now. They can actually count the ballots, look at the tape, and see that everything was accurate and as it should have been. And those tapes are signed by judges, so they know. So it's another verification of reconciliation. County election officials are continuing to provide feedback on potential updates or cleanups to the bill as the new law is implemented. For example, following the passage of Senate Bill 827, as you heard earlier, all races have to be counted on the May ballot. That presents challenges. Also, that's when we have fewer people that are involved in the process. So if you have charter amendment elections or long ballots, that takes a long time. And particularly for the primary runoff, the timeline, and which I'm going to talk about in timelines, for the post-election hand count audit conflicts with the primary runoff election. So they're doing the audit during the time they're running the election. So that presents some challenges as well. And then counties have also identified that the new requirement to count 3 locations or 1% of locations, whatever is greater, may need to be reevaluated as it has unequitable impacts on different county sizes, and that some counties that may only have 3 or 4 locations are pretty much counting their whole election. So something to look at. And then also, as you heard earlier, hand-counted elections are not audited. So we would like to see some sort of audit put in place for those elections as well. Texas Association of County Election Officials will continue to collect data. We do have some data on the percentages that different counties are counting for this, so that we can share that with you when we get closer into the session. And we want to ensure that all counties can appropriately comply with the statutory requirements. And Christina kind of stole my thunder. I was going to talk a little bit about all of the audits and reconciliations that we do, because this is just one. We do have the logic and accuracy testing that we do in advance of the election. We have all of the reconciliation processes that our judges do in the polling location, as well as what we do when everything comes back to central count. All of that is posted online and signed by the party appointees or local jurisdictions that are appointed to central count. And then also, Senate Bill 2217 has a new requirement that we put the number of people that checked in by location and the number of ballots that were cast that are posted on our website. So all of those things are open and transparent to the public, and they can help go a long way with building voter confidence.
Great. Members, any questions? Yes, Representative Swanson.
Thank you. I want to get your opinion without, I'm not even positive what I think. I want to hear the pros and cons of what you think of some things that are being kicked around and have been for years. Should we do away with all May elections and only have even and odd year November elections? And then I got a second question after that. So go ahead.
Okay, so I think our members are kind of split 50-50 on that. Some members like having the May elections. They feel like moving them to November could cause longer ballots and longer lines, and that perhaps people won't go down the ballot, and I think, and vote the local races. And I feel like 50% of the people feel like it would be better to move them. But we have polled, and that is probably the most down the line middle thing that we have surveyed on, is whether or not to move those elections to May.
Okay, good to know, because I know in even years like this year, apparently it's a nightmare to have your March primary, your early May election on a Saturday yet, when they're used to all elections are supposed to be on Tuesdays, and then all of a sudden you've got your primary runoff, which is very tough on elections officials, but it's also very tough on the voters to figure out what in the world is going on. And if you have a special election thrown in, it has to be on the nonpartisan day. And so, you have a special election like we had in Senate District 4. Well, let's say that had gone to a runoff, and which thankfully, there were only 2 people in it. So if you had a special election runoff, then what would that be in June? And I hear it's just a nightmare to turn around those mail ballot votes. They put the mail ballot back in the wrong sleeve, and then that gets thrown out or has to be cured, and all kinds of problems. So apparently they're 50-50 on that. Okay, a secondary follow-up question. If we keep May elections, should we move them to the second Tuesday of May, or some Tuesday, first Tuesday, whatever, instead of having Saturday elections, which really confuse everybody? I saw really long-time grassroots leaders posting like, oh, the final day to vote is Saturday. No, it's like today, it's Saturday. I mean, now they would say the final day is Tuesday, and these were grassroots leaders, and no, the final day to vote was the previous Saturday. What do you think? Would that cause less confusion if we had all elections on a Tuesday?
I don't know that that's going to be enough to take care of the confusion that we have in even election years because
Would
of the
it
fact
take care of some of it?
I think the problem is that we have so much going on in May in the even years that people just get confused altogether about what election there is actually happening. I mean, we had people come in for the May election wanted to vote in the primary runoff, and we'll probably have the opposite and we get mail ballots for each election the wrong time all the time, and that's also a thing.
And we used to finish our runoffs in April, but then once they passed one of those voting rights acts, and they said we had to allow longer but to get the mail ballots overseas, then that made us have May runoffs. We can't turn around and do a runoff in 30 days anymore, not legally by the federal requirements.
Yes, and I believe our runoffs in the general election are also moved to Saturdays now. So that's also something to look at.
Is that true? Oh, I'm sorry. We won't say she nodded her head. Okay. Okay. Oh, because it would only be the nonpartisan stuff. Because the partisan stuff, you only have to win by plurality. So you're putting the nonpartisan stuff that if you did have an ESD or a school board or something, if you couldn't win it by plurality, then that's probably what would go to a runoff of a general election. That's all I can figure out why you would ever have a runoff.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Mandy Zoch. Is that, how do I say it? Zoc. Mandy Zoc from Secure Democracy USA. I show you registered as Mandy Zoc, and you're representing Secure Democracy USA, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
That's correct.
All right, thanks. We're glad you're here.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity, Chairman Shaheen, Vice Chair Busey, members of the committee. I am Mandy Zoc, and I am the Director of Policy at Secure Democracy Foundation. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works to build stronger elections state by state. And I am here today to urge the committee to continue strengthening the state's post-election audit process by specifically requiring the audit to be completed before results are certified on the local level, so before the county canvas. Post-election tabulation audits, as you've heard, ensure that the process used to count votes function properly, and we know that Texas's current audits have repeatedly confirmed the accuracy of the state's election results. With SB 827, you have all taken additional steps to expand the scope of these audits, and now the next step to strengthen the audit process is to move up the completion deadline. So currently, post-election audits must be completed by the 21st day after the election, but results are canvassed by the 11th or 14th day after Election Day. 31 states, including Georgia, Kansas, Tennessee, complete their audits before local officials certify and confirm the results. Completing the audits before certification is an essential security measure because it means that any errors can be identified and addressed, and the accuracy of those results can be verified before the results are made official. This timeline reduces the risk of delays, interference, post-election challenges, and in addition to that, we also recommend codifying a clear process for how to address any discrepancies that are discovered during audits. When errors or mistakes are discovered, counties need clear, uniform standards for how to document and correct the results. This ensures that the certified results are as accurate as possible and leaves no room for doubt about the final outcome. So we've provided some written testimony with more detail about audits, as well as a few other recommendations that we believe would help continue to further strengthen and modernize Texas elections. Happy to take any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? What?
Christina Atkins comment on the doability of that, and can we
Okay.
a law that says, I'd just like to hear.
Yeah.
her input.
Well, let's do it when we pick up the next topic, if that's okay. All right. Thank you so much. Chair calls Donna Davidson, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Donna Davidson. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the item.
Yes,
All
I
right.
wanted to give you some real life experience because we had a successful Williamson County hand count audit, post-election audit on both parties. The Democrats and the Republicans both balanced out. I thought that would be something that y'all would want to know. And then we also had, and I'm in the midst of an election contest. Just so you know, I'm Donna Davidson. I've been RNC's Election Integrity Counsel back in 2022. I've been outside counsel for RPT. I do campaign finance and election law. So, but I also represent Democrats. So I'm involved in a South Texas election contest. And an interesting side note on having the early voting ballot board doing the post-election hand count, I'm going to tell you about, without identifying what happened. They did the audit, and then there was a recount that started, and then there was another race that was recounted, and then the first recount was then finished. So what we might want to do, and I haven't even gotten to talk to Chuck and Christina about this, is maybe helping. We had to, in the election contest, resort everything to figure out what had been counted, because there was an allegation of 79 ghost voters. And once we could organize all the paperwork, it was fine, because there was still a little bit of a remnant of having to print out what had been electronically cast only. And so things got kind of, because the early voting ballot board didn't know what to do or how to organize it, we need to make sure that the custodians are protected, the people like the Jennifer Doynoffs of the world, right? So that when they have to pull out these ballots or get them back out for an election contest or for another recount, that they were put in properly. And I think they want to have too much of a hands-off, potentially. As the custodian, you need to make sure everything gets put away correctly. You can't just necessarily trust not that the early voting ballot board wasn't trying to do their job right, but it takes a while for everybody to know what they're doing, if that makes any sense. So I just wanted to let you know about a couple of real life experiences. Any questions?
Any questions, members? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Chair calls Christine Wellborn, representing Advancing Integrity and herself. And we're at 6 hours now with this hearing, and we need to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to testify. So I'm going to limit testimony now to 2 minutes. And so if you can be cognizant of that, that would be helpful. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Christine Wellborn. You're here with Advancing Integrity and yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes,
All
thank you.
right.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back.
Yes, I'm Christine Wellborn with Advancing Integrity, and I'll keep this short. Mainly, I just wanted to say that this is a great bill. I would just ask that it be expanded just a little bit. I would love to see that counties would have the discretion to be able to choose that they could do a larger hand count audit, that they would be able to do the entire county if they chose. If a county wanted to do the whole thing, for instance, there was, for the Republican primary, initially I was, and Ms. Atkins knows this, is that I was trying to get to where Williamson County could do 100% hand count if we wanted to do that, that the RPT would be, Williamson County Republican Party, would be able to do that. And that was not within the law as it was interpreted, which is fine, but I would like for that to be added so that if the people of a county wanted to make sure that they knew that when they did that hand count audit, that it did match what the machines got, if they wanted to do that, they had the option to do that. I'm not advocating for that to be mandatory, but for it to be an option.
All right, thank you very much. Chair calls Debbie Lindstrom with Citizens Defending Freedom. And you're representing yourself also? Ma'am, I show you registered as Debbie Lindstrom. You are here representing Citizens Defending Freedom and yourself, and you're testifying on the agenda item.
Yes.
All right.
2
thanks.
minutes is going to be tough, but I'll do my best.
You can do it.
Okay, so 3 official government sources, 3 different numbers for the same county, and not one agrees with the other 2. I'm Debbie Lindstrom, Texas Elections Director with Citizens Defending Freedom. SB 827 audits assume that the number that the county certified is the same number that the state is holding. What we have is the children's game of telephone, except the message being passed is the official vote count of the state of Texas. The Secretary of State's own disclaimer states that the office does not alter or modify county-submitted data in any way, but the numbers tell a different story. Navarro County certified 3,083 Republican Election Day voters. The SOS official page shows 0. That has not been corrected or explained despite a formal complaint filed with the Secretary of State on March 29th. Nueces County certified 8,091 votes. The Secretary of State's official page shows 16,170, more than double. The Secretary of State's own data file, if you download it, shows last week showed 7,618 votes, but this week it shows 16,170, but they're all duplicates. 3 sources, 3 numbers. In Representative Raymond's Webb County, they certified 1,696 Republican Election Day votes. The Secretary of State's official page shows 2. Vice Chairman Busey, the same website, same URL, the Republican data is labeled official, but your party's data is labeled as unofficial today. In the telephone game, the child who speaks clearly still cannot control what the next child says. A perfect county audit cannot catch a gap that opens after the data leaves the county. I'm asking this committee to direct the Secretary of State to provide a complete public accounting of every modification made to Election Day voter counts after Election Day. And I welcome questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Susan Valiant, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Susan Valiant. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, committee. In 2026, primary post-election hand count audit for Tarrant County consisted of 3 polling locations and 3 races. And I will attest to this. All 3 locations matched the election night results. However, the audit limited to ballots only and did not include the polling location reports that are necessary to fully verify the election process. This report summarizes the view of 5 election documents from each polling location, including the official reconciliation report, the cross-check audit report, the cumulative report, the post-hand count audit report, and the voter tapes. Unfortunately, meaningful verification is no longer possible because the ballots are now being redacted and election office will not release ballots by polling location. In reviewing 100 polling locations in Tarrant County, we cross-referenced the election records to identify discrepancies. 4 of the reports consistently matched each other: the cross-check audit, the cumulative report, and the hand count audit aligned, leaving the primary comparison between the cross-check audit report and the reconciliation report. The results showed significant discrepancies in ballot counts. 82 Democrat polling locations had discrepancies. 57 Republican polling locations had discrepancies. 2 examples illustrate the concerns today. The 9 Republican polling locations and 8 Democrat polling locations reported more ballots than they had voters actually check in. 1 location had 3 official reconciliation reports: a Republican report, Democrat report, and a joint election report. All had different totals. These discrepancies deserve explanation and public transparency. Ballot secrecy is essential, but transparency and auditability are also essential to maintaining public confidence in elections.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You bet.
Any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Todd Lindstrom, representing himself.
Can I ask a question to make sure I'm on topic? Is that acceptable?
Yeah, let me recognize you first, and then. So I show you registered as Todd Lindstrom. You're here as yourself, representing yourself rather, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes, it's on the agenda item. HB 5115, though, was passed by this committee last year. So I want to make sure that.
We're on the implementation of SB 827 that has to do with
right, and
audit.
it said rulemaking of all legislation passed by the committee enacted in the 89th. If I'm wrong, if I read it wrong.
This needs to be related to the audit of elections using voting systems.
Okay, then I can pass. This is related to other testimony.
Is it about audits? Do you want to talk about?
It is not about an audit.
Okay. It probably doesn't fit within the agenda item.
If I read it wrong, please correct me, but anything passed by enacted by the 89th Legislature to ensure that legislative purposes are properly implemented. If I'm incorrect, I will stand down.
Why don't we do this? We're on SB 827, so we need to focus on that. If you want to have a phone conversation with me, we could do that. If you want to talk about the topic, that I'm happy to do that.
The topic is, it's related to civics reporting and the gross fluctuations in how early voting is reported across the state.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. But
That's why I got the clarification.
Yeah,
because I don't
that's
want to waste
perfectly
your time.
fine. But if you want to have a conversation with me as a follow-up, I'm more than happy to do that if there's something specific you're concerned about. Would that
Yes,
be all
sir.
right?
So I withdraw
Yeah,
voluntarily.
okay. Thank you. If you want to email me that so I can look at it before we talk,
Okay.
if it's electronic, if you have it electronically available. Chair calls Jenny Limcher, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Jenny Limcher. You're representing yourself, and you are here to testify on the item. All right. Well, welcome.
All right, thank you very much. SB 827 is a meaningful step forward for election transparency and verification in Texas, but there does remain serious perception problems that the committee should address. Under the current process, the Secretary of State communicates the selected races and precincts privately to county election administrators after Election Day. There is no public, real-time randomization event that voters and observers can independently witness and verify. That creates a trust gap. Even if every selection is conducted honestly and professionally, the public has no direct way to confirm that the choices were truly random and were not influenced after partial results or trends were already known. A hand count audit only provides public assurance if the selection process itself is beyond reproach. The solution is simple, inexpensive, and already modeled in other high-integrity audit systems around the country. Texas should require a publicly broadcast randomization ceremony immediately after polls close and before any results are tabulated. This could be as simple as a bingo ball draw, dice roll, or another mechanical randomization method conducted live, witnessed by party representatives, observers, and the public. The resulting random seed should then be published openly and used to generate the audit selections. States like Colorado and Georgia already use publicly verifiable methods for generating audit randomness and risk-limiting audits. Texas can do the same. We should not be in a position where concerned citizens are asking simply to take the Secretary of State's word and that the draw was fair. Transparency builds confidence, and visible randomness builds legitimacy. My question to the committee is this: can language supporting a public randomization ceremony be incorporated into the upcoming rulemaking process, or should this body consider statutory language next session to require it statewide?
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you so much for being here. Good to see you again. Chair calls Lori Gallagher, representing herself. Chair calls Kristen Plaisance, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Kristen Plaisance. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the item.
Yes.
All right.
Understand the intent of SB 827. I have myself spent days digging through bags containing thousands of ballots, trying to locate a small handful of ballots from selected precincts for the hand count. However, elections in Texas are conducted and reported by precinct, not by polling location. So a meaningful partial hand count must follow precinct ballots from everywhere they are cast all the way through the system, including to the main aggregation computer where the totals are combined. But under SB 827, early voting ballots are audited by polling location instead of by precinct, which breaks the chain of custody verification before reaching the aggregation computer. So this would be like a bank counting all of the cash in the cash register, but never conducting an audit to ensure that all the cash made it into the vault. So this type of audit would not meet any accounting standard recognized by serious institutions. The central count aggregation computer is the most vulnerable part of the election system and must be audited. The Secretary of State recently approved a voting system even after its own examiner warned in its official report that it could be feasible to hack the system and commit large-scale election fraud even without insider access. That means they don't need physical access to the system to hack it. And this is the Texas Secretary of State's Election Office report on their website. Article 6, Section 4 of the Texas Constitution demands that fraud in elections shall be detectable and punishable, and the only real safeguard with these voting systems is a meaningful hand count audit that follows precinct ballots from everywhere they are cast all the way through the aggregation computer.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you. Mrs. Swanson?
Yes, thank you. I think what we're running into, of course, is how hard that would be. And so unless we do pass something in big counties, in small counties, maybe no problem, maybe even Montgomery County, y'all get enough people, y'all can pull them out of a bunch of different boxes. So I don't know if we can manage to get it passed, but I'd be in favor of the system that Representative Isaac mentioned about having like a zone, and then you would have a lot fewer boxes to go through to find those actual paper ballots.
Yes, I completely agree. As having participated in this process, if we were to have a regional area, say you have 5 precincts assigned to one voting location, that drastically reduces the bags you have to go through in order to conduct the audit. So it would allow us to follow the ballots all the way through the process to give us a meaningful audit while still ensuring that, people have convenience in voting, and we don't have
Right.
1,700 polling locations in Harris County.
And what we run into, though, is that once the voters have gotten to do something that's a lot more convenient, such as vote anywhere in the county, then to turn around and tell them, sorry, we made it where you have to vote only in this one place is very difficult. And a lot of times, representatives don't want to go against their own voters in order to change what would make it a stronger election. But do you really want all your voters mad at you? So it's a tough thing.
Well, I will tell you, having gone through this process, it is very clear that about 90%, probably more than 95%, more than 90% of voters are voting close to their home. When you get to the voting location that is right next to that precinct, that is where all the ballots will be found. It's 2 ballots over here at this location. It's 1 ballot over here at this location. It's 3 at this one. But when you get to the location close to where that person lives, it is a massive number of ballots, and it's really easy to go through. Just Ms. Plessa stated how she has her location, and she's been going to that same location since she was 18. During early voting, she can vote anywhere she wants to vote, but yet where does she choose to vote? At the one close to her home, the same one she's gone to.
I realize that, but there really are lots of, my own family and all, my husband till recently was working far, far across the county, or sometimes he was driving in and out. I would look up and I'd be like, okay, I know you can't get home in time for this or whatever. Here's your most convenient spot. And so he would vote all over the county, and so did, a lot of other people that I know. So it does get sticky once people have had more rights to say, no, now you have fewer rights, because they all feel like it's working fine. It's only people like you and me who are involved in all of us who are like, oh, this needs to be fixed. The typical voter doesn't think that countywide voting needs to be fixed.
Well, another solution would be to ensure that counties who don't have the funds to purchase a ballot sorter machine we're given state funds to do that, because that does make the process a lot faster.
And then you run all those paper ballots through, and then they go in boxes by precinct as opposed to voting location.
Yes, technically.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Chair calls Emily French with Common Cause Texas.
I'm not going to testify. I submitted as public comment online.
You're awesome. Thank you, Ms. French. Chair calls Janice Rankin, representing herself.
I'll wait.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Yulissa Chavez with Coalition of Texans with Disabilities. Chair calls Jim Riley, representing himself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Jim Riley. You are representing yourself and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
And I apologize. I wasn't listening to music. They say these can be good hearing aids now. I'm trying it out.
That works. Is what I said correct?
Yes, I apologize for that,
No,
too.
that's fine.
I'm also the EA for Gillespie County. And I fully support 827, the auditing of elections which have been scored electronically. We do that each election, and historically, we've been one ballot, two ballots are exactly 100%. And that comes down to the fact that the audit of a scanned machine ballot is done by hand count. One quick example of that, now that we've moved to the ballot board handling that, I'm more hands-off, and I was very clear to the group, don't call me, this is your job over there at that table. And right near the end, there's one table, and I said no, and they said, and so I actually went over there, and I got about this far away and said, I'll tell you exactly what you've got. And they looked at me like, and I said, don't even show me the ballot. The machine said no, and you're saying yes. And then they handed me the ballot, and the person had voted for both candidates, then put an arrow. I meant to do that. And I was able to say to them, the machine was right. You're right, unless the arrow means I meant to make a mess. But reason for the story is the machine worked, and that's the point of the post-election hand count audit, is to verify that your machine did the job, and in this case, it did. I support the bill. We've heard enough good comments about it in a couple of spots that could be fixed. What's missing is the fact that we do not audit a hand count. We need to do something about that. And the last time I sat here, actually we had the podium the last time, I recommended to you, and this committee voted, to put forward the bill to make all ballots scannable, whether you hand count or not. I said in that time, go ahead and hand count, but if we have a problem, the only answer that they would have is, well, we'll re-hand count it. Okay, then you re-hand count that. Whereas if you had something, a different way of doing it to do that. Oh, I'm sorry?
Your time had run out.
Okay.
Thank you so
Mm-hmm.
very much. There's nobody else who wants to testify on the implementation of SB 827. Our next agenda item is election timelines. Examine the statutory timeliness related to the administration of elections, including key deadlines. Evaluate the need to make adjustments to improve election administration, transparency, and voter access. Chair calls Christina Atkins with the Secretary of State's office. I show you registered as Christina Atkins with Secretary of State's office, and you're here to testify on this agenda item.
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, welcome
As
back.
soon as I find my notes, bear with me
All
just one
right,
moment.
that's important.
Found them. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you all for having me here just to discuss election timelines. Dates and deadlines drive all actions in the election process. The Secretary of State's office, we put out a very detailed election law calendar to help our local election officials, our candidates, our voters understand the timeframes that govern what actions must be taken in the election process. Over the years, I would say it's been become very clear to me that our Texas election officials need clear, defined deadlines and adequate time for preparations to ensure a smooth and secure election. Not having adequate time and not having these defined deadlines can create significant administrative burdens in the election process. This is particularly evident during primary elections, specifically as it relates to candidate challenges during the primary election candidate filing process. There's a very short time frame between from the time the candidate filing deadline occurs to the time that ballot preparation has to be completed. There's a very tiny window there, an even smaller window when it comes to the timeline for declaring a candidate ineligible. And then further on down the line, there's a short time frame between which you can reject a candidate's application for what we call form, content, and procedure. So problems with the paperwork and the deadline for mailing out your ballots to military and overseas voters. So these conflicting deadlines, the timeframes that are very compressed during this time period make it very, very difficult. It's the interaction of all these deadlines together that make it very difficult for our election officials to plan and prepare and get the ballots tested and proofed and mailed and meet all of the statutory deadlines that are there. There have been some possibilities discussed by the party over the years to address the gaps that are here, to try to adjust those timelines to make it more feasible for opposing candidates to get access to candidate applications, potentially present challenges to applications, yet still provide enough time for our election officials to do the preparation work to get their ballots sent out. So some possibilities may include changing the date of the candidate filing deadline, moving it up to make it a little bit earlier in December. Right now, we have a statutory date for that, and it typically falls about a week, if not 2 weeks, into the month of December. Perhaps shortening that a bit to make it occur earlier in December could help significantly in creating more time there. Harmonizing and moving up the deadlines associated with declaring candidates ineligible and rejecting candidate applications for form, content, and procedure. Right now, those are two very different dates spread very far apart on the calendar. Perhaps moving that deadline up so that there's a little bit more time for ballot preparation, but also on the other side, giving folks a little bit more time to make challenges on eligibility issues. And then I think also clarifying public information requests with respect to party chairs. There's actually been some testimony on this earlier in today's hearing with respect to this issue. The election code provides that a candidate's application is public upon filing. However, we did hear a lot of reports during this primary filing period that public requesters or other candidates that were wishing to review candidate applications were not able to get those applications timely, and that impacted their ability to, in some cases, make valid challenges on eligibility issues or even on completion issues. For example, if a person didn't get enough petition signatures to support their application. And I think the difficulty in receiving that information timely also created a problem when we look at the deadlines that we have on the calendar. People weren't able to adequately address those issues and make challenges. Finally, I think it's important to note that there are some other significant timeline issues that can create challenges for both party officials and for our county election officials, and sometimes it's the lack of deadline that's there. There are a lot of reports, and I think you can look at news articles related to this primary election, that there were some counties that had difficulties in determining whether or not the party was going to contract with their local county election official for the county to run the election for them. And there is no statutory deadline in the law by which this decision has to be made. And that can create burdens on both the party and on the county, because without that finality and that certainty, knowing when that contract deadline might be, it's hard to find resolution and move forward and give people the ability to know how to plan and prepare for their upcoming election. So I think in essence, talking about these deadlines, there's ways to harmonize some things to make them a little bit more effective and a little bit more voter-friendly and candidate-friendly. There's also some things that we can do that I think would help both the political parties and the county election officials to make sure that they have adequate time and information to plan and prepare for their upcoming primary election.
I would agree. Members, any questions?
Thank you very much. Sorry. Chair calls Jennifer Doinoff, Texas Association of County Election Officials, also representing yourself. Ma'am, I show you registered as Jennifer Doinoff. You are here representing Texas Association of County Election Officials and yourself, and you are testifying on the agenda item.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Across the Texas Election Code, certain election processes overlap, leading to inefficiencies and potential increased administrative burdens on election officials. Additionally, key parts of the election process lack statutory timelines. If more clearly defined, they could provide greater certainty for counties in preparing and running elections. One of those you just heard about was the candidate filing deadlines and the short period of time that we have between filing and ballot preparation. Also, there's no existing deadline for political parties to contract with their counties to run the primary elections. It takes months for counties to prepare and run an election. And in a primary, most election officials try to contract with their local entities at least 4 months or so ahead of time. And that is because that's when we're looking for polling locations, that's when we're trying to find poll workers, and that's when we're trying to lay the foundation of the election. Since there isn't an existing deadline for agreement between political parties and counties on how to run a primary election, this negotiation can drag out almost indefinitely, limiting the county's capacity to prepare properly when ordering election supplies, securing polling locations, and finding workers. In limited situations where counties and parties are unable to agree, some counties have been without a contract approaching, well, there is no deadline, but approaching into, I can tell you for myself, the end of December in the last primary election. And so those kind of delays, they can make delays in critical programming and logistical work that should be completed before the LNA testing. They can also make it impossible to meet LNA testing deadlines and ballot mailing. Contract delays create opportunities for issues affecting voters of both parties during the primary. County election officials suggest evaluating specific contract deadlines between parties and counties to ensure appropriate timeline for counties to prepare and run the election. Some typical contracting disputes arise, and this is what we saw, when one party chooses to vote precinct-based when another party is prevented from using countywide. This committee is well-suited to reviewing the potential changes to Section 172.126 joint primaries and 43.007 of the Texas Election Code regarding the requiring that both parties agree to use the countywide polling places in a primary election. As the county reviews statutory deadlines, some election officials have struggled with the 48-day timeline for logic and accuracy testing. The main challenge is that counties have received delayed ballot certifications needed for LNA test or ballot programming, which must be received by the 48-day deadline. As previously mentioned, this can be due to delays contracting with various jurisdictions and political parties and receiving approved ballot language from jurisdictions. Setting a defined contract deadline would incentivize political parties and counties to negotiate and ensure sufficient lead time ahead of a primary. Texas Association of County Election Officials recommends evaluating additional procedural options for rare situations in which counties and political parties are unable to reach contracting agreement by the potential statutory deadline.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Who's her?
I think this was sent out.
It's in the Dropbox. Yep. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Chair calls Donna Davidson, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Donna Davidson. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes, well, I'm not going to be redundant or repetitive. I just want to tell you a little bit about the real practical implications of some of what we were discussing. So when Christina Atkins was mentioning the timeline for the logic and accuracy test and the challenge on form, content, and procedure, I actually was involved in several of these kind of issues, either on behalf of a county party or on behalf of a candidate. And it is just way too tight because 45 days before an election, you're supposed to start mailing out the ballots. And so if you've got a 50-day, oh, you can challenge somebody that they didn't have enough petition signatures, and then suddenly you have to have the LNA test, 48 days, well, what are you doing? And are we gonna say that they're not gonna be able to be on the ballot? Are we gonna say they are? What if there's judicial review? It goes to court, then they're on the ballot, but maybe they didn't or shouldn't have been, didn't have enough requisite signatures. It gets into some very abbreviated timelines for any kind of challenges. And then not being able to even get the application for a place on the ballot would only compound that if some of the county parties are maybe not understanding that it's public records, whether they're a public entity or not, right? So I think it was Mr. Ortiz that had testified that he couldn't get them. Well, if a candidate can't get them to see that it wasn't filled out right. And then I know of one possible challenge. Y'all don't fall under the felony problem as state representative candidates or state Senate candidates because the Constitution is what governs y'all. But somebody was trying to get their hands on one where they hadn't filled out whether they were a felon or not, but it wouldn't have made a difference, but they could never get their hand on it. So they didn't understand, and somebody was able to just tell us that it was a state rep candidate. And then I was like, okay, well, that doesn't apply. So calmed them down, right? So it gets very complicated for that. I think Texas is still one of only 5 states, according to the National Conference of State Legislators, that has the party officials be the recipients of the applications for a place on the ballot. But as long as everybody understands that you don't become a governmental body just because you are receiving and accepting and processing, but those records are government records and you are getting state funds to be able to help run the primary. So it's a balance, and I think some people just misunderstood this last time. I think that was all I needed to really say, but any questions?
Members, any questions? Yeah, I think you're right. There's some states, I was talking to some other legislators from other states, and they actually register with the state Secretary of State's office.
Well, I think for statewide, they do it with the Secretary of State, and then for county and below. But again, we have so many elections, so I deal also, there was one instance where it was a school district, and they didn't even know that the law regarding a limited ballot applied to them. And we were in the midst of an election contest, and we didn't know what might have been cast inappropriately. So again, it's education and how far down do you go, and yes.
Yeah.
Thank
you so much. Very helpful. Chair calls David Stein, TRCCA. Hello, sir. I show you registered as David Stein with the Texas Republican County Chairs Association, and you are here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes, sir.
All right. Welcome
Correct.
back.
So, Ms. Atkins, I promise I didn't read your notes, but I'm going to say ditto on all of that. The timelines, there's certainly room for that. There's an issue with on the contracting, but one of the problems, and I honestly don't have the solution for it yet, we have a lot of county chairs that are new. It is a great job. It's part-time. It's only about 40, 50 hours a week. Everybody gripes at you, and you don't get paid. So there's a lack of institutional knowledge. And so when a lot of these things come into play and they're so compressed, they don't know what they don't know. So we're trying to help that from our end. But one of the things on the timing, for example, you've got precinct chairs who file in September, and then everybody else files in November. So now I don't know why that is that way, but it never really made sense to me why you have different filings for those. It's possible there's a great rule and a great statute for that. But in the midst of the timing and the training, the Secretary of State training that we go to is late September. So they're taking filings before they go to the training. So that's one problem. The other issue is that with it being in September, and I'd love to work with you all on any of this, is maybe moving that back And I don't know if that's statute or Secretary of State policy, but moving it a little further back brings it closer to the election, and the material is much fresher on the minds of those people who have just gone through the training. So the people that are seeing this for the first time, and a friend is always say, you know, told don't mean taught. So just because we've seen it once doesn't mean that it's absorbed, but ongoing trainings and possibly in the evening, because a lot of the trainings are during the day and people are working, so more trainings in the evening from the Secretary of State. And again, I don't know if that's something the legislature institutes or how that works, but I wanted to be on record. But I support the timelines. I think those are all great ideas.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to be adjusted. Members, any questions? Yes, Ms. Swanson.
Okay. Do your members want us to do away with all May elections and only have November elections odd and even?
It's going to be mixed. It's going to be like opinions. Everybody's got one, and it's different. I'm not in favor of it personally, speaking for myself, because I think we're asking people to try to raise a lot of money, and they're going to be fighting for shelf space in those elections. They're going to have people who don't get paid for the jobs they do are going to be asked to raise a lot of money to run for the elections, plus voter fatigue. I'm afraid, I think you mentioned before, I always beg people to vote for a county chair. I said, look, I'm the last one on the ballot, so please don't get tired and not vote for me. But you're pushing these further and further, so I think it dilutes it. There's something to be said for when a bond election gets put on a ballot. I think, you know, you can discuss how that's done. But, yeah.
And if we continue to have May elections, should we make them Tuesday elections so that we don't totally confuse everyone with a Saturday election?
I think that's fine. I think any change that you make, whether it's that or others, somebody's going to balk at it, but eventually they get used to it. So I do think the Saturday catches people off guard just a little bit. So whether you move the early voting period up a few days and start, instead of starting Monday, maybe you start it Wednesday and run it through the weekend. As long as you keep the same time frame involved, you can probably get that to work. But Tuesday would be fine for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Chair calls C.J. Coles with verified voting. Welcome back. I show you registered as C.J. Coles. You're representing verified voting, and you're testifying on the agenda item.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee. Good evening, I suppose. For the record, my name is C.J. Coles, representing the nonpartisan nonprofit organization Verified Voting. As we've heard from the few witnesses on this topic already, there are a vast number of deadlines and timelines associated with managing an election and keeping it moving forward. There's also timelines and deadlines after Election Day to ensure that all the processes are wrapped up appropriately and canvass can be met and the results can be certified. And that's where I'd like to focus my brief testimony. We heard in the previous agenda item, monitoring SB 827, about the new risk-limiting audits that will be implemented officially statewide after the November midterm elections. And I appreciated Representative Isaac's question to Ms. Atkins about the intention to complete that audit pre-canvass, and I appreciated Ms. Atkins' response that yes, that is the intention. I think what our organization would like to see or recommend to the committee or suggest to the committee is working collaboratively with the Secretary of State's office, perhaps find some language that delineates that in statute so that it's clear both for voters, candidates, and the public that is what the expectation is, or that's when the deadline, right, should be, so that the deadline is clearly delineated, and election officials also know that that's what needs to happen. So that's my brief testimony. Make that recommendation to the committee, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir, so much for coming up. Chair recognizes Christine Wellborn, representing Advancing Integrity. Welcome back, ma'am. I show you registered as Christine Wellborn. You're representing Advancing Integrity, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes, that is
All right.
correct. So yes, I am Christine Wellborn, president of Advancing Integrity, and because of the way that this was worded, and Representative Swanson has kind of gotten into this territory, I'd like to speak about the timelines as far as uniform elections and moving the May elections. So one of the things that my organization definitely advocates for is those uniform elections of having where we would have our federal and state elections in even years, local elections in odd years. I would actually take that a step further to make local elections partisan, and I will explain that really quickly why I think that's really important. It's not just because I think that having those elections be partisan would help the voters in education, but also because I recently was working on a local election that we had in the city of Leander, where I live, and I was the early voting ballot board judge, and we were doing a hand count, and I did have where some of the candidates were concerned that we have a balanced representation of Democrats and Republicans. Well, according to the law, you do not have to have that in a local election because it's nonpartisan. So you could potentially have where every worker is either Democrat or every worker is Republican, and that's not right. So you could have some serious difficulties if you have people who don't feel that they are represented in the workers of the election. So I think that that's important that we do that, but it would also help local candidates to be able to have the help from the parties as well, just like all of y'all do. So I think that's important, but also, I mean, we've had years where I've been asked to vote in 5 or 6 different elections. I think that we have voter burnout, and I think we would actually have more people voting if we had fewer elections.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Thank you for coming today.
Okay. Oh.
It's too late. No, Ms. Swanson.
I protest. Okay, so I've heard a lot of this come up too. So, but if we're going to have odd years, we're going to have our local elections with your plan, including. Okay, that would include what's currently partisan and what's not partisan, right? But you're going to change it to partisan.
Right. So the odd years would just be local elections. So you wouldn't have, so it would be your municipal and your school boards and the things that you would normally have in May would be in the odd years in November.
Okay, but you're going to change them to be partisan now.
Yes.
Okay. So are you going to have a primary and a primary runoff before you have the November odd year election?
Yes, and initially I had thought that everyone would get used to voting in March. I did have somebody give me some feedback saying that that's a long time for a local election to run if your primary is in March and then your election is in November. So
and
perhaps
don't forget your primary runoff.
Right. So perhaps you could have that moved to, it wouldn't be March, it would be closer to November, so that it would be, you wouldn't have that long leeway time in between the two for those local elections, just because they're typically not, paid positions and things like that.
Okay, so local stuff that's currently partisan, say, like JP or, something that, is only a small zone in a big county, you're going to leave that on the even year, November.
Yes.
You're only going to take what's currently nonpartisan, put it on the odd November.
Yes.
But that's going to force you, by making it partisan, to have a primary and a primary runoff.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm not for or against that. I just think we need to look at every change that you want to make, has complications, and we just need to look at everything.
And I totally understand that, and this is not something that I envision happening in this next session. This is something that, maybe several sessions in the future, but I do think that the first part is moving to November because people just have fatigue and voting in so many elections.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what everyone else has talked about, where you have one election on top of another, people don't know what they're voting for, they confuse their mail-in ballots,
Right, yeah.
all of those issues.
But you're going to make more elections by having the primary and the runoff in odd years and another one in even years, so that'll get real confusing.
But per year, it would be
Yeah.
the same number of elections. So you'd only have 3 elections per year, as opposed to now you could have 6 in the even and 2 in the odd, or 3 in the odd, actually.
We don't have runoffs on nonpartisan things, not any that I know of.
Yeah, we do.
Well,
I do in
They're
Leander.
typically, well, in our area, any that I know of, you win by plurality. So our school districts and all those local things don't require a runoff, which has its complications. One side has too many voters, and so the one that people don't really like wins, and but it saves them a lot of money, so they don't want to go to a runoff system. And all I'm saying is the biggest thing we learned in the legislature is everything has unintended consequences.
Right. Yeah, our local elections do have runoffs in Williamson County, and they
Okay.
did when I lived in Tarrant as well. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Ms. Plessa?
Yeah, I want to just ask some questions. You were talking about party identification, and with our elections, partisan elections becoming so, contentious lately, is there any evidence that you're bringing to the committee that party labels actually improve the quality of local governance? Or are we just doing it because we like to see R&Ds on the back of people's names?
Well, actually, the reason why I'm suggesting it is because people are coming to me and saying they feel like they don't have representation in those nonpartisan elections. So like I said, if you have an election, if they felt like they are the, they may be running as the conservative candidate or the, progressive candidate or something like that, but yet they know that people have, all of the people working in that election have a different ideology than they do, and they don't have the ability to have that representation. So the issue is in having that ability to make sure that you are represented in the someone of your views is working in those elections.
But isn't it true that, these candidates, they seek endorsements, they seek financial contributions, they make platform statements, they have push cards that state what their positions are on this? I mean, don't you think that voters are educated enough to be able to do the background research on these candidates themselves and find out if they align with their interests without putting an R or D on the back of everybody's name?
Actually, that's really difficult. I've had a lot of people that will come to me and ask me, what different people believe, because typically these local candidates, they don't have websites. Sometimes they'll have a social media. You typically, if you want to find out about the candidate, you have to go to like a meet and greet or, a candidate forum, because it's very difficult. And I'm not saying people shouldn't do that anyway, but it's very difficult to actually learn about the candidate, to get all of their information, because they are a local candidate. They don't usually have as much, they definitely don't have the money to run ads or, have, even run text messaging campaigns. Typically, they don't even do that. So it's something where the voters do have difficulty getting educated on where people stand.
Right, and I disagree with you on that, because I'm in Collin County, and we have a lot of local elections, and there's a lot of, people that come in and endorse our candidates. So it's very easy for me to identify who's running in a school board that, stands with my ideas of what a school board member should be focused on, right? And a lot of times, our local governments shouldn't be focused on partisan divides. They should be focused on budgets. They should be focused on transportation. They should be focused on whether or not our kids read on grade level, right? And so adding that partisan framework actually might hurt these elections. But I want to take us down another road, because what I'm seeing is a hard time recruiting people who want to run for office, right? Because our elections have become so contentious, specifically partisan elections, right? So do you feel like bringing partisanship into our local elections would hurt people signing up to be school board president, right? Because these tend to be leaders in our community, and now they're having to run as a Democrat or as a MAGA Republican. Do you feel like that might hurt our ability to recruit qualified candidates in these positions?
I don't think so, because I think that you would then be able to have the support of the party, whether it be Republican or Democrat. The party would be able to help them, and those candidates would then be able to feel like they had that support from the party as opposed to being on their own.
Do you think that that would make our local elections more expensive then? You're advocating for this because you're saying that local candidates can't fundraise enough. But now I'm running Ds and Rs in local elections. Do you think that that might draw more national money into what should be local community-based elections?
Not necessarily, no.
You don't see a pattern that that's happened before in Texas elections, where big out-of-state money has come in to swing voters in school board races or in city council races?
We already have that now.
Do you think it would increase that?
No, I not necessarily.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you very much, ma'am. Chair calls Todd Lindstrom, representing himself. Okay. Chair calls Jenny Limcher, representing herself. Welcome back, ma'am. I show you registered as Jenny Limcher. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Each of us here trust systems to protect things of value in our lives. We trust banks to track and protect every dollar we earn, down to the exact penny. We trust credit cards to accurately follow our transactions, and if we suspect errors or fraud, we expect an immediate investigation and resolution. The fact banking and credit card industries allow effectively zero tolerance for errors involving transactional integrity, customer funds, ledger accuracy, unauthorized activity, and audit records builds and keeps our trust. We know these systems are heavily regulated and designed around reconciliation, traceability, and exact accounting. These systems are expected to operate with near-perfect accuracy. Regulators and auditors focus especially on whether an error is systemic, reproducible, concealed, or capable of affecting customers at scale. A minor isolated discrepancy affecting one transaction may be tolerated temporarily, but repeatable anomalies affecting thousands of records would trigger immediate investigation, remediation, and potential legal or regulatory consequences. The election system is no different. The voice of every citizen, regardless their party affiliation, is equally valuable and should be protected and heard. The system through which citizens speak our elections should be held to no lesser standards and accountability than the banking and credit card institutions in America. The same trust banks and credit card companies work to maintain with their clients should be at minimum the same level of trust the Secretary of State and our election officials should work to maintain with their clients, the voters. In recent years, citizens across Texas and other states have notified their Secretary of State and local election officials about repetitive and systemic issues related to chain of custody, logic and accuracy, election code violations, ballot secrecy, HAVA violations, voter roll discrepancies. The list is endless, but the response from election officials is the same.
Thank you.
Silent. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am,
Any
very
questions?
much.
Okay.
No questions. Thank you for being here. Chair calls Kristen Plaisance, representing yourself. You're going to pass? Okay, thank you. Chair calls Andrew Hendrickson with the ACLU of Texas. Left, okay. Chair calls Janice Rankin, representing herself. Right. Okay, so we're going to move to the next agenda item, which is election administrative staffing needs. Study the challenges faced by election officials in finding volunteers and staff for early voting and election days. Identify methods or programs to increase the number of election workers necessary to administer elections. Chair calls Ms. Christina Atkins with Secretary of State's office. It's the final one.
I mean, I could pass if you want. I'm just
Fortunately, I don't
playing.
think that's an option for you. I show you registered as Christina Atkins. You're representing the Texas Secretary of State's office, and you are testifying on the agenda item.
Yes, of
All right,
course.
thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, members. So when we're talking about election administration staffing needs, I think that there's really kind of three major issues that I can contribute, or major items I can identify to contribute to the discussion today. When we talk to our election officials across the state, staffing considerations are always a topic that they bring up. This is always a concern for our election officials because we know that you have to have people in order to successfully run an election. And there's really two or three things that are coming up repeatedly when we hear about the concerns that they're having with respect to making sure they have adequate staffing to run their elections, so polling place workers, but also just to staff their offices. First and foremost, I want to talk about recruitment issues. Many of our election officials report significant challenges in recruiting and training new election workers. As the demands on our polling place workers increase, from session to session, there's more items that we're putting, more responsibility that we're placing on our workers. It can make it difficult for them to recruit and retrain new individuals to come into that election space, particularly because it is becoming more specialized, and it does take quite a bit of time to learn about elections and learn the process within the polling place itself. I think there are things that compound these challenges with respect to recruitment of workers. We've talked about this briefly, or it was mentioned in some earlier testimony that, in today's climate, we tend to see a little less civility in the polling place than we used to see. And that stress in the polling place that our workers are experiencing on a repeated basis, the challenges they face in dealing with, in some cases, individuals that are combative or frustrated, make it very difficult to keep the workers that they already have. And so that's something that we've, at the Secretary of State's office, have thought a lot about, trying to help find ways to provide de-escalation training to our election workers, provide de-escalation training to our county election officials so that they can train their workers, but also to help them better deal with voter issues and prevent some of those things from escalating to a situation that gets out of hand. I would also add that during the past legislative session, we had a bill that was passed that provided confidentiality for our election workers. This is something that I think is going to help significantly. I think we're just starting to feel the effects of that as more folks are starting to seek that confidentiality, those confidentiality protections under the law. And so that is an action the legislature has taken that I think will help in this area going forward. The other item that I think is relevant to the discussion that I've heard from our election officials across the state is that with the need for increased workers in polling locations because of some of the increased complexity within the system, dealing with more technical items, for example, dealing with e-poll books, electronic voting systems, they don't always have the adequate funding that they need to be able to pay the costs for workers that have maybe more advanced skills, now that they're needing more advanced skill sets to do some of the things that they need to do in the polling location. You've heard testimony from earlier today from individuals about the use of Chapter 19 funds. Chapter 19 funds are the funds that can be allocated back to a county based on voter registration activity in that county. The limitations with Chapter 19 funding are that our small counties don't get very much money at all. It's typically our larger counties or counties that are experiencing a lot of growth are the ones that tend to get more substantial funding. And so while Chapter 19 funding can be available to help offset some costs on the voter registration side, for our small counties that need it the most, that base allocation can be not even $100 in some situations. I also want to add that there's a challenge with Chapter 19 funding is that Chapter 19 funding is allocated specifically to the voter registration office. And in many of our smaller counties, those are split counties where the tax assessor collector does voter registration and the election official, elected county clerk or county and district clerk, is tackling the election side of these responsibilities. And so if the allocation is specific to voter registration and specific to the tax assessor collector, it can be challenging for that election official to get access to that funding. They'd have to come to an agreement with that tax assessor collector. And that can present some challenges when both offices have need for that funding. And then finally, with respect to the funding issue, I always want to highlight the funding of the primary election. The state funds our primary election, and the biggest cost that we have in our primary election is around worker pay. However, our funding, the primary fund hasn't increased over the years. We've been getting a static amount from year to year or session to session, even though costs have been increasing. And our worker pay, we cap it at $12 an hour. That's what we can reimburse for. Many of our counties pay on top of that. Our counties are absorbing those costs for the primary election because we don't have the funding to be able to pay what they pay on a regular basis. And so there are a lot of counties that are having to supplement that pay. And so we've seen this become more of an issue this go around because of actually Senate Bill 827 with the post-election hand count auditing. For the primary itself, now that it's the ballot board that's doing this count, it's a count that's required to be done, but it's not a primary expense that's reimbursable. And so the counties are having to absorb some additional costs with the primary that they weren't anticipating. And then finally, the last thing that touches on something Representative Swanson had mentioned earlier, what I hear from our election officials with respect to this issue is that we do see a lot of worker fatigue. There are a lot of elections in a very short time period here in even-numbered years. And because of the expertise that's required to be a polling place worker, because of the level of skill and knowledge of election law and comfort with that technology that you have to have, our county election officials, our local election officials like to use the same workers. And it's difficult to do that when there's so many elections on the schedule. It makes it harder for them to recruit and have the workers that they need when they're sometimes competing with other local jurisdictions for the same individuals.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Members, any questions?
Thank you so much. I do have a question. So what I continue hearing, it's like a trend all day today. It just sounds like elections are underfunded in this state. Would you agree?
I don't know that there's an election office out there that would tell you that they have the funding that they need to do everything that they want. And I think that's because to run an election well, there's a lot of moving pieces. I think some offices are more well-funded than others, but I do think that there's always going to be challenges, especially as costs increase.
And just like with education and transportation, we continue every legislative session to keep adding like unfunded mandates onto things. And I think election tends to be a place where we add a lot of unfunded mandates. Would you tend to agree with that statement?
I think that's a question that's probably better directed towards the local officials that can tell you a little bit more about their budgeting. I can tell you that there have been some legislative appropriations that have been designed to try to help absorb some of those costs for our local election officials. We received funding during the last session for the state to roll out a mail ballot delivery system, an accessible mail ballot, or I'm sorry, not accessible, a mail ballot delivery system for our military and overseas voters. So a way to securely deliver balloting materials for our military and overseas voters. A lot of our counties are having to do that on their own. They're either sending PDFs via email or they're signing contracts with companies that they try to afford, but they can't. They're very costly. The legislature did allocate funding so the state could do a procurement so that we could procure some software that would do this that counties could use free of charge. And so I think there has been some efforts by the legislature to try to help handle some of those funding issues by giving some additional funding to the SOS to help us cover some of those expenses.
So my last question is kind of just a catch-all. You were talking about the salaries and election worker fatigue, and obviously we know how contentious it's just become at the polls, right? So if you were to give me a roundabout number for next session, how much money does the state of Texas need to put into staffing for election workers?
I don't know how I could answer that off the top of my head, but what I can tell you is that I have data that could help you in that area because we do collect costs. We do the reimbursements for the primary election, so I've got a pretty good pool of information that I could draw from to give you a sense of really what our costs are across the state for a big election like that. So I can do a little bit of research and get you some data.
I would love that. I'm married to a CPA. And he tells me
Yes.
everything goes back to the budget, right?
Mhm.
So I would love to get some hard numbers
Absolutely.
on that. Thank you
Of
so
course.
much.
Mhm. Thank you.
Did you have, Ms. Isaac?
Hi. So if we were to reduce the voting period to 5 days, would that alleviate a lot of these issues with staffing and budget?
Fewer hours, fewer required days and hours would reduce some of the worker costs. That's correct, yes.
Okay. And what about establishing a reasonable data-driven criteria for determining the minimum number of polling locations? like more flexibility, reducing the number?
Sure. So the legislature, I think I'm glad you brought that up, because that is a relevant point, is that there was actually, well, it was in two bills, in Senate Bill 2753, with respect to the single voting period, but there was another bill, Senate Bill 985, that actually modified the rules for combining polling locations to give you the ability to combine locations up to a higher threshold now, to try to eliminate unreasonable expenditures and try to help address cost issues. And so we're just now, I think, starting to see the effects of that bill, and we will hear going forward as counties start to consider what they can do to combine locations if necessary. So the legislature has responded to provide that capability that I think could help with costs in some of our counties, but there may be other things that could still be done to help in that area.
And maybe on like instead of just like population occupants, like eligibility, voter eligibility, in an area where there's.
And I think looking, one of the big things that we hear are about buildings and adequate locations. And there's some language in there to address that, but there may be a little bit more that we can do looking at those numbers in a different way, and looking at what are good polling locations, because sometimes we'll hear about situations where to meet those minimum polling place requirements, you've got locations that are across the street from each other. And it might be better to have one really good location with better parking, more accessibility features, more parking for curbside voting, than to have the two locations across the street. So there's things that we can look at to try to help create policies that'll make it easier for our county election officials to maximize the dollars they have.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Swanson?
Yes, thank you. Several things. I'm glad you brought up the Chapter 19 funding. As you recall, I passed a bill in 2023 that set a minimum requirement for the number of days and hours that polling locations had to be open, because in our rural areas, they just did not have as much opportunity to vote as they did in our more suburban and urban areas. And at that time, you thought the Chapter 19 funding would work, but it didn't, because of they barely get any money. It's all based on how many voters are registered, so they barely get any money in the small counties, which needed the help the most. And the other thing was that, again, in many counties, that Harris County is now back to being one of them, that the tax assessor collector does the voter registration, and elections are held by the county clerk. And so, as you saw, like, those tax assessor collector voter registrars do not share their money with the county clerk. So we're going to have to look at that and get money for additional hours out in our rural areas to cover that bill I passed in 23. But for a number of these other things, that we just got to look at that and not go, oh, Chapter 19 will cover it. Not if they're split and elections held by somewhere else. Now, I know you had, we passed the bill to do away with the 3-day break there, and y'all had working groups, and I think they're not finished reporting back yet. And so we're going to have another committee hearing, interim hearing, to find out what everybody decides. I know my county clerk sounds like she's, maybe going to have a heart attack about that bill. But anyway, do you have any interim report on that, or can you, or you want to just wait till you get further along?
So I believe that is going to be a topic that's discussed I think in August is what we were talking about, or what the chairman had referenced. What I can give you a little preview on, though, is that our office put together a steering committee with county election officials. We've got some county judges on our committee because there are funding considerations here. Our steering committee's worked very hard. They've worked with our office to help us develop a workshop that we're doing. And we have done 23 workshops to date. Worked with different counties to help them understand what it would mean for implementation in their county under the current bill. We've developed a number of templates and worksheets and workbooks to help them figure out, kind of from a financial perspective, what the impacts will be. We have plans to do a whole lot more during the summer. In fact, Harris County is already on our schedule. We're going to come on site to Harris County and do a workshop with Harris County on 2753 and their team or in early June.
Will we be invited to that?
Well, yeah, I think you would need to talk to the county clerk to see about that.
I'd like to be invited. One objection I hear in my area about only having regional voting centers instead of it being in actual precincts is that who is the actual election judge versus who's the alternate judge is decided by whichever party won the gubernatorial race in the last gubernatorial race. Well, in Harris County, what that means is in all of our voting centers, then the election judge is a Democrat everywhere. And so if you never ever go to the precincts and where you can at least in those precincts, then it's decided by how that precinct voted in the last gubernatorial race. So we at least get some Republican judges in those, in those precincts. It splits it more by how the county voted. But we would need to change something where if that zone voted, voted for, in this case, the Republican for governor, then they ought to get the judge position. But I have a lot of people really upset that no, now the way things are, then every single election judge is a Democrat.
I'd be happy to work with your office on that a little bit to kind of look at what parameters we have in place under the law now. I believe there was a bill last session that addressed some of these issues, but I don't know that it went all the way. Paul? I'll look into it. I believe that there was something that was either filed or that was discussed that did not go all the way, but we'll be happy to work with you in your office
Let's do that
and look at some of
then
those
have
solutions.
discussion on it in the August meeting then.
Yes, ma'am.
So then, also talking about how hard it is to find workers, but somebody said, well, why would you have workers that you didn't trust or whatever? Once upon a time when I was an election judge, yes, I recruited everybody except the Democrat would bring in a worker or so in my area because in my precinct, the Republican had won the governor's race. But what we run into, especially during that time period that Harris County had an elections administrator, those it was more than one, as you recall, they didn't last long. Those elections administrators would take it upon themselves to hire somebody and send in, whether the election judge wanted them or not. And so they were, where they were hiring a lot of them from? Craigslist. And they would give them a few hours of training and send them in as a technical expert, and they were bossing the election judge around, which should have never happened. And then they did other things. They'd send the constables to pick up everybody's supplies when that's not what the law says. So we had just a lot of problems like that. They also were recruiting a lot of these workers, whether you wanted them or not. A lot of those workers were being recruited by a very, very partisan organization, and then they were sent out into all the precincts. So the idea that I should feel comfortable, or any of us should feel comfortable having those ballots out, and who knows who is counting the real ballots out in all these zillions of precincts, that's why we don't feel comfortable. We want them to stay locked up, go to central count where we can have qualified poll watchers there. So that was one of the things I wanted to mention too. And what are your comments about doing away with all May elections, and which you can talk about the money and the worker fatigue and tie it in. And if we did keep May elections, should we change them to Saturday elections to stop the massive confusion, or at least cut it down a little bit?
So I think there's been some good testimony on that particular issue that have pointed out the advantages and disadvantages to moving election dates or eliminating that May uniform date. But there's one thing that hasn't been brought up that I do want to make sure that is on everybody's radar for discussion, if this is really a consideration. A lot of our local entities, we have entities that have 3-year terms, or that have 2-year terms, but have a staggered schedule for 2-year terms. So eliminating a May election date, if we eliminate one of the May dates, maybe the May date in even-numbered years, could create challenges for those those local entities that have in their, either by statute or in whatever their governing document is, maybe it's a city charter, that requires some kind of staggering of terms or requires that they have elections every year. And so I think that if that's
You'd
going to
have
be
two Novembers, though.
well, and that's
Right.
correct. That is an option. So I think my point in bringing that up is that I think with whatever change that's made, we probably need to consider some additional language that provides for some cover for those entities that may need to change their election dates. It gives them permission and the ability to change it in a meaningful way, and possibly change the staggering or the terms that they have as well, depending on
Right.
on
They'd
what
have
those
a half
changes.
a year, like, does somebody serve longer or shorter?
Yes.
Or like,
Yes, some
right,
clarifying
yes.
language there would be
Yes.
very helpful if that's the direction that the legislature is going to go.
Okay, and I would like you to I want to give you a chance to respond. You got accused that many complaints come in to you, and there's total silence, and you don't deal with them.
Absolutely. So what I can say to that is when I when I became the director of elections in 2023, one of the things that we did is we went back and we kind of reviewed a lot of process and procedure in the office. And it was very clear that there was a gap in the complaint process. Since that time, I actually have brought on a full-time manager over that team. I have multiple people that work reviewing and processing our complaints. We have a very good turnaround time right now. We have a high volume that we're still evaluating from the March election. I'd be happy to provide you some statistics. My manager gives me statistics every week on where we are on the complaint review process, but I do have a team that reviews every single complaint. Our turnaround time has improved significantly, but more importantly, prior to this kind of revamping of our complaint process, we were sending out, I think, more form letters. And we would review a complaint and identify that there was no crime, so we couldn't refer it, and so folks were getting a standard response. Our complaint team now, I've instructed them to do a lot more research on the complaints and provide a more meaningful response. If there's something that we can explain to the person making the complaint that gives them a little more insight into the law, if it's something that we should be informing a county about because a county needs to make modifications to their procedures, we're doing that a lot more consistently in our complaint process. And I'd be happy to provide some statistics for you to show over the years, year over year, how the response time has improved with the complaint process and how we have made a more concerted effort to not just respond more timely, but give more thorough responses
That's
to the
good
complaints.
to hear. And my final question would be to comment on, someone said that audits can take, I don't remember, 21, 41 days or something, and yet the canvassing must be done by the 10th day. And so the audits are getting finished and you've already...
Sure. Happy to comment on that.
Yeah.
So I think there's two things to look at there. Coming November, we will have this additional risk limiting audit, which is a specific type of audit that when you look at how it's been implemented across the nation, it's done to validate outcomes, which means it's critical that it happens before the canvass. Our intention is to always have that before the state canvass, before the governor's canvass, that final canvass, so that if there are issues identified, there are mechanisms in place by which we can address any issues.
And that's how many days after an election?
The governor's canvass, it depends on the election, but it's typically about 2 to 3 weeks after the election.
Okay.
Local canvasses occur much sooner, and it's a tighter window. Our post-election hand count audit, the one we discussed in Senate Bill 827, is a much bigger audit than a risk-limiting audit. It's a higher volume of ballots. It takes a lot more time to count. And it would be very, very hard, I think, in some circumstances with all the post-election activities that are occurring to complete the entire thing in some of our larger counties before that final canvass. And so I think, that's something that we can look at, maybe adjusting those timelines or considering how that's conducted to figure out if there's a way to reduce the time it takes to do that count. It would be very difficult to do that if our intention is to count a high percentage of ballots. But I say that to say, that post-election hand count audit is checking the accuracy of the equipment. It's making sure that equipment was functioning the way it needed to. The risk limiting audit is designed to validate that you have the right outcome. And so that's the one that I think is the most important that we do before that canvass. Mm-hmm. It's our intention to do that and to always do that. But if that's something that we need to clarify or codify, happy to work with your offices to do that.
So my concern would be if you didn't find it out till the 21st, 41st day or whatever, and they've already been canvassed, do we need to make a change in the election code that would, the situation I don't want is, here's this board candidate that spent every last dime they had on their election, and they found out they lost. As of canvassing, they lost. The audit shows that they won. I don't want that person to have to spend a whole bunch of money to go to court and fix something
point.
that the audit has already shown is wrong. So how would that work under the current law, and if you're already past the canvass, and do we need to make a change in the law?
So typically, once an election's been canvassed, if there's a problem that's discovered, the remedy, in some cases, it may be a recount, depending on what the issue is, but in most cases, it's going to be an election contest. And so if we want to have another avenue by which we can redo an election or put it on a faster path, for an election contest, something to that effect, that may be something that we need to address legislatively.
Okay, yeah, if you can come up with some suggestions for us, I'd appreciate that.
Though I will tell you, to date, risk-limiting audits in particular have been implemented all across the country, and I've yet to hear of a jurisdiction that has found that their outcome was incorrect.
Wow,
So
okay.
they've been very successful. It's been it's a very successful validation tool, which is why we want to do this. But we are also lucky in that our elections are well run, generally speaking. Not perfect. We're striving towards perfection, but our folks do a very good job.
Yes,
But they're well
thank
run.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jennifer Doinoff with Tassio and also representing herself. I show you registered as Jennifer Doinoff, you're representing Tassio and yourself, and you're testifying on the item, legislative item, or agenda
Correct.
item. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Texas counties and political parties are finding it increasingly difficult to secure enough volunteers and staff for early voting and election day during their elections. The average precinct polling location requires at least 3 individuals, a precinct judge, alternate judge, and an election clerk. Most polling locations realistically need more than 3 to ensure that voters don't walk out with their ballots, that we can assist curbside voting, that we can conduct a thorough and accurate provisional process, statements of residence, and all of the other things that we do in the polling location. Excuse me. Additionally, we need to make sure that we have enough people so that our poll workers can take breaks among the long hours and complex legal requirements that they're required to perform. Currently, there is no statutory requirement for the number of early voting workers. Obviously, it takes more workers in early voting, and that's a longer time period. Poll workers play a pivotal role in administering elections, with duties ranging from opening the polling location to verifying voter eligibility, ensuring ballots are secured and counted. For elections that run smoothly in Texas, it's essential that counties can recruit enough qualified, trained individuals to serve. Data collected by Tassio, Texas Association of County Election Officials, showed that the average Texas election worker is 72 years old. I think in Hays County, they're probably a little older than that, but 72 is what we have across the board. Operationally, staffing isn't consistent from election to election because there are more volunteers during November general elections in the even years when there's presidential and gubernatorial races on the ballot. It's exponentially more challenging to find enough staff for some primary elections, May elections, constitutional amendment elections, and runoff elections. Counties most frequently see poll workers leaving the position due to length of service. Many of them are aging out. Concerns about potential harassment and complexity of election, along with long hours and, as we've already said, so many elections. Election officials regularly receive feedback from poll workers that the 14-hour days are challenging to sustain, as keeping up with complex statutory responsibilities. And one thing I want to add, because I've heard a lot about poll workers and their dedication to the service. I have poll workers that I tell them in early voting they're not required to be there the whole time, and they refuse not to be. They're like, if I'm going to be certifying or responsible for these results, I want to be here. So when we add the hours, even though they don't have to be there the whole time, many of them take it that seriously. When a county is unable to find enough staff to work, it results in fewer polling locations, longer wait times at the polls, and greater risk of human error. Smaller communities have a smaller pool of candidates to replace the current workers as they age out and discontinue service, further exacerbating the staffing challenges. Counties will continue navigating staff challenges following the implementation of Senate Bill 2753, which eliminates the gap during early voting and Election Day. By eliminating the 3-day gap, counties lose the logistics window that followed early voting, which is used to prepare for Election Day and address personnel issues. Identifying meaningful ways to incentivize and expand the election worker pipeline is not just beneficial, but it's critical for us to continue the operation of integrity and accuracy in our Texas elections, particularly as the state prepares to implement this change. TASIO continues to review policies in other states to improve retention and recruitment strategies for election workers. Some of our recommendations will be to review early voting hours, particularly for smaller counties, but I would say in all counties because this is a statewide issue. And then better define poll watcher activities in the statute to reduce the confusion between election workers and poll watchers at the polling place. Create and increase opportunities to train and better prepare election workers. And then finally, we would like to work on recruitment by evaluating opportunities to incentivize local governments for allowing employees to work elections and potential partnerships with educational institutions to provide credit to students to work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Plessa?
Yeah, I just really have one question. So out of all the positions that you've described, if you had to name one position, what is the hardest position for counties to recruit and retain?
Well, it's going to be the judge.
The judge? And one last question.
You
I'm sorry.
You said one.
I'm sorry. And what would help remediate that? So higher pay, recruitment, stronger training, like what's the solution on that? Right? Because that's our job. We're trying to come up with solutions, not just identify the problems.
I think always more training is beneficial. The problem there, though, is that there's so much on the judge. There's so much responsibility on the judge, and I believe that scares some judges. And I think it would be beneficial if we could define the space that a poll watcher could be to an election judge or a poll worker, because there's a big gray area in the law in regards to that amount of space. And I think sometimes judges feel like they're being aggressively attacked in the polling location.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Laura Rogers with the County and District Clerks Association. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Laura Rogers. You're representing the County and District Clerks, the County and District Clerks Association, and you're testifying on the agenda item.
That is correct.
All right, welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to share my perspective representing small counties across Texas. I am Laura Rogers, and I'm the County and District Clerk for Sherman County and the Legislative Chair for the County and District Clerks Association. Again, 32% of Texas counties are under the 10,000 population mark. These counties face unique challenges when it comes to elections, from diversity to topography. My county requires 12 to 14 workers per election. We have 1,300 registered voters with myself and one full-time employee. The November 2025 election cost my county $2,102 out of my $30,000 yearly budget. That money also covers programming, supplies, and machine maintenance for 2 to 3 elections a year. And I would like to add that my Chapter 19 funds last year were $63. Finding quality workers, and I stress quality, is extremely difficult. The average age of my election staff is 72, with my oldest being 85. These workers subject themselves to the intense scrutiny that comes along with the working elections and provide critical support to the electoral process. Lifting heavy equipment can be difficult for these workers. Troubleshooting electronic equipment and last-minute medical emergencies are always on my mind. My staff is always on call to make a last-minute run to our polling location. This requires the county and district clerk's office to shut down, placing a burden upon the court system. I have personally come in on the first day of early voting to find a protective order waiting to be issued, and we currently have a jury trial scheduled during early voting for the runoff. Not to mention the random birth certificates, warranty deeds, and other daily duties that fall on a combo clerk's office. Again, it's myself and one full-time employee. We are lucky to be able to utilize other office staff from our Justice of the Peace and County Attorney's Office during early voting, but we lose that option when those officials are on the ballot. The County and District Clerks Association is talking about potential solutions, one of which includes giving election workers the same employment protections as someone who has been called as a juror. It will take a multi-pronged approach to address staffing issues, but our hope is that this idea will further entice younger workers who struggle to balance work and civic duty, while also emphasizing the importance on our election system. Building a strong base for election workers in the future and securing a workforce that will continue into the upcoming elections. Again, thank you for allowing me to give my perspective, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
Chair calls David Stein with TRCCA. Hello, sir. I show you registered as David Stein. You're representing the Texas Republican County Chairs Association, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
That is correct. This is the last one I'm testifying on, by the way. Less than anybody is, so thank you all for.
Anybody is.
Yeah, no, thank you all. You guys are patients of the saints, so we appreciate it. All right, so first comment is ditto. Second comment is ideas. Okay, so what do we do? You know, where do we tap into available workers? So I do think we need to raise the pay. I hear that quite a lot. There are people who might opt out of the pay. I don't even know if they're just like you do on jury service. So we could offer them a provision, particularly Election Day. I don't think early voting workers, you can do that, but I think Election Day is, you know, would you be willing to opt out of the pay? Because I don't think people do that just strictly for the money, but I do think you would help some by offering more, giving an opt-out option. Could we, on your voting ballots, at the very end, before it says hit submit, could there be something added to that that would say, would you be interested as serving as an election worker in the next election? You've got a captive audience that's there, people showing interest in voting. It's just check the box, and you would tabulate that response the same way that you would with any type of voting. The good news is we've got a lot of people moving to Texas. A lot of these folks are retirees. We know that baby boomers are living longer, thank God. And but they're retiring to this area. They've got time. They may have experience in other areas. So that's a place we need to tap into. Yes, the 70s and 80 years old are aging out, but you've got the 50 and 60-year-olds that are coming up to that, so who could be available? So that would be a partnership opportunity, maybe, and it's marketing, and that would not be something legislatively, but just ideas to work with SOS. And the other would really be a marketing effort into the student population, teaching them that civic duty, civic responsibility is a good thing from day one to get involved in. And not just in private schools, but even the public schools, to try to find a way to tap into that market.
Thank you,
So
sir.
you asked for ideas. I like them. Okay.
I like them.
I don't know if they'll all work, but
We'll put them in draft.
We're listening to ideas at this point. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
sir.
All right.
Chair calls Christine Wellborn, representing Advancing Integrity.
I'll wait on this one.
Okay, thank you. Chair calls Sandra Parker, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Sandra Parker. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
I will make this very brief. Ideas. If we had Election Day as a holiday, all the teachers would be available, and everyone knows teachers love a little extra money. So there's that one. High school seniors who are perhaps offer a civics class or offer a class in high school about elections and make it part of their extra credit or give them some type of incentive to work at the elections. Back in the day, and I actually hate to admit it, but I even remember this, is precinct chairs used to run elections. So, we could bring that back. Have a statewide, I think I mentioned this earlier, have a statewide Secretary of State public education campaign to let the public know that their help is needed. And I love the idea that someone mentioned of putting it on the ballot to say, hey, would you be interested in working elections? That'd be fantastic. And my last one is using the jury system. The same way that we call people to be jurors, they are required to show up. We could do something similar with election workers. You'd have to fashion it, and you'd have to call them in and call through probably and give some training and things, but I think that could be the basis for an idea there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yes, of course you can.
I love your comment on the jury stuff, because there are other states right now that are looking into doing exactly what you just mentioned. So thank you so much for bringing solutions like that. I really appreciate the thought process that went into it. And I do think that for the people who are getting called on juries, right, to give them an option to say, hey, instead of working on this jury, why don't you go work an election? Would you like something like that? Would you be for a bill like that?
I wouldn't have a problem with that. Give people an option.
Thank you so much.
Which way they want to go.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for bringing that
As
up.
long as you can still get enough jurors, which seems to be
Yeah,
an
we
issue.
got to work with the attorneys on that one.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jenny Limcher, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Jenny Limcher. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes, I am.
All right, you may continue.
Okay, as we've been talking about the staffing issues, we are all working on ideas along this line as well. And it's already been mentioned, but I did want to emphasize that cutting our election down to a shorter time period, and also, just a second, I got to get back to my notes. It just seems that this is a structural issue and not necessarily a staffing issue, so that if we change the election to make it shorter and not, and back to the precinct voting, then the system, then we will have more people locally voting and engaged. The current voter center model trades local accountability for convenience, but convenience comes with an enormous operational cost. So France, Germany, UK, they don't have election months, they have election day systems. They run a tighter system and are more concentrated. So I encourage the committee to commission a serious comparative study. What's the actual staffing cost per voter under the current countywide voter system model versus a reformed precinct-based model? And my suspicion is that it would be more expensive per ballot cast at the current system. So this is not a quick fix. This is a long-term legislative conversation and discussion. But I did have some ideas, and I agree, the same idea. We need to get high schoolers involved. They need to be trained to be involved in their elections, college students as well. And goodness, tap some homeschooling groups, get the younger generation engaged. I believe that they would appreciate the opportunity to learn at this age.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Veronica Warms with the Texas Civil Rights Project. Chair calls Luis Figueroa with Every Texan. Sir, I show you registered as Luis Figueroa with representing Every Texan, and you're here testifying on the agenda item.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, you may start.
Thank you very much, Legislative Affairs for Every Texan. Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate you bringing this up at the end because I think it relates to all the other issues we've talked about, including the number of elections, the increasing complexity of our elections, the number of audits. And I think the one thing we didn't address or talk about are all the legislation proposals for increased penalties with no real additional funding for counties. We've seen so many bills that would put either criminal penalties or financial penalties on election officials for irregularities. And I think that that's driving away and causing fear among election officials to serve in these capacities. And I wanted to just bring up a quick story from 2005. In 2005, there was a conservative county, Lubbock County, went up to Senator Duncan and said, we need to save some costs. We need to reduce the number of polling sites. And a young civil rights attorney said, well, hold on, let's hold up. Let's make sure we're not closing all the precincts in all the areas. And they created a pilot program. And that pilot program grew to ERAF, and it grew to Galveston. It was locally driven, and it became our countywide polling site. And it was driven by conservative leadership at the local level, and we added the safeguards, and we ramped up the process, and it worked really well. So at the end of the day, I encourage you to keep that same process thinking of locally driven by the county officials, by the people on the ground to address the staffing and costs. And I encourage you to give the funding and the tools necessary for local control. And at the same time, I do encourage you, and in all the things that Representative Swanson mentioned about hand counting and all these other provisions, that will result in increased costs and potentially more fraud. So at the end of the day, I hope you will encourage less mandates and more opportunities for funding opportunities for our local officials. Thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Chair calls Michelle Wharton, representing herself. Do you have the great Cole Hefner representing you? I am. I show you registered as Michelle Wharton, and you're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Michelle Wharton. I serve as the election administrator for Titus County. I had originally talked to Representative Hefner about SB 2753. I know that isn't exactly what the topic is right now. But it will affect our poll workers in the next few months when it is implemented. And so that is something I wanted to talk about. Like they've said, most of our poll workers are older, and when it comes to time for them to be there to work for our early voting, it's the same group every time. They're wonderful, love them. They know everything about early voting. Election day, we struggle. And, sometimes they call that morning they're not going to show up. During the primary, there were a lot that did not, that canceled right at the end. And so we did reach out to our high school, and our National Honor Society stepped up, and we had 19 students come, and I trained them not to work the forms, not to do all the complicated things. They were there primarily to make sure the machines worked, put the machines together. They did all the things that it's really hard for the older ones to be able to do, to lift that heavy equipment. And they ran poll pads. And they helped at the doors. They helped, any questions. If somebody needed something, they were there. Handed out stickers when they walked out. Everybody loved it. So that was great. But it is getting harder to find judges who are qualified to be able to run poll pads and that kind of thing. They don't understand how to connect to Wi-Fi for us to be able to see, how many voters have come through, that type of thing. During early voting, they're there with us. We don't have to worry about it. But election day, it is getting harder to find qualified poll workers.
Yeah, we got it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Janice Rankin, representing herself. Ma'am, I show you registered as Janice Rankin. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, once again. And
Was that all, did I get all that correct?
Janice Rankin testifying for herself.
All right,
That's
thank
right.
you.
Now, being an election judge, an election day judge, I'll give you my perspective on that.
I have in the past reached out to a lot of people who are maybe League of Women Voter people. They are maybe voter registrars. And I've asked, can you work on election day? We report at 6 in the evening. We stay till closing, which could be 9 o'clock. Whoa is the answer. How many hours do you want me there? And so I don't know what the practice is in every county, if they can do split shifts, but it would be helpful in recruiting people to be able to tell them on election day, you can work maybe from 6 to 1 or 1 to 9. And that is what they do at early voting here in Travis County. They have the different shifts because they have so many more days. But on election day, the county here, and I don't know, I'm not casting aspersions at anybody. I do it, okay? I get up at 4:45. I get there, and I stay. But when you're engaged and you're talking with people and you're busy, it's okay. It's a fun day. It works out great. But I have myself recruited 3 high school students. Texas law says if you're 16, you can work an election. You get parent approval and you get school approval. And so you don't even have to be a voter, but you can do that. And so I have recruited 3 different teenagers to come and work the elections. They love it. They think it's wonderful. Their friends are jealous that they get to do it. So there are ways of working this out. But I think for the election day problem, it would be helpful to be able to recruit people who could work split shift. And again, I don't know if that is a local preference countywide or if it is statewide, but I think that would help. Also, the pay is an issue, and for example, primaries, the people who are getting trained for the primary election are not getting paid for their training. That is something that happens if the county, if it's a state or county election, but if it's a primary election, they're not getting paid for training.
Thank you, ma'am.
Questions?
Nope, you're getting off scot-free.
I'm not allowed to ask any more questions.
No, she's not. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair
for having me.
calls.
District neighbor, I don't want to upset.
Chair calls David Hale with Hunt County
He's a pretty
Republican
decent
Party
guy. I used
himself.
to work with him on a committee, corrections committee.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Hale.
Good evening.
I show you registered as David Hale. You're representing the Hunt County Republican Party and yourself, and you're testifying on the agenda item.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, representatives, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for your work on this important committee. As I said, my name is David Hale, Chairman of the Hunt County Republican Party. Just for context, we just passed 100,000 citizens, 70,000 registered voters. We have 40 voting precincts. It takes about 200 election workers for us to hold an election. And as the Republican, or as the primary person responsible for the Republican primary elections, perhaps that's my most consequential role, is recruiting election workers. And it's kind of a full-time recruiting election workers. So to improve election judge and clerk recruiting, I'll just skip to the ideas. One of the things I hear from folks a lot is they're like, I don't want to go to jail. And I don't know, as a Republican county chair, I get up here and I say, well, let's make election laws more lax. That's not going to go over. But maybe something that clarifies, you know, if they're stuffing a ballot box, they need to go to jail. But if they put a signature in the wrong slot, then that's not what, nobody's going to jail for that now. But, you know, some sort of clarification to set some folks' minds at ease so they know they're just, because, you know, not everybody can work in election is going to be a Harvard graduate. You know, they're salt of the earth folks, and they need to be able to feel comfortable and honest people doing that. Another thing with heated rhetoric and campaigns now, a lot of them feel physically danger, concerned about that. I don't know if there's some law enforcement aspect for have a police officer traveling to a polling location or something to help set people's mind at ease about their physical safety. And then something else that's been mentioned by a few folk, something to pay for training, the previous mentioned. That's something I hear a lot. It's even though the $12 an hour, they don't mind that as much, but not being paid for training is a stickler to them. And then the other thing about the young 16-year-olds being able to work, we've used that well in Hunt County. They love it. And this may be more of an education committee issue, but dealing with some credit for that, or perhaps even something to consider lowering the age on that, if that would be from 16 to lower. So those would be my ideas.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
How do I say Chair calls Kristen Plaisance representing herself. I show you registered as Kristen Plaisance, and you're representing yourself, and you're here to testify on the agenda item.
Yes,
All
hello
right.
again. Okay, Texas has 10 days of early voting, often requiring election workers to commit 2 full work weeks to participate. That doesn't include time for in-person training or setup. Most working people or even students cannot take 2 weeks away from their jobs or school to work an election, and even committing 1 work week is a lot to ask. As a result, the election administration has become dependent upon retirees. This model is becoming increasingly unsustainable. As the election worker pool ages, health limitations naturally increase. At the same time, economic realities are forcing many Texans to delay retirement, shrinking the available pool of workers even further. This is creating a long-term staffing crisis that will become harder to solve each election cycle. I would encourage you to evaluate whether our early voting period is longer than necessary to provide reasonable voter access, or if other accommodations could be made, such as longer voting hours with split shifts, or more voting locations could allow for fewer voting days. Reducing early voting to a more concentrated period like Friday through Tuesday would expand the pool of eligible workers, allowing employed Texans to participate over a long weekend. So that would greatly increase our pool of workers. A shorter voting window would also reduce costs for counties and reduce worker fatigue.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions?
All
No?
right, thank
Okay.
you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hanging out with us. Members, that concludes today's agenda. Is there any further business for the committee to address? If not, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the House Committee on Education stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. Thank you all very much.